Caught Looking. Written by Lucy McConnell. Read by an AI-generated voice named Ava. Chapter 1. We need to get some rugs in here. Clover Maes called over the crinkling plastic. It would help muffle the sounds. The sound of opening bags and then filling them with plastic water bottles, granola bars, a toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, a comb, a brush, a razor, travel-size shaving cream, a washcloth and more, bounced off the apartment walls and laminate flooring, making talking between the two friends intent on their task difficult at best. You think? Maddie replied. She pressed her palm to her forehead. Do you have anything for a headache? Clover nodded. She was well on her way to needing something for the pounding behind her right eye. She got to her feet and offered her hand to Maddie. Let's take a brownie break. I tried a coconut flour and almond milk recipe this morning. That should help your headache. And if that doesn't work, I have Tylenol. Maddie had been diagnosed with celiac disease 2 months ago. She'd called Clover from her doctor's parking lot, sobbing. All Clover could make out between the despair and gulps was, "I'll never eat a brownie again." Because Maddie was her best friend and because she deserved to have a good brownie in her life, Clover began an expedition to discover gluten-free brownies. Her travels took her deep into the batter, flour alternatives, and even Dutch processed cocoa. There had to be a recipe hidden deep on the internet that wasn't too dry, was dense, had the right amount of chocolate, and that tasted good. She'd tried one last week that was made with black beans. It wasn't bad, but it had a fudge texture, not a brownie texture. However, the fudge-like texture didn't dissuade the girls from eating through the whole pan in 48 hours. Clover hung on to that recipe because guilt-free fudge was also important in life. Clover removed the plastic cover on the cake pan. "Ta-da," she said with a flourish. "That looks promising." Maddie leaned over and sniffed. "They smell like brownies." Clover smiled. "I'm trying not to get my hopes up right now, but the batter was pretty dang good." She opened a drawer, looking for a knife. "I had a good feeling when I pulled the pan out of the oven. I mean, the house smelled like brownies. That hasn't happened before." Maddie licked her lips. "I'm officially intrigued." She reached for the paper towels that were stored in a cute holder with a wire daisy on top. Clover had found it at the thrift store, still in the package. Clover sliced the brownies, placing one on each of the paper towels Maddie laid out. Since Clover was the one who had attempted the recipe, she was brave and took the first bite. Chewing slowly, her eyes dropped shut and she moaned. "Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner, folks." Maddie nibbled on a corner, her eyes widening with delight. "This is good." She took a much bigger bite and moaned. "So good." They ate in silence for a few minutes. Once their chocolate craving had been properly attended to, Maddie looked around the apartment. "You know, when you asked if I wanted to have a girls' night, I had other ideas." She waved her arm to indicate the open boxes strewn about the front room. Though they'd been living in the condo for 6 months, they still didn't have a lot of furniture. It never bothered Clover. She was thankful to have a roof over her head, a lumpy mattress, and a door with a lock on it, because she hadn't always had those things in her life. Sometimes the only door that locked was a car door as her mom moved them from city to city. They'd sleep in the Taurus. Clover took the front bench seat, and her mom took the back. More often than not, they'd sleep outside, curled up next to a tree trunk. Maddie hadn't grown up on the streets like Clover. She was used to having a couch and knickknacks and photos on the walls. When they'd signed the lease, Clover made her promise not to fill the apartment with stuff, that whatever they bought, they each paid half. So far, they'd bought a couch from a garage sale and a coffee table from a neighbor who was moving out. The kitchen was fully stocked. For whatever reason, Clover didn't mind paying full price for pots and pans, plates and bowls. She loved clean utensils and spatulas and wooden spoons. Cutting a smaller brownie, she placed it on her paper towel and pondered Maddie's statement about a different kind of girls' night. She didn't have many friends growing up. When they'd stay in a shelter, which wasn't often, she'd play with whichever girl was close to her age. Rooming with Maddie was a big step, one she'd never regretted. Maddie was patient with Clover's clueless ideas about how the normal world worked. But now she wondered what other women did when they got together. Like what? Maddie wiped her fingers on another paper towel and plucked at her cotton pants. Like not wearing sweats. Clover looked down at her black and pink striped pants. Okay, they're called lounge pants. And I know because it said so on the package. She relied heavily on packaging to keep her up on things like that. The people who made the pants should know what they were called. Maddie giggled. Fine. Lounge pants. She reached for the knife to cut herself another brownie, too. We could go out to dinner, find a place to dance, preferably a place that has hot men looking for a broke, 20-something woman who wears sunscreen like a second skin. But if there's men there, then it's not a girls' night. Is it? Clover slowly folded her paper towel, careful to keep the crumbs inside the creases. The recipe was a winner. Her quest for gluten-free brownies was over. Maddie's eyebrows lifted. I think they call it a girls' night because you come with other women and you leave with them, you don't hook up. Clover tossed her garbage. I don't hook up anyway. Maddie pressed a palm to her forehead again. Neither do I. That's not the point. She took a deep breath. I appreciate that you want to help people. I do. I look at all you do for others, and I am in awe and feel like a jerk even standing next to you. Clover opened her mouth to protest. Maddie was the best friend anyone could ask for. She never made fun of Clover's social mistakes. She accepted her for what she was and what she wasn't. Maddie was a true follower of Christ who loved without judgment. Maddie held up her hand. I'm going to appeal to your giving nature and tell you that I would consider it a charitable act if you would be my wingwoman next Friday night. Clover snapped her lips closed. She hated going to parties, clubs, and any place where there was flirting or the hope of exchanging phone numbers. She wasn't good at social nuances, and inevitably she wound up hiding in a bathroom stall. Please, Clover. I've been working like a zombie at the hotel for 3 weeks. I need to shake loose, get dressed up, and feel pretty. Besides her own fears, Clover couldn't come up with a good reason not to go. The chocolate aftertaste went bitter in her mouth. Okay. Maddie squealed and bounced in her seat. As long as it doesn't involve sequins, glitter, or sparkles on my clothing or face, I'm in. Deal. Maddie stretched her arm across the bar, her pinky hooked out. Clover hooked their pinkies together, and they turned to the side, pretending to spit to seal the deal. Clover drummed her hands on the counter. Are you ready to finish the bags? Now that my evil plan to get you out of the house is underway, yes. Clover laughed, even though the brownie sat heavy on her stomach and her wrists itched with anxiety. She scratched them quickly and then shook out her arms while Maddie's back was turned. She could do this. She'd hate it. But she could go out there and talk to a man like a normal human being. She squeezed her eyes shut as the memory of her mom, screaming at her for talking to the nice man who offered to buy her lunch, rushed back with crippling force. All she had to do was take a little ride in his van. He even had a soda in the cup holder that she could drink on the way to get a hamburger. Her mouth had watered at the thought of a whole hamburger all to herself. Mom was asleep on the park bench. She could go and be back before Mom woke up. She'd even saved some food to share. She was halfway in the van when her mom came tearing down the grassy hill, screaming for her to get away from that stranger. Fear took root in Clover's heart. Clover? She pulled herself out of the memory. I'm sorry, what did you say? I asked if you wanted these cards with directions to the soup kitchen in each bag. She held up a stack of index cards. Clover had spent every spare minute at the front desk writing out the directions in blue ink. She didn't have a computer or printer, and she didn't dare use the one in the hotel for fear she'd lose her job. Yes. Shoot. I forgot. They'd already filled 50 bags. I'll go back and put them in the others later. Let's finish up what we have left and call it a night. Sounds like a plan. But next week we are going to party. Maddie lifted her hands above her head and shook her backside. Clover copied her movements even though she was dying inside. She'd been to enough group counseling sessions to know that the only way to overcome a fear was to face it head-on. She could do this. For her best friend and for herself, she could put on a dress and strut her stuff. If all else failed, there was always a bathroom stall to hide in. Chapter 2. Dustin Colt, shortstop for the St. George Redrocks, left behind the construction crew's chatter and whirl of power tools with a wave to his younger brother. White dust clung to his shoulders, hair, pants, and any surface it could find. He rubbed the globs of dried sheetrock compound off his arms and ignored the fact that they were probably in his beard, too. He ran his hand down the rough whiskers. Shaving was bad luck unless you were a Yankee, and then it was a requirement. He'd give up the beard for a shot at a Yankee paycheck. Making Yankee money would mean he didn't have to maintain an active role in the company he and his brother had started way back before Dustin made it out of AAA. Not that he wasn't making good money as a Redrock, he was. There just never seemed to be enough. His family didn't ask for handouts, but he couldn't turn his back on the people who'd fed and housed him when he was making peanuts and following his dream. Since he now had the means to relieve their burdens, he wanted to help. His brother, for example, was supporting a wife and 4 kids. Kids were expensive, even more so when they graduated from diapers. He shook his head and picked up the pace. Coach Wolf had a low tolerance for tardiness on game days, and Dustin was already pushing his luck. He'd shower at the clubhouse to save time. The construction manager insisted that the workers park down the street at the grocery store, so they didn't clog the roads and block the few owners who had already moved into their new homes. Tripping over a high curb, Dustin cursed under his breath. He stepped again, only his foot caught on something else. He picked up his foot, and the front half of the sole of his shoe dangled. That was just great. He'd had these work boots for 9 years. One might say they were beat up, but he preferred the term broken in. Dustin pressed on, limping as his boot made a clurflap with each step. "Excuse me," called a chipper female voice as a Camry older than his nephew pulled alongside the sidewalk. He turned to see a pretty brunette hanging out the passenger side window. She had dimples high on her cheeks and freckles sprinkled across her pixie nose. Her face was fresh, without a trace of makeup, and her long hair was reckless. She wasn't the usual groupie flagging him down for an autograph or selfie, which was probably why he stopped to stare. Or perhaps he stopped because his heart was beating so rapidly. "Hi." She slowly climbed out of the car, and he got a good look at her long and shapely legs. "Hi," he replied like an idiot. She moved as if she was afraid to startle him or something. She had startled him, but his legs had no intention of moving him away from her. I brought you something." Embarrassed by his broken shoe and doing his best to avoid a clurflap, he shuffled closer. He wouldn't agree to a selfie, not while covered in sheetrock dust and smelling like he'd run sprints in the desert. Maybe he could convince her to meet up after the game tonight. Or, better yet, he could offer her tickets for the game and hope she didn't bring a boyfriend along. That was smooth, much smoother than high. She reached through the open window and retrieved a plastic bag off the seat, which she pressed into his hands. Their eyes met, and his already speeding heart careened around a corner like a curveball on crack. Never, in all his life, had he ever seen a woman with gold eyes. Yet, her eyes were the perfect balance of yellow, brown, and something whimsical that produced an alchemy effect, turning them to gold. Liquid gold, to be precise, as they were warm and swirling with compassion. He blinked, unsure if he'd read her right. "I was once on the street, too. If you want a good meal, the soup kitchen isn't far. I put a card with the address in there." She tapped the plastic with her finger. "Soup." He glanced down at the bag now crinkling in his hands as he turned it over, trying to determine what exactly she'd given him. "I know it's hard to accept help, but people care about you and want to help." His chin lifted, and he tried to catch her eye again. "You care about me?" Her hesitation was barely discernible. He wouldn't have even noticed if he didn't spend his life studying batters and watching for those hesitations and small adjustments that would send a ball his way. "Of course I do." Her dimples appeared, perched like little birds on her cherry cheeks. "I hope to see you for a meal or two before you move on." He opened his mouth to ask for her number and shut it quickly as she climbed back into the car and sped away. Dustin turned the bag over in his hands until he found the card she'd mentioned. Written in clean block script was the name and address of the local soup kitchen. "What the?" A do-or-die warning beeped on his phone and he cursed, breaking into a run. Clurflaps echoed around him. There was no way he'd be on time now. His only hope was that Coach wasn't waiting in the locker room. Dustin hustled through the grass-green metal door. The stained concrete floor was cool against his socks. He'd ripped off his busted work boots as soon as he hit the car, throwing them in the back seat along with the gym bag full of workout clothes, his emergency mitt, and several bats. Which meant he'd run into the building shoeless, not an easy task when the temperature was already over 100 degrees and the parking lot baked like an all-day barbecue. Despite the air conditioning inside the building, he was boiling inside. "What happened to you?" asked Braden Burks, starting pitcher and easily the most talented guy in the bullpen. Dustin threw the zip-top bag at Braden and glared. Braden caught it easily enough. "What's this?" "I believe they call them essentials bags." The little card inside had said as much. It had also contained an encouraging quote, the address to the soup kitchen, and a scripture about hope. The penmanship was neat and tidy and, of all things, cute. It personified the mystery girl who dropped the bombshell in his hands. Braden cocked his head to the side. "Apparently, I look homeless." Dustin landed on the bench and began peeling off his ruined socks. He threw them in a trash can in the corner. "Some woman pulled over and staged an intervention on my behalf. She gave me that." Braden laughed hard. His eyes crinkled at the corner and liquid leaked out. He brushed it away, dramatically, while holding his stomach. "You're going to bust my spleen? Stop it." Dustin growled. Braden began to settle, drawing in several gasping breaths, and then he pointed at Dustin and started all over again. Dustin stripped off his pants and shirt, tempted to throw his smelly shirt in Braden's face. "Not funny." "No, it's stinking hilarious." He opened the bag and pulled out a small bar of soap. "Here, you're going to shower, right?" There was soap in the locker room showers. Nice soap. Expensive stuff with vitamin E and aloe to protect their skin against the dry air. "I don't need soap." "I beg to differ." Braden ducked and Dustin's shirt flew over his head. "Look, there's shaving cream and a razor too." Dustin ran a hand down his beard. He was in great physical shape, the best of his life thanks to the team trainers and the hours he spent hauling sheetrock. Not that the woman could see all his hard work under his baggy construction clothes. Still, she had to know he wasn't homeless. The whole thing was probably a joke. "I should have told her who I was." Yeah, nothing impresses the ladies like the old "do you have any idea who I am" line. They love cocky. In fact, I lead with "do you know who I am" when I hit the clubs. "Shut up." Dustin reached for a towel. "Is that what you told her?" "Shut up." No, he wouldn't have told a lady to shut up, no matter how she'd insulted him. "My mama raised me better than that." There was something about this woman, though. Her golden eyes were big and trusting and full of concern. The more he thought about her, the more he was sure she hadn't meant to insult him. She truly thought she was helping, which was admirable. And stupid. She was pretty much too pretty to approach strange men on the street. He tugged at his beard again. "She got you thinking about something." Dustin nodded. "I'm worried about the new coach. He's as straight and arrow as they come, and I don't exactly fit the image. You saw how fast he got rid of Jackson Kimber." Kimber was a Braden muttered a word Dustin wouldn't repeat. "Can't argue with you there." His back ached from standing on the scaffolding and reaching above his head to apply the compound. He arched to relieve the strain. He'd need to get in with the physical therapists. If they knew he was doing drywall, the new redhead PT, Elise Smith, would chew him out. His body basically belonged to the Redrocks for the duration of his contract. What was he supposed to do? Turn his back on his brother? Dropping family wasn't an option. Besides, the drywall business was his fallback. No one expected Dustin to take baseball all the way to the majors. No one but him. He'd known since he was a kid that playing professionally was where the Lord wanted him. When he stepped onto the field, it wasn't about money or contracts or agents or fans. When it was just about playing ball, his heart opened. Fear disappeared. Mistakes and guilt were wiped from his mind. Anger and sorrow had no place inside him. He communed with the Lord of Heaven in those times, and hadn't been able to feel that way any other place. Was it a long road to the big leagues? Heck yeah. He was 30 years old and had languished in a farm system for years. The Cubs had traded him to the Redrocks in their inaugural year on a dime. For 10 years, he made peanuts during the season, crashing on his parents' couch during the off-season. His trust in himself and the Lord finally paid off, and he was living his dream. If he wanted the dream to continue, he needed to up his game. He grabbed the plastic bag off the bench. "I'm hitting the shower." "About time." Braden plugged his nose. Dustin contemplated flipping him off, but decided his mother had taught him better than that, too. Once alone, with empty shower stalls and a few sinks for company, he took a long, hard look at himself in the mirror. Not shaving was a tradition in the MLB. Guys started the season off with smooth cheeks and a pocket full of luck and ambition. By the end of the season, they were supposed to have a scraggly beard and a championship. Based on their record so far, the Redrocks weren't going to win the title. Their less-than-stellar record didn't mean Dustin couldn't start fresh. They didn't have a shot at the pennant, and no one on the team could point their finger at him and say he'd jinxed them. He could prove to himself and his family that baseball was the only career he needed and finally sell his half of the drywall company to his brother. He glanced at the razor in the plastic bag. There was no way the cheap blade would hold up against his facial hair. He'd have to wait to shave until he got home, but he would shave. Being paid like a Yankee started with believing he was worth a Yankee salary. And seeing was believing. He was going to be one clean-cut Redrock. Chapter 3. Clover pushed her chest forward and her shoulders back as she entered the posh Las Vegas club. There was so much to remember when wearing a tight-fitting dress. She felt like an imposter in a pair of borrowed high heels and perfume. She never wore perfume. Maddie'd spritzed it on her before they left the apartment, and it had made her sneeze 3 times. Though they lived in St. George, Vegas was the real singles scene. Only an hour away, the bright lights, loud music, and hordes of beautiful people lived up to every Elvis song she'd ever heard. The club scene was not her scene, but she'd promised Maddie a girls' night out, so here she was, trying not to sweat and ruin the coral fabric flowing around her body like a second skin. She'd been much more comfortable approaching the homeless man yesterday than she was approaching any of the slick men here tonight. Well, she was comfortable with the homeless man until their eyes met over the essentials bag. He had the most amazing eyes, green with browns and yellows mixed in. She could have stared into those eyes for hours. "I haven't been here before." Clover leaned toward Maddie to be heard over the pulsing music. "How much do I owe you for the cover?" "Nothing." Maddie waved her off. There were several swimming pools dotting the open-air restaurant and club, and fractals of light in blue, red, yellow, pink, and green sparkled over the undisturbed surfaces. The palm trees were beautiful, each one the same height with thick, manicured trunks. Plush leather seating rimmed the balcony. Behind them, the Eiffel Tower replica glowed, a shining star among many on the strip. "But this place is legit. It had to cost you." Maddie smiled and shook her head. "Ladies get in free tonight." She got on her tiptoes and scanned the area. "There's a table." "Come on, I'm starving." Maddie pulled her across a walkway spanning 2 pools to a round table high off the ground. There were no chairs, so the girls stood. Clover glanced at other people grouped around tables and eating. This was so weird. A waiter passed by them on his way to another table. Maddie tried to catch his eye, but he ignored her. Clover shrugged. She let her gaze wander around the trendy club. Women in expensive dresses, the fabrics rich, walked like runway models. Men in everything from jeans to suits waved short glasses full of amber liquid as they talked and laughed loudly. At the far end of the open-air space, the dance floor was hopping. Clover grinned. Dancing was something she was actually good at. She sidestepped to get a better look and saw a man come through the door. "Holy guacamole," she breathed, still staring at the Adonis. He had wavy, dark brown hair artfully tousled off his forehead. It was long enough to run her fingers through, and the waves would drop into his eyes. Her stomach flipped at the idea of being familiar enough with the man to touch him tenderly. Her skin flushed from her toes to her cheeks, and she grabbed Maddie's arm. He was a man among men with his nicely formed body, a jaw that could cut a 2x4, and shoulders so thick they could hold up the world for eons. "Holy hot guacamole," Maddie answered. "With cheese on top." Maddie turned to her and giggled. "What does that even mean?" Clover fanned her face. It means I'm melting like shredded cheddar over here. Mr. Hot Guacamole turned her way, and their eyes met. A jolt zipped through Clover, making her grab the edge of the table for support. His chin jerked back and his eyebrows lifted as if he recognized her, too. Too? Did she know him? Clover dropped her gaze. There was no way she knew that guy. She didn't know guys who were hotter than jalapenos, because they made her brain spark like a fork in the microwave. Maddie shook her arm. Do you know him? Clover cringed. I don't think so. She stole another look his way and found him talking to a server, pointing their direction. He has a friend, whispered Maddie, as if the men could hear them from 20 feet away with music piping through speakers placed strategically in the potted plants. Funny, Clover hadn't even noticed the other guy. She'd been unable to look beyond the hot guacamole. The two men smiled in their direction. Clover's legs went numb. Her mind couldn't connect with a single nerve ending in that area. For all she knew, she was floating. Are you sure you don't know him? Maddie squeaked. We moved around a lot. Clover turned her back. Please tell me he's not coming over here. There was no way Clover could handle a man with truckloads of sex appeal. She'd turn into a hot, messy puddle right there and ruin Maddie's shoes. Already her tongue was thick and clumsy, and she'd only looked at him. Heaven forbid she'd have to put two words together. A line of waiters arrived, filling their table with a variety of food and drawing their attention away from the men at the door. We didn't order this, Clover told one waiter. He ignored her and slid the platter of cold shrimp arranged beautifully in chopped celery pieces. She scowled as chips and several dips landed on the aged wood. Maddie's eyes grew as she looked over Clover's shoulder. What? He's coming over here. He is not. Clover grabbed Maddie's arm and tugged, ignoring the two servers trying to fit a platter of twice-baked potatoes on the already full tabletop. Don't tease me. I'm not. Maddie's eyes spoke volumes. Clover tried to pull herself together, but there were way too many parts strung about. Her brain was definitely in the clouds, and her stomach was doing somersaults. Excuse me. The voice was deep and calm and set her skin a-tingling. Clover turned slowly, making sure to use the table for support. It didn't wobble, thank goodness, because she did. Her eyes connected with his chest, and she slowly lifted them, taking in the view along the way. Hi. She cleared her throat, unsure if the word made it out of her mouth or not. He nodded. Their gaze held, scrumptious sensations overtaking Clover. She was most definitely befuddled. His friend, standing slightly behind and to the side, cleared his throat. Hottie Patati came to himself. Right. I noticed you didn't have any food, and I know it's hard to accept help, but people care about you. The words cleared Clover's head like a lawnmower, taking off all the sweet tips of her thoughts. She'd said the same phrase yesterday. To a man in an oversized, soiled hoodie and a broken shoe. You're the homeless guy, she blurted. His friend leaned forward, all bright white teeth, apple cheekbones, and mischief. Hi, I'm Braden Burks, and this is Dustin Colt, shortstop for the St. George Redrocks. Maddie smiled as she shook Braden's hand. A small noise escaped her teeth, something between a gasp and a sigh of pleasure. Clover's hands flew to her cheeks. Are you telling me I handed an essentials bag to a Major League Baseball player? She addressed Braden because looking at him didn't steal her breath away. Braden grinned. You made my day. You also got him to shave, something the team chaplain has been praying for all season long. Clover turned to Dustin. He certainly didn't look homeless tonight. Besides the high-end suit that fit him perfectly, he'd gotten a haircut. The skin along his jawline was a little lighter than the rest of his face, but the difference didn't take away from his downright gorgeousness. She stopped, unable to come up with an apology. I'm not sorry. She took a breath, ready to tell him that his transformation was totally worth the embarrassment heaped upon her. Dustin scowled and tapped the table with 2 fingers. I guess there's nothing else to say except enjoy your food. He strutted away like he'd won the division championship. Clover watched him walk all the way across the room, her eyes velcroed to his broad, muscular back. She wished she had a comeback to shock him into mutism. Turnabout was fair play, but Dustin Colt didn't play fair. A beautiful woman joined him and Braden, sliding her toned arm around Braden's shoulders and offering him a quick kiss on the cheek. Clover breathed a sigh of relief when she only nodded hello to Dustin. "What just happened?" asked Maddie. Clover stared at the food on the table. There was way more here than she and Maddie could eat in a week. What a waste. A group of women giggled as they walked by. "Hungry much?" asked one in a red dress that barely covered her assets. Clover's face heated as people around them pointed and whispered. They'd heard Dustin say something about her needing help. Years of being the kid in a dirty shirt and an empty stomach came rushing back. She threw a glare toward the dance floor. "What just happened was that I met the biggest jerk in baseball. Can you believe that guy, throwing his money in my face like this?" The butterflies, which had been pleasantly buzzing around inside, suddenly turned to fire, blazing through her blood. "Cutest jerk too," Maddie muttered. Clover ignored the comment. She scanned for Dustin, ready to smash one of these meals in his face. He was on the dance floor with two women doing their best to leave their DNA on his suit. Of course, she wouldn't expect anything less from a guy who thought the world revolved around him. Nope, just a jerk. Maddie rubbed her palms together over the meals and licked her lips. "Where do you want to start?" "You can have first pick." "I'd like to start by kicking him in his tight behind." Her eyes lit up. "Huh. You noticed his backside?" "Well, yeah, he was walking my favorite direction for guys like him away." Another round of waiters appeared, carrying trays loaded with plates. They stared at Clover as if she could magically make the table bigger. Maddie snorted a laugh. "Come on. Let's spend his money." She selected a shrimp, dipped it in the cocktail sauce, and popped the whole thing in her mouth. "You're right." Maddie picked up a plate of stuffed mushrooms and another with a variety of veggies and hummus and walked to the nearest table. "You guys having fun tonight?" The trio of buttoned-up corporate types grinned. "We are now that you're here," said the one in the middle. Clover smiled tightly, unsure if he expected her to flirt back or simply absorb the comment. Flirting wasn't an option because her brain was still working out something she could have said to Dustin. Why couldn't she come up with anything to zing him? She shifted her weight, wishing Dustin had kept his credit card to himself so she wouldn't have to make sure this food didn't go into the trash. "What you got there?" asked the one on the end. He wore a plaid shirt and a plain tie, opposite of the other two guys at the table, who wore plain shirts and plaid ties. She slid the plates onto the table. "Free food." "Thanks," they said almost in unison. "If you'll excuse me, I have more deliveries to make." The first server had placed his load in the spots she'd cleared. She tapped the edges of the plates to check for heat before picking them up. There was a rowdy group taking up two couches. She flagged the next waiter in line to follow her. The three guys winked as she walked by their table, and she smiled shyly in return. Maddie hoarded the shrimp platter and the chocolate sampler, but Clover was able to distribute the rest. They ended up with quite the crowd around their table, and Clover found herself relaxing as the food had made her instant friends. She took full credit, refusing to let Dustin get any more enjoyment out of his attempt to humiliate her. It wasn't until she was drowsing in the passenger seat on the ride home that her brain finally shook the befuddlement caused by Dustin Colt, and she had the perfect comeback. Next time, she promised herself. "I'll get him next time." Chapter 4. Dustin ducked into the team meeting right before the doors closed. He could feel Coach Wolf's eyes on him and worked to keep his poker face. A roster's worth of guys had commented about Dustin's new look. Every guy. He had been razzied to within an inch of his life in the parking lot by Ricky and Joe. Once inside, his bare chin became the hot topic. A man had to have thick skin to play this game. He'd taken it all in stride, even the jokes about being a mama's boy and a whipped pup in love with a new woman. While a certain woman may have been the initial motivation, she wasn't the reason. Wanting to impress Coach Wolf, who was clean-shaven, was the real reason he'd made a drastic improvement. With Wolf's eyes boring into his head, he kept his face passive. He couldn't let the coach know that he'd gotten inside his head. He searched for a seat and had a whole team staring at him like he was an alien in their midst. Their teasing was getting on his nerves. They had more important things to do than discuss his face. "What? Moonlighting much?" asked Juan Castillo, right fielder. Dustin froze, wondering if he had sheetrock dust on his black t-shirt. What makes you say that? You've got Extreme Makeover, MLB Edition written all over your face. The guys chuckled or threw pens and gum wrappers at Juan for his lame joke. Dustin relaxed. They wanted you, but I told them there was no pretty under your mane. He jerked his chin toward Juan. Juan ran his fingers through his shoulder-length hair, pausing to hold the pose he'd done for an underwear commercial. That's not what the ladies tell me. AJ Peck smacked the back of Juan's head amidst groans from the other players. Dustin took a seat near the back by Braden. They exchanged sups and chin jerks. Braden's girlfriend, Tilly, had met them at the club the other night. She admitted that clubs weren't her scene, so they ended up getting last-minute tickets to Cirque du Soleil's Michael Jackson performance. Tilly was big into rock climbing, working as a guide in Snow Canyon and other areas in Utah, so she had a whole different outlook on the trapeze and how much time and control it took to do the stunts. Coach Wolf called them to order. Before we prep for the Marlins, Sheila needs a minute. He motioned to the perky PR representative. She got to her feet, smoothing out her long, platinum hair and pressing her red lips together. Several of the guys let their eyes dance across her trim figure. Dustin closed his eyes, bringing up the image of the mystery woman from Saturday night. She'd been through a thorough spit and polish. Instead of her hair being up in a ponytail, it was smooth and shiny and moved like liquid. He could easily imagine it falling across his chest as she lay in his arms. Her olive skin was soft and luxurious. It was all he could do not to brush his fingers up her bare arm as he stared into her deep, golden eyes. Promoting goodwill in the local community, Sheila's throaty voice and a nudge from Braden brought Dustin out of his daydream. He did a lot of daydreaming about his Essentials girl, too much. He needed to keep his head in the game. One thing was certain, Gary Betts would love to take Dustin's place on the field. The guy warmed the bench during games, and he was hungry for a chance at shortstop. Not only was his replacement nipping at his cleats, Dustin's batting average was down. He'd been bumped to 9th in the lineup and wasn't happy about it. Not that he could blame Coach. His performance at the plate was the worst it had been since high school. Dustin didn't have anything against Gary, but he would do everything in his power to keep him on the bench, including banishing a vixen from his head. He tuned into what was going on around him and noticed the owner, Harper Wolf, daughter of previous owner, Jack Richmond's, step into the room. Harper was married to Coach Wolf. The two seemed like a good match, but it couldn't be easy working and living together. Of course, Mrs. Wolf was more involved with the day-to-day management of the team than most owners, but her father had set the example as owner before his death. Mrs. Wolf hung back, observing. Put your name on 3 lines, Sheila continued. You can choose 3 different charities or spend all 3 volunteer opportunities at the same one. She handed the clipboard and sign-up sheet to the nearest player. Dustin scowled. Sitting in the back was a mistake. He'd be lucky not to get the assignment to scrape gum off the stadium seats. What if I don't want to volunteer? Asked relief pitcher Turk Smith. Coach Wolf stood. Community involvement is our new mission. You can expect these opportunities, he leveled Smith with a don't challenge me look. To continue throughout your time with the Redrocks. I will excuse you from pregame on the days you volunteer. If your performance on the field suffers, you'll start postgame workouts to make up the time. As long as you play well and show up to your assignments, I'll be happy. A low grumble buzzed through the room. Dustin added to the noise. How was he supposed to volunteer, play baseball, and help his brother run a business? Sheila laced her shaking fingers together in front of her. Someone ought to give this woman a lesson about on-field composure. Dustin had noticed her weakness. All of them noticed, and some of the guys would pounce. A photographer will accompany you to your chosen venue, and we'll be using the photos in news releases and on social media. Sounds like a lot of work, groused Smith. Don't worry, called Mrs. Wolf from behind Dustin. The sound of heads whipping toward the back of the room caused a hush over the team as they all looked at the woman who signed their paychecks. We won't ask you to write the news stories. All you have to do is show up and look happy about it. Now, there was a woman who knew how to keep her composure on the field. She met each challenging gaze with a slight lift of her eyebrow. The gesture was akin to a batter winking at the pitcher, begging him to throw his best stuff. Sufficiently subdued, Knowing this scheme was backed at the highest level, the guys passed the sign-up sheet around quickly. Brayden signed his name and handed it to Dustin with a smirk. Dustin braced himself to see what was left. There was one slot at the elementary school to talk about healthy living. That was fine. Kids were enthusiastic and easy to entertain. The other 2 open lines were under the local food pantry, the same one he'd been invited to visit as a patron. His mouth went dry, the taste of irony bitter on his tongue. "Are you kidding me?" Dustin muttered. Brayden leaned closer so he could talk without disrupting the last of Sheila's spiel. "You going to buy them 20 dinners too?" He smirked. Dustin shook his head. He'd been so embarrassed when he walked into the club and saw the woman who had mistaken him for a homeless man that he'd puffed himself up like a grizzly bear on the attack. He needed to save face and embarrass her as much as she'd embarrassed him. The idea to flood her table with food had come quickly, and he'd acted before thinking things through. Looking back on the night, he regretted his rash behavior. "Shut up." Brayden leaned against the chair, kicking one leg out in front of him. "Have you seen her?" he asked out of the side of his mouth. "Who?" Dustin wrote his name under the pantry, filling out his required 3 slots. Good thing he already had the address. The girl, she was fine. Dustin had noticed her graceful arms and silky skin, but he didn't like knowing Brayden had noticed too. He ground his teeth. "Haven't seen her. Maybe she'll be at the shelter." Sheila handed the floor back to Coach. She made her way to Dustin and held out her hand for the clipboard. Her smile never faltered. Good for her, she was learning how to keep the game face in place. Dustin handed it back and smiled encouragingly. Coach had the tech guy bring up film of the Marlins, and they got to work dissecting the team, looking for weaknesses. Rex Barnes, the Redrocks' catcher, had a tattered notebook open on his lap and a mechanical pencil between his teeth. He kept his own notes on players, probably had the whole thing memorized. Even though he was retiring at the end of the season, he didn't float his time. Dustin leaned forward in his seat, intent on kicking up his game. Practice on the field wasn't the only way to improve. Strategy started long before the national anthem played. Try as he might, he couldn't get his brain to fully focus on the Marlins. The Redrocks were headed out of town for a 7-day road trip, but Dustin knew he was going to see her again. His whole body hummed with the knowledge as surely as it had hummed when their eyes met on Saturday night, and he imagined the feel of her skin against his. Chapter 5. A week passed by, and Clover could say she hadn't thought about Dustin Colt, or his giant ego, in 7 days. She could say she hadn't thought of several ways she could have gotten back at him for his prank at the club. She could say she hadn't come up with 11 zingers so quickly he wouldn't see them coming. And she could say she hadn't thought about his smooth cheeks, wavy hair, and darn nice backside. But if she said any of those things, she'd be lying. She didn't like to lie, so she didn't say anything at all. If Maddie brought up Dustin, Clover quickly changed the subject. What disturbed her about the whole situation was how it pushed her from a companionable, sweet person to an individual with less than Christian thoughts toward another person. She'd worked hard to shed the outer shell she'd put on to survive growing up, and here she was throwing on armor and thinking things that Moses wouldn't approve of. Not that she hated Dustin. Hate was such a fierce word, and she could overcome the sense of dislike if she never had to see him face to face again. The most unsettling feelings she had were in line with Moses' number 10 sin of coveting people you shouldn't covet. Dustin had this magnetism that pulled her thoughts in directions they shouldn't travel. Pastor Paul wouldn't commend her for her desires if he counted wondering what Dustin's smooth cheek would feel like against her cheek lusting. Which she was pretty sure he didn't. Or wouldn't. If she ever told a pastor about those things. Thank heavens she wasn't Catholic. Her face burned with embarrassment at the idea of telling Maddie where she spent most of her daydreams. Confessing her longings to Pastor Paul was unthinkable. The reason her unchristian-like thoughts bothered her enough to disturb her sleep and distract her mind was that she firmly believed that what you put out into the world came back to you. Her mother had been a free spirit, okay? She was a gypsy. Free spirit was less judgy, and her mom had been all about no judgment, but there was no denying the gypsy blood in her veins. She'd carted Clover from one end of the country to the other, hitting the lower states in the winter because they often slept outside. School wasn't an issue. Rainbow, yes, her mother's name was Rainbow, taught Clover to read and write and do basic math. They didn't have a lot of books, but they spent time in libraries because they were climate-controlled and entertaining. When Clover was 18, Rainbow had flapped her hands like wings and told her daughter it was her time to fly. The next morning, Rainbow Journey was gone, and Clover was on her own. If it hadn't been for Pastor Paul and his wife who started the soup kitchen, Clover would be the one asking for a free meal instead of the one prepping for them. The official name of the charity was the Pantry. Clover had wandered in, hungry and abandoned, and she'd received a meal and a word of encouragement. Over time, Pastor Paul and Jane Stana took her in and helped her get her GED. She was the only part-time employee on staff. The pantry survived on government subsidies and donations. Jane worked as the manager, allowing Paul time to shepherd a congregation. Jane often checked with the local elementary schools and invited children and their families on the free lunch program to the shelter on the weekends. That made Saturdays and Sundays extra busy, but no one seemed to mind. Today was a Wednesday, one of the slower days of the week. Because it was slow, Clover liked to bring in a couple loaves of bread and some peanut butter and jelly and make sandwiches for the little ones to take with them. She hated the idea of a child going hungry because she remembered well the raw ache and lethargy that had plagued her childhood. Thanks to Dustin's stunt at the club, the feelings were fresh and her heart was extra tender. She juggled the grocery bags as she reached for the door, the bread bags poking out the top and blocking her view. "Here, let me help you with that," said a deep voice. The baritone triggered a womanly instinct, making her want to reply in a sultry southern accent and bat her eyelashes. She hid behind the grocery bags and said, "Thanks." The door whooshed open, the cool air sending goosebumps over her skin. Her rescuer took 2 bags out of her arms, allowing her to see clearly. Her mouth fell open, and she snapped it shut. Dustin Colt stood there, looking like the cat who caught the canary. Had her hands been free, she would have yanked the grocery bags right out of his arms. Dustin didn't look at all upset to be face-to-face again. He should be quaking in his pristine running shoes after the way he'd treated her. Throwing money around like it was chalk dust and walking away before hearing her out was just plain rude. Well, she was no songbird, and she wasn't about to chirp a merry little tune for Mr. Big Shot. "Come for your free meal?" She nettled him. It wasn't quite the jab she'd thought up the other night, but it would work. A sense of vindication filled her. She'd managed to keep her wits even though his glorious green eyes warmed her insides like fondue. He beamed. "I'm not here to eat. I'm volunteering." She glided around him. "I'm happy to see the essentials bag worked in some way." His smile dropped. "I'm not here because of you." Pleased that she'd broken through his smugness, she smiled. "Good, because I don't have time to hold your hand." "You wish you could hold my hand." His cocky grin was back in place. Not even a little bit, she shot right back. Jane appeared, her short black hair doing a funky swoop up off her forehead. "Oh, good, you're both here. Clover, meet Dustin Colt, shortstop for the Redrocks." "Dustin, this is Clover." Jane practically burst out of her skin with excitement. Clover gave her a tight smile and a small nod to acknowledge the introduction. The Redrocks have organized a community outreach program, and Dustin specifically asked to work here. I'll bet he did. Clover shot Dustin a smug look of her own. Didn't come here because of her, huh? He was so busted. He lifted one eyebrow in response, like a smolder. She'd known few men who could pull off an effective smolder. Most of them looked like they'd stepped in doggy doo-doo. Not Dustin. He was all bedroom eyes and scrumptiousness. Jane sighed like a schoolgirl. Clover ripped her eyes off of him. They resisted, but she insisted. "Will you give him a tour while I sign for the deliveries?" asked Jane. Clover would rather run her hand down a cheese grater, but this was Jane asking. Jane was the best. "Sure. Great. I'll see you both in the kitchen in a few minutes." Jane hurried to open the door for the delivery guy. "Well, looks like I'm stuck with you." Clover headed to the kitchen to unload her arms. She didn't bother to check if Dustin followed her. He did. She could feel him right on her heels. Personal space. Sheesh. Shoving the swinging door open with her hip, she asked, "Can you make a P-band, Jay?" Dustin set his bags on the stainless steel prep area. I'm not an idiot. You're a baller. He lowered his eyebrows. So, she prepared herself to deliver one of the zingers she'd come up with after leaving the club. So everyone knows professional ball players are little boys who don't want to grow up. Boom. He stared at her, a loaf of bread in his hands and his eyes full of hurt. The pain was so easy to read in his green pools of deliciousness that Clover immediately empathized, feeling the barb of her own insult. Her lack of kindness ate at her like a gremlin in her belly. Jane burst through the door. How's it going in here? Wonderful, Clover muttered at the same time Dustin cursed, brilliant. Okay, not much time for a tour, but enough time to say something stupid. Clover unpacked as quickly as she could. If she was going to have sandwiches put together and bagged, she'd have to hurry. Well, this is the kitchen, and you saw the shelves out front where we have canned and box goods for our patrons. There's a limit on what each person can take a day to ensure each person who comes and gets something. We eat on the tables to the left of the shelves. Dustin nodded while Jane spoke. Clover snuck a peek at him out of the corner of her eye. All traces of hurt were gone and Dustin was Mr. Business. Mr. Hot Guacamole Business. He shouldn't look that good in the middle of the day. Didn't ballplayers have to practice or something? Jane pointed to the swinging door. Your photographer is out there getting some shots of the place. She wants to start at the front of the store and then maybe get some action shots in the kitchen. Whatever works, Dustin said. So his volunteer time wasn't so much hands-on as it was say cheese. Figures, Clover said under her breath. Jane ushered Dustin to the door, and Clover sucked in air like she hadn't breathed the whole time he was here. Jane must have heard her hoover ing the oxygen, because she paused, her hand holding the door open. You go on ahead. I'll be right there. She smiled as she let the door swing shut behind Dustin before rounding on Clover. What is the deal? She hissed to keep her voice down. Clover threw her hand out to the side, pointing. He's a total fake. He doesn't care about what we do here. He's only here for, I don't know, his image or something. Jane pointed to her chest. I don't care, she whispered loudly. What? Clover shook her head like it was one of those games that come in a kid's meal with the BB that could only find home base if the player tipped the plastic board. He's not doing us any good. In fact, I'm behind. She threw her arms over the prep table to indicate the lack of sandwiches. He's doing us a world of good by being here. Our budget is always too small, and the kind of free publicity Dustin Colt can give us is exactly what we need right now. We can't wait for Christmas donations, Clover. People need to eat 365 days a year. Clover pressed her cool palm to her warm forehead. You're right. Can you please play nice with him while he's here? Jane's earnestness tugged at Clover's conscience. No matter what his contribution, Dustin was contributing. She should have been more gracious. And she would have been, had he not been a complete jerk the other night. Still, his misbehavior did not excuse her lack of grace. Yes, of course. She could do anything for an hour or two, especially for the pantry. Thank you. Jane blew her a kiss as she pushed her way into the guest area. Clover shook her head at herself. She was usually so zen and love your neighbor and do unto others. Dustin Colt brought out the worst in her. She could admit her part in their disagreements. There were always going to be certain personalities that didn't mix, and hers and Dustin's were like vinegar and oil. She sighed, looking at the sandwich fixings before hurrying to get the ground beef out of the fridge. They were serving spaghetti tonight, and she needed to get the meat browning. The ovens were behind a wall covered in metal sheets, and by the time she had the meat underway and rushed back to make sandwiches, Dustin and his photographer had moved into her territory. She huffed as Dustin made sandwich after sandwich while the photographer said inane things like, "This lighting is great for your skin tone," and "The ladies love a man who is good in the kitchen." Dustin glanced up to see Clover watching and winked. The effect was a total dry out of Clover's mouth. For the tiniest second, she agreed with the photographer. A man, especially one put together like Dustin, was hot in the kitchen. The sizzle of ground beef yanked her out of her hormone-induced stupor, and she ran back to the stove where she did her best to ignore Mr. Baseball and his photo op until he finally left and she could relax. Being near him had her on edge. She fanned her overheated face, thanking the heavens that encounter was over and hoping she'd never have to see him again. Chapter 6. Dustin threw himself onto his stomach and blinked dirt. He heard the ball hit the second baseman's glove and felt it come down on his forearms. His hands were firmly planted on the base. "Safe," called the second base umpire. Grinning, Dustin called time and hopped to his feet, brushing the red dirt off the front of his white uniform. Sweet. 2 doubles and a single. I'm back on my game. He'd already been around the bases a couple times, earning 2 of the 4 runs on the board. Not too bad for the guy batting 9th in the lineup. That's right, Gary. You're sitting out another game. He grinned, thriving on the competition with his teammate. The Phillies pitcher waited for the sign from the catcher. The game was back on. Clapping his hands, Dustin sidestepped to the right and took his lead. Third base was empty and calling his name. They had a not to give, but he wanted a run, so he was careful. Juan Castillo cracked off the first shot to left field. It was almost to the stands. Dustin wasn't watching the ball. He was watching the third base coach, who was swinging his arm like a windmill, sending Dustin home. The crowd cheered as Dustin's size 11 cleat smacked the plate. He bumped fists and took smacks on the back. Andre Murphy rubbed Dustin's bare cheeks and laughed. "You should have shaved 2 weeks ago, bro." Dustin shoved him off with a laugh and found his spot on the bench next to Braden. They bumped elbows and then fists. Nice. Braden fanned Dustin like he was too hot. Braden had pitched the first 6 innings and was cooling his heels in the dugout, watching the relief pitchers do their job. Dustin laughed. "You know it. What did you eat for lunch? 'Cause I gotta get me some." Dustin shook his head, thinking of his crazy afternoon arguing with Clover. Learning her real name had been the only good thing to come out of their conversation. She'd been prickly. "I had a PB&J at the soup kitchen." "You what?" Braden screwed up his face for a second, and then he brightened. "Was the hot chick there?" The bat boy offered Dustin a water bottle, and he accepted it, downing half the liquid in an effort to get the taste of dirt out of his mouth before he answered Braden. "First off, she's not that hot. Second, she insulted pretty much the team and the MLB, and then she ignored me." Maddox struck out and cursed loud enough for the fans on the 10th row to hear. Tugging his hat down, he slunk back to the dugout. They still had 1 out to go and a guy on second. Dustin squelched the urge to reach for his mitt. He wasn't going to curse Travis's at-bat by forecasting an out. For all he knew, Travis would be the first of 7 hits, and he'd be up again this inning. If not, the game would be over and they'd start the post-game circus of interviews. "What did she say?" asked Dustin. "She called us eternal children who didn't want to grow up." Braden leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees. He took a moment to spit a mouthful of sunflower seed shells on the ground. "I take it you didn't apologize for the other night." "Why should I apologize?" "You embarrassed her." Dustin remembered the way color had spread across her cheeks. She'd been pretty in the black dress with legs that went on forever, but when her cheeks colored, she was breathtaking. She'd certainly stolen his breath away. So much so that he'd almost forgotten about the food he'd ordered and would have asked her to dance if Braden hadn't stepped in and introduced them. The more he thought about her in the black dress, the less focused he felt. His hands grew moist, and he wiped them on his pants. Change of subject. "Fine. You owe her." Dustin sputtered. "Do not. She got you to shave, and you've hit better tonight than you have in a month." "Yep," said the hitting coach from his spot by the bat stand. Dustin eyed him for a minute. He was facing the field, watching with the eyes of an eagle for slight changes in the batters, from the way they pulled the bat to their hand position to foot placement. The dugout wasn't that big. Dustin should have assumed someone was listening. He didn't mind them hearing about Clover. There weren't many secrets between the players when it came to women, but to have him comment on the improvement to Dustin's hitting meant Dustin had been doing really bad before. He wondered how close they'd been to benching him before glaring at Braden. "Want to know what I think?" Coach Santa Cruz spit out a mouthful of sunflower seed shells. Dustin clenched his jaw shut to keep it from hitting the ground. Santa Cruz never talked to him during the game. He didn't wait for Dustin to answer. "I think you're working so hard to get this girl out of your head that you're hyper-focused on the game." He hadn't moved from his sentry position with his arms crossed and a package of seeds within arm's reach. Dustin bounced his fist on the bench, trying not to be totally weirded out by the friendly, conversational tone from the man who'd once asked him if he'd taken money from the other team to swing at the worst pitch ever thrown in the history of baseball. He stared at Santa Cruz's back, waiting to see if there was more before reluctantly saying, "Maybe." "I'm not complaining," said Santa Cruz. He turned back to the game and pretended to ignore Dustin and Braden again. Dustin widened his eyes at Braden, silently asking, "What the heck was that?" Braden stifled his snickers with a handful of big league bubble gum and cleared his throat a couple times. They took a mutual vow of silence for the rest of the game. Dads was on first, and Heath Darcy was at the plate. 1 strike, 2 balls. Dustin grabbed a handful of bubble gum and got to work on it while his head worked over what Coach had said. Reluctantly, Dustin admitted Coach wasn't wrong. He'd worked hard to put thoughts of Clover on the shelf. He'd had to. She'd gotten into his head this afternoon, and he didn't have time to figure out why. So, instead of analyzing the situation with the team psychologist, because there hadn't been time for a feelings fest with the shrink, and he wasn't the type to lay his thoughts out there anyway, he'd focused on the game. Dustin couldn't complain about his performance either. Tonight was the first night he'd felt love for the game in a long time. Before his brother picked up his family and business and moved them all to St. George, Dustin played every game with this much intensity. Now he was pulled in so many directions that he couldn't give his all to anything. When he got up to the plate, he'd wanted to crush the ball. To show Clover baseball was work. He'd worked darn hard tonight, mentally and physically, and it had paid off. Braden grasped both ends of the bat and swung it over his head, stretching his shoulders. She was cute, though, in a low-key way. Instead of agreeing, Dustin said, "You like low-key." "That I do." Braden had been dating a girl they'd met when Coach Wolf took them all rappelling. Dustin wasn't into the heights and stuck to a shorter cliff. Braden was all over the thrill of hanging by a thin rope over possible death. Dustin suspected Braden was exploring his new hobby and a more solid relationship with Tilly. He changed when she was around, lit up, acted more mature, more content. Heath hit a single to the right and chugged it to first base. Safe by a nickel, he called time so he could take off his batting gloves and shin guards and give them to the bat boy. "You going back to the shelter?" Braden asked, chomping away at his bubble gum like a kid on the playground. "Have to," Dustin grunted. "Tell her I said hi." Braden grinned over his shoulder as he dug through the sports drink cooler and grabbed a fruit punch. Dustin glared after him, a strange sense of unease making him itch all the way down his back. Braden already had a girl. He didn't need Clover, too. Dustin shifted in his seat. Clover wasn't Braden's type with her long, wavy hair and big eyes. She was all hometown innocence and unknown beauty. She carried herself with confidence, and yet there was a hesitancy, like she wasn't sure she fit in. She hadn't fit in at the club. He'd spotted her the moment he walked in, zeroing in on her like she'd been standing under a spotlight. It was that darn innocence wrapped around her like a coat of jewels that made her sparkle, drawing Dustin under her spell. Apparently, she'd caught Braden in her net too. The pile of crap had a girlfriend. What was he doing checking out Clover? Dustin had no trouble telling the guy to keep his eyes to himself. He did have a problem playing matchmaker. "Say hi for Braden?" "Not on your life." If Braden wanted to date Clover, he'd have to go through Dustin. That didn't sound right. Dustin shrugged, not caring how it sounded in his head as long as the result was the same. Devin Capiro hit a line drive to the shortstop, and the game was over. Dustin exploded off the bench with the team, flooding home plate and bouncing off bodies in celebration. Redrocks won 7-4. The guys pounded one another on the back and used towels to make shaving cream pies, which they smashed in one another's faces. Dustin did a quick interview on the field for the local news and headed for the locker room. He loved the Redrocks locker room with freshly laundered uniforms hanging on wooden pegs and cleats tucked into the bottom of open lockers. Red benches and high-gloss paint on the walls gave the impression of shiny and new, and it stayed new. Harper Wolf insisted on quality. Coach Santa Cruz winked as he walked by. "Keep doing what you're doing, Colt." Dustin nodded, but his insides churned. He knew exactly what the coach meant. He wanted a repeat of tonight at their next game. What coach hadn't said, but Dustin felt all the way down to his slightly sweaty socks, was the or else. Changing into an old pair of jeans and a t-shirt so he could sheetrock for the next 5 hours had him in knots. Good game. Gary Betts patted Dustin on the shoulder as he left, his clean uniform hanging in his locker. Dustin chewed his lip. He was going to have to perform at the same level in the game tomorrow on only a few hours of sleep. The knowledge was like carrying a heavy pack. He'd have to figure out a way to get pumped before the game. No matter what it took, he needed to lay it all on the field, or he might not have a spot on the team next season. Chapter 7. Clover pulled into the pantry parking lot and rolled her eyes at the sight of the shiny red sports car parked in the corner. "He's back," she said in a creepy voice. No doubt Dustin would be full of himself after hitting 2 doubles and scoring 2 runs the night before. The game had been on in the lobby at the hotel where she worked. Okay, she'd turned the game on. It wasn't like being on a first-name basis with people who were on television was normal for her. Not that Dustin was as cool as he thought he was, but still. With a hearty sigh, she headed into the building, determined to be a little nicer to him today. The pantry needed all the free press it could get. Most of St. George didn't realize they were here. Spreading the word about the pantry was the main reason she gave out the essentials bags. If people knew where to get nutritious food, she knew they'd come. And others would help. People were good. Yes, there were a few who were completely self-absorbed or miserly, but most were open to an opportunity to help their fellow man. They needed to know where to put their time and resources. Clover stepped inside to find Dustin playing catch with Demarius. Her heart melted at the sight of the brown-haired, brown-eyed boy grinning from ear to ear. He was missing a front tooth and had a hole in the knee of his jeans. His right shoelace untied as he chased after a ball he missed. Demarius's mom, Serena, was answering the photographer's questions, her eyes tight. Serena's husband was a mean drunk. The last time he'd erupted on his little family, Serena took off. Not even Clover or Jane knew where she was staying, and her visits to the soup kitchen were at uneven intervals. She insisted that she only came to for Demarius. Jane always slipped in some scented body wash or chapstick or a shirt for Serena, so she felt taken care of, too. The photographer showed Serena the screen. "See, I only got him from the back. No one will recognize him. Is that okay?" Her forehead smoothed. "Thank you." "Sure." He put the lens cover on. "I think we're good here." Dustin hung onto the ball and hunkered down to talk to Demarius. He glanced over and his eyes caught Clover's. His face brightened and her heart jumped. His smile couldn't have been just for her, but it sure felt that way. He looked good in a pair of basketball shorts and a tight tee pulled across his very nice chest. His hair was damp, and she wondered what his morning was like and if he smelled like soap. She adored the smell of soap. Clover rolled her eyes at herself and made her way over to talk to Serena. She had to pull her hands into fists and focus on her nails, biting into her skin to keep from looking back at him. She swore she could feel his eyes on her like he had laser vision or something. "Hey." She reached out and hugged Serena. "How are you guys doing?" Serena smiled. "Fine." Her smile fought to stay in place but wilted. "I'm tired. Tired of running away." "I know." Clover gave her a side hug. "You're so brave, Serena." "It's hard, but you're a fantastic mom. When I watch you with Demarius, I know you were put in his life for a reason." Serena wiped at the moisture in the corner of her eyes. "I swear, Clover, you know exactly what to say to get me through another day." Clover hugged her again. "I'll keep praying for you too, if that's all right. I'll take all the help I can get." Serena returned her hug. "I won't keep you. I know you've got important work to do." Clover waved to Demarius, ignoring the handsome guy showing him how to grip a baseball. His little fingers barely covered the space from seam to seam. "Come see me before you go, okay? I have a treat for you." She kept a box of Hostess cupcakes in the kitchen for such occasions. Demarius nodded shyly. "Do you have one for me too?" asked Dustin. His mouth twisted in a lopsided, goofy smile. Clover nodded dumbly and stumbled through the swinging door. What she wouldn't give to be able to sound normal in front of Dustin. Her whole face was on fire with humiliation. Thankfully, the kitchen was a ghost town. Jane had put pork roasts in the slow cookers that morning, and the smell was incredible, light spice and a little sweet. Clover took a deep breath. She was in charge of the coleslaw and slicing buns. They wouldn't have leftovers tonight, not when it smelled so good. She washed her hands and put on an apron before retrieving the cabbage. She'd thinly sliced one head and was starting on a second when Dustin came through the swinging door. He filled the whole doorway with his muscles and his presence. Clover jerked her chin in greeting. She had a large knife in her hand and needed to concentrate. Just because he'd been nice to Demarius in front of the camera didn't mean he was a nice guy. He leaned against the door jamb, all chill, acting like he was eye candy. Okay, he might be easy on the eyes, but the fact that he knew he was handsome negated any yuminess he possessed. Whatever. Seeing Demarius must have softened her up, because she was having all sorts of softening in her knees when she looked at Dustin. That just wouldn't do. Is recess over already? She sent him a verbal jab, hoping to keep him away from her. Many times on the streets, a first attack had spared her from pain. Though what type of pain she was trying to save herself from with Dustin, she wasn't quite sure. His green eyes had a way of seeing right through her bluster, which made her feel vulnerable. She detested vulnerability and became even more agitated. He took an apron off the hook by the door. The darn thing looked fantastic on him. The bell rang. He washed his hands and sidled up next to her. She caught the clean smell of him. His skin gave off a slight musk, tickled her senses, and filled her brain with his scent. You'd better skedaddle on back to class, Peter Pan. You're funny. He scooped up handfuls of the chopped cabbage and dropped it into the giant stainless steel bowl in front of her. His arm brushed hers, and their hips bumped. Clover gritted her teeth against the thrills shooting through her belly. I'm a regular Tina Fey. I like Tina Fey. He continued to work alongside her. Right alongside her. Clover shifted her weight so there was space between them. He was making her think more about him than about what they were doing. You probably know Tina Fey. He smiled, and she was dazzled. Never met her. That's a shame. She searched his green eyes, sensing there was more to him than she could find in that one brief moment. He tickled her side, and she jumped. My agent might be able to set something up, though. There he went, throwing his fame in her face like it grew on the field and simply needed to be scooped up. She turned away from him, still shaken by the current that launched through her at his touch. You should get on that. She tossed her hand towards the door. Go make a phone call or something, big shot. He turned to face her and leaned his hip against the counter. I think I'll stick around. And watch me do all the work. She chopped mercilessly at the cabbage. If you insist. You're such a child. You're bossy. She blinked. You're pretentious. You're a snob, he shot back. She set the knife down and turned to face him. I'm too poor to be a snob. It's all in the attitude. Her frustration grew. She turned back and scooped up the last of the cabbage. I don't have an attitude. You're oozing with it. You're oozing with pheromones. His eyebrows shot up, and her face burned red. She hadn't meant to say that. It's annoying. A small smile appeared on his lips, and Clover noticed how the lower lip was fuller than the upper lip. She briefly wondered how that bottom lip would feel against hers. Her eyes jumped from his lips to his eyes, and she found a hint of mischief there. On my gosh. You're arguing with me on purpose. Does that make you angry? He brushed the back of his fingers across her flaming cheek. She should have jerked away, but the caress was soft and tender, something she hadn't experienced often in her life. Desire and a need for stolen kisses and whispered promises sprang to life. You. The swinging door bounced open. Hey, Dustin, can we get a shot of you in front of the building? Jane pulled up short. Her attention tiptoed back and forth between the two of them standing so close. You bet. Dustin peeled himself away from her, Clover feeling every millimeter of space. He disappeared through the door, still wearing the apron. Jane lifted both her hands, silently asking what was going. Clover picked up the butcher knife and pointed it at the door. He came in here to pick a fight with me. She closed her eyes, willing her face to cool off. There is something wrong with that man. From where I was standing, it looked like there was something right with him, too. Jane winked and hurried after Dustin. Clover reached for the carrots, ready to chop them into tiny bits. She replayed the last 15 minutes in her head, pausing at the moment when Dustin's fingers had touched her face. Time slowed, stopped, and then spun in giddy circles. It was a good thing Dustin was all about money and fame, otherwise, she might let herself like him. Chapter 8. Dustin stared down the pitcher, watching his right hand, checking the grip on the ball before he put it in his glove. Somewhere inside, instinct kicked in, and Dustin read high fastball in Sea Dog's posture. He loaded his bat and tightened his core muscles, ready to turn on that ball and send it flying. Somewhere in the back of his head came the thought that a major league fastball moved faster than the eye could see. That's why so many guys struck out looking. They couldn't see the ball change directions as it came toward them. He'd studied pitching with a passion his whole life. He'd lived for YouTube videos that explained the physics behind ball movement. He'd watched interviews with pitching coaches and lapped up every drop of knowledge, anything that would give him an edge as a pitcher in high school. When he got to college, it was evident that he couldn't throw like the other guys, so he switched to shortstop, his lightning-fast reflexes quickly earning the attention of major league scouts. But at this moment, he saw the ball leave Sea Dog's fingers, saw him prostrate his ring finger, and put a little spin on the ball. He pulled his arms across his body, and at the last second, he pushed his wrists forward, sending the barrel over the edge of the plate. Pop! Dustin's hands vibrated the most beautiful music a batter can hear, the song sung by a home run ball as it came off the end of a Louisville slugger. He stared after the ball, watching it go right over the stands, landing somewhere in a field of cactus and sagebrush. With his arms over his head in victory, Dustin hopped and skipped to first base before breaking into a jog to tap second and third. The dugout emptied as he ran, his teammates clapping and waving him home. When he stomped on home plate, they tackled him, laughing, whooping, and yanking on his shirt. He couldn't quit smiling. He rode the team wave back into the dugout and then was forced out to wave his hat to the crowd. "Go on. It's your first home run," said Braden with a shove. Dustin knew no one expected him to hit a home run. He was batting ninth, for goodness sakes. He'd make all the major sports shows tonight. They'd joke about him batting ninth and pulling that one out of his back pocket, projecting it as a lucky hit. He didn't care. He waved his hat and grinned like a fool. Later that night, after the hordes of reporters finally left him alone and he had a chance to sit down, Coach Santa Cruz straddled the bench. His scruffy cheek poked out with a wad of sunflower seeds. He used to chew tobacco old school-like, but he lost 2 teeth and decided to quit. He said his face didn't know what to do when it didn't have a chunk of something in there. Made him think better. "You're dialed in." Coach tapped his temple. "I am. Is it the girl?" He tipped his head forward. A grin stole across Dustin's face as he thought about how easily he'd gotten under Clover's skin. Their back and forth, the name-calling. And how she'd flushed at his touch. He'd liked that part most. "It's not like you're thinking. Or like I'm thinking." Clover didn't want to have anything to do with him and his pheromones. He bit back a chuckle. He'd have to tease her about that one. "Whatever it is, don't change a thing." Dustin nodded. "Don't plan to." "All right to you then." Coach groaned at his feet. He spit the shells in a garbage can as he walked by and was already reaching into his back pocket for the bag, ready to refill his cheek. Dustin stared at the doors where the coach had disappeared. Today was his last day volunteering at the pantry. He needed a new excuse to see Clover. He was finally playing ball like he was meant to play, and he wasn't about to give that up. If arguing with a feisty woman in an apron made that happen, then he'd have to argue with her again. Chapter 9. Clover stapled the hotel's evening receipts together and placed them in the manager's inbox. Friday nights were always busy in St. George, but with the Phillies in town, they were booked out. Most of their guests were at the game, so she turned it on in the lobby to give her and Maddie warning before they returned and flooded the hotel with requests for replacement key cards and extra pillows and towels. Dustin hadn't come into the pantry that day, which was a relief as much as it was a disappointment. She'd watched the game. He had a couple of great plays, one of them a dive to his belly to catch a ball and get the out. And then there was that home run. Clover had done a double fist pump before she remembered that she was mad at the guy. Baseball was seeping into her bones, and she wasn't sure how she felt about falling for the sport when inevitable heartache would be involved. Tonight, she had the sound off, but found herself staring at the screen more often than not. Maddie had started as a maid and occasionally took a front desk shift. She was studying hotel management, so when she was hired, she told them to train her for all positions. One day, she'd own her own hotel. However, she had to start at the bottom, so Maddie took the night shifts with Clover until a daytime position opened up. What would have been torture for an employee with a family was a great time for the women to catch up on their friendship. They worked well and always put their conversations lower on the priority list than helping guests, so the work got done. Clover didn't mind the night shift. She'd always been a night owl. It probably came from sleeping in shelters, where her mom would tell her to stick close and not disappear in the night. She'd never slept well until the general rustling had settled. Even then, if someone got up to go to the bathroom, her eyes popped open and her breathing became harsh and loud in her own ears. With the lull in activity, Clover was filling Maddie in on what had happened with Dustin at the pantry. It was like he enjoyed making me angry. She grabbed a container of disinfectant wipes and started moving things on the desk so she could clean it off. Sweetie, it couldn't have been that bad. It was. I swear. She held up a hand as if she were being put under oath. He called me a snob and bossy and other things I can't remember, and he smiled the whole time. It was like talking to a 7-year-old. Really? How old is he really? 32, Clover answered. She scrubbed at a sticky spot, thinking about the spark of mischief in Dustin's eye and how she'd like to get into mischief with him. She yanked her thoughts away from that and found Maddie looking at her with raised eyebrows. What? You know. She did. But she wasn't going to admit behaving like a stalker fan who had Googled his stats. I blame his bad behavior on his bank account. No one can make that much money and remain unaffected. I'd like to be affected by a couple $100,000 a year, Maddie quipped. I can't even imagine having money like that. Most people can't imagine playing a game for a living either. It can't be all kicking daisies. I mean, look at those guys. Maddie tossed her head toward the screen. They look like they work hard. Clover didn't have to look at the television to know what kind of muscles being a major league ballplayer created. Those muscles had brushed up against her less than 24 hours ago and was still reeling from the sensations Dustin created. Maddie wasn't done pleading Dustin's case. How many games do they play a year? Irked that her best friend was defending the very guy they were supposed to be roasting right now, Clover replied, "How would I know? I heard baseball players have the longest season out of all professional ball players." She shrugged. For guys who play a game for a living, they take it seriously. She picked up a stack of towels with a green stripe down the middle. I'm taking these to the pool. I'll be back in a minute. 'Kay. Clover waited for Maddie to disappear down the hall before dropping into her chair and attacking the keyboard. How many games does an MLB team have a year? She muttered as she typed into the search bar. A list of sites appeared. She clicked on the first link, desperate to complete her search before Maddie returned. 180 games with 3 months off between seasons, and pitchers report for spring training early. She paused to listen for Maddie. When she didn't hear footsteps on the tiled hallway, she clicked on the link at the bottom of the article about a day in the life of a professional ballplayer. They reported for a night game before noon. She ticked off the hours on her fingers, figuring the players were lucky to get 8 hours of sleep. The general pregame workout included batting practice, watching film, workouts, and going over stats. Huh, she said. Playing baseball wasn't a job. It was life. For 9 months out of the year, assuming the team didn't make it to the playoffs, Dustin was at the mercy of the team's schedule. He moved around as much as Clover and her mom had when Clover was growing up. She smoothed down her hair. She'd called Dustin a Peter Pan, but he was more like a gypsy. For some reason, she liked him all the more for that. She clicked off the website and cleaned with a vengeance. It didn't matter if she liked him. She'd never see the guy again unless she was watching him on television. In the same moment she had that thought, the camera zoomed in on the dugout, and Dustin smiled like he was smiling right at her. She shook off the fanciful thoughts and got back to work. Chapter 10. Dustin unlatched his watch. He only wore the thing to church, so it still looked brand new. Not that he avoided church, his game schedule made it difficult to get but in a pew on a regular basis. If he was out of town on a Sunday, he'd listen to a Christian rock station on iHeartRadio and bring a bit of Jesus into his week. He made it to the early service and had the pleasure of sitting next to his mom and dad. They liked to have church over by 10 so they could get home and prepare a big family dinner. The church wasn't anything fancy, just an off-white stucco building with a dark wooden cross over the door. If he had to give a comparison, he'd say it looked like a Spanish mission on the outside. The inside was worn wooden floors and nicked and scratched wooden pews. The same pews that supported wedding guests, believers in Christ, searchers for truth, mourning funeral guests, and the occasional lost sheep. Long, skinny windows punctuated the walls, allowing natural light to cut through the otherwise dim interior. Dustin missed a lot of those family dinners, too, and Mom liked to poke him about it now and then. She let him off the hook this week because he'd hit a home run and family had called from all over the U.S. to congratulate her. She was perched like a robin over a nest of eggs in the pew, with Dustin's brother and his family sitting in front of them. Mom looked pretty in her dress with the big colorful flowers all over it, and he told her as much and kissed her cheek in hello. It's so good to see my boy. Your Uncle Steven sends his love and asked if he could have the home run ball. Dustin chuckled. Sorry, I hid it into the sagebrush. It's gone. She'd sked. It's just as well. He'd probably sell it on eBay. She patted his leg. Now, there are several young ladies here who wouldn't mind an introduction to my famous, single son. Dustin leaned back, grateful for the sturdy seat. His mother knew how to set him off his game. Mom, not today. I came to hear a sermon, not get set up on a blind date. Give me a break, please. If I can find you a beautiful woman and get you off the ball field, I can die at peace, she'd said while patting his leg. The familiar tension built behind Dustin's left eye. I'm not leaving baseball, Mom. Not yet. Every player retires eventually. I want you to do it while you're still young enough to give me grandbabies. What? For isn't enough. He motioned to his nieces and nephews poking one another in front of them. I could never have enough. She used the weekly announcement sheet to fan herself. Dustin withdrew himself from the conversation. There was no point in fighting a battle he wasn't going to win. His parents saw baseball the same way Clover saw baseball. The knowledge hit him like a revelation. No wonder Clover calling him Peter Pan bothered him so much. His parents had been telling him to grow up for a long time. He wasn't opposed to marriage and family. Some of the players on the team were married with kids, but most of the guys were single, not wanting to settle down because their lives could change in an instant. Dustin opted for avoidance. You're nowhere near dying, Mom. He shook his head. His mom had the same soft black hair she'd had since the day he was born, and her skin was plump and soft with nary a wrinkle. He prayed he aged as well as his mother, because next to her, his dad looked like a raisin. The choir began the opening song, and Dustin settled in to listen and get a little peace in his week. He had a lot more downtime when the team traveled, but when they were at home, he hardly had time to breathe. This moment was a gift, and he intended to enjoy it. When the sermon was over, he stood with his family and exchanged hugs. The phone rang, taking Dustin away from the ribbing his dad was giving his brother. His agent's face beamed up at him from the screen. With a quick check of the time and a wave goodbye to his family, he hurried to the back of the room and answered with, "Either you've got good news or I'm in big trouble." Reed laughed. "You're a barrel of monkeys, man. What's up?" "It just so happens that I do have good news. Your social media pages are exploding." Dustin headed toward the parking lot, loosening his tie as he walked. He had an hour to get to the stadium. Their last game against the Phillies started at 5. Home runs are big news. No, man, it's these pics of you at the homeless shelter. It's more of a soup kitchen. Dustin paused at his car, not sure why he'd bothered to correct Reed. Whatever. You should look into donating to them. Monthly. The tax benefits are substantial, and it's doing good things for your image. Get lots of pictures. The better you look now, the easier it will be to get a contract with a new team next summer. Dustin threw his tie into the back seat and shrugged out of his jacket. He knew there were politics involved in getting on a team with a bigger payroll, but the idea of using the pantry to further his career didn't sit right. What would Clover think about that? He rubbed his face. Clover wasn't part of this, and yet he had a hard time separating her from the pantry. Let me think on it. Don't think too long. The fiscal year is almost up. Okay. He said goodbye and tossed his phone on the passenger seat. He had a game to play today, and he wasn't feeling it. Try as he might, he couldn't put himself on the field mentally. His head wasn't in the right place. He needed Clover and the fire in her eyes to bring out the fight inside of him. He checked the clock. There was no time to stop by the pantry and verbally spar with the beautiful brunette. He'd have to take this game on his own. He could do this. He'd played well enough to get into the majors without Clover, and he could continue without her too. He hurried to change his shirt, breaking off a button in the process. He shouldn't be changing in the car, but he didn't want his suit to sit in the locker room all day. He picked up the button and stared at it. The little round disc sat heavy in his palm. Like an omen. The buckle fell right off his belt, broken beyond repair. Another omen. He bit back a curse. No swearing on Sunday. Forget about changing. Slamming the keys in the ignition, he dialed Reed's number and put the phone to his ear. Let's do the pantry donations. Just make sure I get to show up a couple times a week. Reed agreed to his terms and conditions, sure that the pantry would take whatever Dustin wanted to give, be it time or money. He promised to have something set up by the time the team got back from Cincinnati. They flew out Monday morning and played that night. Thursday was a travel day. He could pop into the pantry and tell Clover the good news. His mood brightened. Yep, he'd see the firecracker in a few short days. The thought was enough to get him out on the field with a bounce in his step. Chapter 11. Clover made her way into the hotel with slow steps. She was 10 minutes early for the night shift, and there was no need to rush. Evening in the desert was an experience she appreciated. The colors were vibrant, especially the faded blue of the sky as it changed to gold, then red, and finally denim blue before black. Stars weren't shy, hurrying out to say hello. And the temperatures, which were scalding during the day, became a pleasant warmth, like a blanket that had just been pulled from the dryer. July 4th was a mixed bag of a holiday in Clover's life. Her mom would spend the day panhandling on a street corner, easily collecting enough money to get them to the next town. She never let Clover beg with her, and she never explained why. Clover liked to think that her mom was protecting her from the embarrassment, but that may have been giving her mother too much credit. Rainbow liked to work alone. Alongside the muddled memories of her mother were the celebrations. It didn't matter what city they were in over Independence Day, there was always something for a child to do. When she was young, she'd find a friend and they'd share cotton candy and giggles. As she got older, friends were harder to come by, but boys grew more interested. She'd had more than one kiss under the fireworks, happy to be somebody special for the occasion. Looking back, the stolen moments were hollow. What was a kiss if there wasn't love behind it? She'd become much more selective since then about who she shared her lips with on any occasion, which meant she hadn't kissed a guy in a while. Which would explain why, on the 4th of July, she found herself thinking about Dustin's lips. Which was ridiculous, because the guy was in Cincinnati, and she was stuck at the front desk making sure the guests who'd had too much to drink didn't smash a hole in the big screen television. Even though it was different guests each year, somehow, someone managed to put the television in jeopardy. She considered leaving it off in hopes that no one would notice it if the screen was dark, but she wanted to watch the Redrocks game. Braden hadn't pitched in a couple games, and she wondered if Dustin's friend had done something wrong. The starting pitchers always looked angry when they were taken out of a game. But then, there was a different starting pitcher each game, so they could take turns. She'd have to ask Dustin if she ever saw him again. He may be a jerk, but he was the only link to baseball she had, and she was falling in love with the sport. There was something poetic about the game that spoke to her. She flipped the television on and found the baseball station with the commentators who were fast becoming her mentors. As they made their way through the pregame show, she rearranged the furniture in the lobby to create an alleyway for guests that would keep them far away from the screen. If the television was damaged, She'd lose the chance to watch games at work. Once done, she brushed off her hands and smiled. She may not be getting kissed tonight, but her romance with baseball was just beginning. The camera panned over the team, and her breath hitched at seeing the number 26 on Dustin's jersey. He wasn't facing the field, but was talking to one of the coaches. Fireworks exploded inside her chest. Not the big ones that fill the night sky with color, but a smaller fountain that popped and sizzled. She shook out her arms and then allowed herself to appreciate the way Dustin looked in his uniform. He wore the knicker-like pants with the long socks. She liked that he chose those pants instead of the long ones. He looked more like a player from the past, and baseball's history was as romantic as any paperback novel she'd read. They cut to the bullpen. She squinted, trying to make out Braden. He was harder to find because she didn't know his number. He was standing in the corner, talking to the catcher who never got to play in the game. The desk phone rang, pulling her away from the screen and her admiration of the players. Stick to admiring the game, she told herself as she rounded the desk. He's not what you want him to be. With that, she started her shift and did her best to keep thoughts of Dustin Colt and fireworks far away. Chapter 12. We've got a new donor. Who? Asked Clover as she kicked her feet up on the small stool next to Jane's desk. Kids use the stool to get into Jane's candy jar. Jane spent a good portion of her workday fundraising. Clover could never do that part of the job, and she was grateful Jane was willing and able to bring in the funds that kept the pantry running. She didn't have to keep Clover up to date on the financial side of things, but when something went right, she liked to celebrate with her only employee. They were celebrating now, sharing a bag of chocolate-covered pretzels in Jane's office. The wall behind Jane's chair was covered in multicolored sticky notes. Clover didn't even try to make sense of Jane's organization system. There were at least 3 levels of color coding going on over there. Dustin Colt. Jane lifted her arms and wiggled her backside, making her rolling chair go side to side. I finished going the rounds with his agent. Going the rounds? Dustin wants to promote his involvement with the pantry on social media, and we needed to hash out the legal aspects. They should be here soon to set up a photo shoot. She lifted both palms in the air. It will be an inconvenience today, but I'm happy to say we're going to be able to feed a lot more families this winter because of his donations. If we can get another big sponsor or 2, we might even be able to expand. Clover folded her arms. Why the grumpy face? Jane giggled at her own joke. She tossed back another chocolate pretzel and smiled. Clover worked to put her feelings into words. Honestly, so many emotions vied for attention when she thought of Dustin that she hardly knew where to start. This is a good thing for a lot of people. Boo, Jane prompted. But I don't like him using the pantry to improve his image. Jane got to her feet and came around the desk. This is how the world works. It's not always pretty. She placed an arm over Clover's shoulders. You're assuming he's only doing this for personal gain. I'm calling it like I see it. She shook her head. But are you seeing the whole picture? Clover paused. After several years living and then working with Jane, she knew better than to assume she knew the woman's innermost thoughts. Jane wasn't one to drill her ideas or beliefs into another's head. She had sound advice, and when Clover followed it, her life was better. So, she put the lid on her mason jar of protests and prejudices against Dustin and waited for Jane to continue. Jane squeezed Clover against her side. I'm afraid you do this a lot. Believe the worst in people until they prove you wrong. Clover lowered her eyebrows. No, I don't. That way they don't let you down. Clover's defensive reply died in her throat. She thought about her small circle of friends. She loved each one of them as if they were family, because they were the closest thing she would have to a family. But beyond that, she approached people with a small amount of mistrust. Growing up on the streets, she was never sure who was out to take something from her. Trusting too easily could have set her up for emotional and possibly physical pain. You might be right. She one-armed hugged Jane back. Because right now, I'm thinking you're trying to set me up for a big change, and I don't like it or you. Jane laughed and let her go. You've got good instincts. I'm challenging you to say one nice thing about a person for every bad thing you say. And if you think something bad, you have to think something good. She nudged Clover. Start with me. Clover shrugged. That's easy. You care about people and sacrifice for others without a thought. C. That was easy. Clover hugged her arms around her middle. She'd understood that her upbringing was less than ideal and that she didn't always see things as others saw them. This little exercise might be the exact right thing to help her trust people, or at least trust in the good she believed lived inside each person. Thanks, Jane. No problem. Jane opened the office door. Now, go out there and spread some sunshine. Clover hopped out the door and ran into a man carrying a microphone. Sorry, she mumbled at the same time he did. The pantry was dotted with television cameras and microphones. Thick black wires ran across the floor. Their normal Thursday patrons stood outside, watching through the window as the pantry changed from a refuge to a circus. As a general rule, the people who came in for a meal were shy. They didn't want to be on camera. In the middle of all the crazy activity stood Dustin Colt. Her heart leapt and then beat out a steady mantra. He's here. He's here. He's here. A woman with a hairbrush stood in front of Clover, blocking her view and shaking her out of the trance. Jane shut the office door behind her and nearly ran into Clover. Clover took one look at Dustin and his perfectly tousled hair and smooth chin and flipped on Jane. How about I start thinking nice things next week? She asked out of the side of her mouth. Jane patted her back. Nope. Shoot, movement by the front door drew her attention away, and she waved at John, the man staring in through the front window. He had on a pair of severely wrinkled cargo pants and a dingy tank top, his chest hair poking straight out of the neckline. His bald head was covered with a red baseball hat. He lifted a couple fingers in response. She motioned for him to come inside. There was a box of granola bars in the back, and he looked like he could use a snack. John shook his head sadly and turned to leave. Clover's heart ached on his behalf. He'd obviously come for a reason, and now he was leaving because the camera crew was here. Too many people inside who might make big circles as they walked by and refused to look him in the eye. Clover dashed to the door and ran down the sidewalk to stop him. He had a habit of disappearing into thin air for weeks at a time. His sunken cheeks said that he didn't have weeks to wait for a good meal. John. He jerked his chin over his shoulder and tensed at the sound of his name. When he saw Clover, he relaxed and his worn shoes came to a halt. He ducked his head, waiting for her to talk first. John. She lightly touched his sleeve. It's so good to see you. Would you like to come in? He worked his mouth for a minute. Looks crowded. Clover silently cursed the need for private sponsors and their personal agendas. Only for today, she assured him. If he took the pantry off his list of stops, he could be in big trouble. Why don't you go around back and you can sit in the kitchen with me where it's quiet? I made stew today. John finally took his eyes off the ground and looked at the front door. It's just today? Yes, sir. Clover beamed, hoping to reassure him that the pantry was still a haven for him and anyone who needed a meal. I'll come back tomorrow, then. He dropped his chin to his chest and shuffled off. Clover watched him go, feeling as though she'd failed him. With a quick prayer on John's behalf, she stomped back into the pantry, her anger at the situation simmering under the surface. There she is, said Jane, pointing at Clover. The woman with the brush grabbed her arm and propelled her across the floor to the backdrop they'd prepared. Dustin held a giant check on one side, and Jane held the other. Here, said Brush Girl, stand right next to Dustin. Clover did as she was told, but she leaned away from him. She had no desire to be caught up in his delicious smell or the heat coming off his body. He didn't have any team gear on today. She glanced at the check and saw that it had his personal signature on it. Yep, this was all about him. Smile, Clover. You're on camera, Dustin said without moving his lips. His teeth were perfectly white and straight and beautiful. She licked her lips and smiled without showing her teeth. They were clean and bright, but one of her bottom teeth twisted. She'd never been self-conscious about it before. I don't want to be on camera. Make the best of it. The photographer snapped a couple pictures. The flash made Clover blink. Fine, I'll blame you. If that will make you feel better. It does. Good. Clover moved a step away, and the brush girl wagged a finger at her. She growled. I have things to do. And the sooner we get you all out of here, the sooner our patrons will come inside. Just a few more. Brush Girl moved her to the middle of the check and placed her hands on the top as if she were the one holding it up. There. Perfect. She trotted back to her place, and the photographer stepped forward once again. You're doing great, said Dustin. Clover mentally rolled her eyes. Jane poked her in the rib. Think nice thoughts. Clover pressed her lips together. It's nice that he wants to help people. There. One nice thought. Little more happy in the middle there, prompted the photographer. She's not used to smiling, teased Dustin. Not when you're around, quipped Clover. Jane cleared her throat. This time, Clover did roll her eyes. She searched for something to say that wouldn't come across as too personal or make it sound like she'd stalked his Instagram account. You look better without the beard. She smiled at Jane, pleased that she'd been able to get the words out without a trace of sarcasm. Because she was feeling a tad sarcastic this afternoon. She might as well go ahead and blame Dustin for that too. Say cheese. The photographer was becoming impatient with their continued conversations and ventriloquist smiles. Cheese, they said in unison. He moved forward and then back again, changing a setting on his camera and then putting it back in front of his face. I don't think you mean that, said Dustin. He was baiting her for another argument, only this time she wasn't biting. You can think whatever you want. Dustin, less scowl, more happy. Brush Girl flashed her pearly whites. She looked like a shark ready for a snack. Dustin mimicked her hungry smile, and Clover had to bite her cheek not to laugh. Are you sticking around for my speech? He asked. The news crews will be here in a few minutes. There's more? You couldn't pay me oof. Clover rubbed her ribs. Jane grinned for the camera, rethinking her response so she wouldn't be bruised by her boss, who was taking this think positive thing way too far. She said, I'm sure your words will be inspiring for children of all ages. Why do I feel insulted? Dustin coughed. Did you compare me to a circus? Clover pressed her lips together to keep from smiling. Not intentionally. So, you're saying your subconscious insulted me? Her eyebrows came together. It would seem so. She gripped the check tighter. Up to this point, she'd thought Jane's activity would be nice, a fun way to some self-improvement that was on the lighter side. But now, she wondered if deep down inside of her there was darkness that leaked out. The photographer sighed heavily as if taking their picture was harder than capturing 3-year-old triplets on film. Brush Girl took the check out of their hands. Jane hurried to talk to a small family huddled near the front door. The children were wide-eyed, and not the excited kind. Clover pressed her palms together. She didn't want to be angry at Dustin anymore, didn't want to feed the bad feelings he seemed to inspire. In the spirit of making amends and inviting good karma, she looked directly into his eyes and said the first thing that came to mind. You're not a horrible person. Dustin huffed like a bison. Thanks. If you'll excuse me, I have to go juggle. He made the motion of tossing 3 balls into the air. Clover hooked his elbow to stop him from leaving. She was trying to be nice. Apparently, it was more difficult than she first thought. I didn't say you were a clown. He tipped his head. Then what am I? A trapeze artist? Because I feel like I'm walking a thin wire when I'm around you. She shook her head quickly. Lion tamer? Sword swallower? Human cannonball. His neck was turning red. Clover waved her arms, indicating all the craziness around them as the crew packed up and headed outside, where the press conference would be held in front of the building. You're a ringmaster. Dustin put his hand on top of hers, where it still rested on his arm. Her breath caught as a current sprinted from his hand to her lungs. His eyes danced. Ringmaster is better than elephant pooper scooper. And it's way better than the bearded lady. He laughed. Don't disrespect that beard. My brother called it the noble fleece. He was devastated when I shaved it off. Noble fleece? More like hobo fleece, she snapped. Ah, crap. That came out mean. She looked down. For one not nice thing, she had to give an honest compliment. Dustin's white athletic shoes didn't have a scuff on them. What I meant to say was, I like your shoes. He looked down to see what she was pointing at, and Clover took the opportunity to slip her hand out from under his and move away. She wasn't sure, but staying away from Dustin might make it easier to say and think nice things about people. She wanted to try it out, but she really had to finish dinner. Where are you going? Dustin asked. I have a job to do. She pointed to the front window, where a portable podium with multiple microphones could be seen. And so do you. An hour later, when the rolls were baking in the oven and filling the kitchen with the most amazing scent of fresh-baked bread with butter on top, Jane came through the swinging doors. A large section of hair had fallen out of her bun and was tucked behind her right ear. I'm glad that's over. She sagged against the sink. Do you think it's worth it? Clover began loading the pots and pans into the industrial dishwasher. Way worth it. Oh, she patted her pockets. Here. She held out a pair of tickets. What are those? Clover wiped her hands on her apron and reached for them. Tickets to tonight's game. What? Clover snatched them and held them too close to her face. She squealed. I've been watching the Redrocks for weeks. She jumped up and down again. All the time she'd spent glued to the television, falling in love with baseball, had finally paid off. She was going to a game. A real game where they sold hot dogs and lemonades, and little kids with baseball mitts hoped to catch fly balls. Jane laughed. Have fun. Clover paused in her celebration. Don't you and Pastor Paul want to go? Jane waved her off. I've had enough excitement for one day. Her eyes softened. Besides, we have a friend in the hospital we planned on visiting tonight. Clover hugged her. Thank you so much. I can't wait. She tucked the tickets safely in her back pocket. This was going to be the best night ever. Chapter 13. Dustin stepped into the dugout and took a deep, satisfying breath, drawing in joy from the scent of freshly mowed grass and dirt and leather and a clean uniform. Hopefully it wouldn't stay that way for long. He pivoted. The stadium lights brought out the deepest green in each blade of grass, and the night was full of possibilities. The start of a game was a chance to win. It didn't matter that the Redrocks had the second worst season in the division. What mattered was this game. The first pitch. A clean slate. Baseball was all about the stats, but when Dustin stepped onto the field, that all took a seat in the nosebleeds. Taking a ball out of the bucket, he rubbed it between his palms as if he were trying to get the scent of the ball into his skin. He stepped onto the field and pointed to Joe at first base before he threw the ball. Joe caught it and tossed it to the second baseman, Devin Capiro. They threw it back and forth while Dustin jogged his way to short. With a careful glance, he checked the seats above the bullpen. She's here. Wearing a generic ball cap, her hair falling down around her shoulders, Clover took in the ball field with wide, excited eyes. Her hands moved as she talked to the woman sitting next to her. Dustin thought it might be the same woman from the club the other week, but he couldn't be sure. He hadn't spent much time looking at Clover's friend that night. Clover had had his full attention. For all the brightness and beauty the stadium lights provided, they paled in comparison to how beautiful Clover was when she smiled. He hadn't seen her honest smile since the day she stopped him on the street and gave him the stupid essentials bag. That smile had grabbed hold of his heart, playing it like a puppeteer and rendering him speechless. Dustin, shouted Joe. Dustin barely had time to raise his glove and stop the ball from hitting him in the face. He easily threw to Ricky at third, his eyes going back to Clover. She sat on the edge of the seat, her hands clasped and her eyes drinking in everything from the mow lines on the field to the images on the Jumbotron. He didn't think there was anything more attractive in the world than a woman excited to watch a game. He dropped his head, shielding his face with his hat as he smiled. He shouldn't be this happy to have Clover in his seats, but a sense of fun tickled the night. A couple kids sitting a few rows in front of Clover waved to him. Dustin looked down at the ball in his hand and then lifted his arm to throw. The kids screamed and waved their arms, but he wasn't aiming for them. Clover was looking his direction, so he tossed the ball to her. Just as it left his hand, she turned to her friend, and to his horror, the ball hit her in the shoulder and bounced away. The kid scrambled for it. Her mouth dropped open, and her hand covered her upper arm. She might have a bruise. He'd been excited when he threw that ball and wanted to make sure it got to her. Some guy with a beer in his hand and a Redrocks shirt came up with the ball and held it above his head. Dork. The game hadn't even started yet. Dustin mouthed sorry to Clover. She glared. The umpires came out on the field, and the team lined up for the national anthem. Nice, goaded Braden. That'll make the blooper reel. Dustin punched him in the arm. Shut it. Braden shook his head and pulled his hat off and over his heart. Thankfully, Braden didn't notice that it was Clover in the stands. Or, if he did, he didn't comment. Good thing, too, because Dustin had no desire to explain how she ended up in his seats. He'd given the tickets to the manager of the pantry. He'd hoped Clover would get them, but he didn't dare specify who he wanted to see at the game. He wasn't sure why he wanted Clover there. Motivation was the most likely and easiest answer. Dustin wanted Clover to see him play, wanted to show her what he could do with a bat and a low curveball. Not much happened in the first inning. In the bottom of the second, Devin hit a fly ball into the dugout. Dustin ended up with it in his mitt. He turned to the fans above the dugout and held up the ball. Dustin made eye contact with Clover. The stands and the fans and even the jumbotron faded away, and he had this feeling that he'd love to play catch with Clover. That they'd be able to read one another like a catcher and a pitcher should. He grinned and sent the ball flying her way. One of the kids with a mitt jumped up and snagged it out of the air. He celebrated, showing off to his friend and his dad. Clover clapped eagerly for him, yet she hadn't lifted her hands to even try for the ball. Dustin groused and sat back down. Getting a ball to a woman in the stands wasn't supposed to be this hard. After 2 attempts, one that was obvious he was throwing directly to her, he couldn't make another attempt without the team realizing he had his eye on her. The game continued with the Redrocks trading runs with Oakland. In the bottom of the 7th, a fly ball bounced and landed in Braden's mitt. He turned to Dustin with laughter in his eyes. "This is how it's done, bro." He dragged Dustin up to the top step, pointed to Clover, waved off the guys crowding around her, and underhanded the ball. Clover caught it, barely, and jumped up and down, holding it over her head. She was laughing with her friend and smiling, and doing all the things Dustin had pictured her doing when she caught his ball. They hastened to sit back down, and Dustin used his foot to shove Braden off the bench. The guys cracked up, pointing at him. Braden chuckled from the ground. "If I'd known you'd be this ticked, I would have done that 3 innings ago. You suck." Braden laughed harder. Dustin took a seat on the bench and pulled his hat down low. She should have caught his ball. Chapter 14. Clover yawned as she placed heads of lettuce on the shelf. The yawn ended in a smile. She worked the night shift at the hotel 5 nights a week and didn't feel this tired. Being at the baseball game last night was too much excitement, and she couldn't fall asleep when she got home. She ended lying in bed with her phone, scanning the Redrocks website and watching YouTube videos. Some of them had her laughing into her pillow. Baseball players had a sense of humor she wasn't expecting. They did choreographed dances in the outfield and held dance-offs during rainouts. They charged the mound to protect their teammates, and they hit batters who had too much attitude. Rivalries between teams were as big as rivalries between siblings. In short, baseball was a family, and she wanted to be a part of it. Dustin's media circus yesterday had been good for the pantry, much to her chagrin. They'd gotten a donation of fresh fruits and vegetables from a local grocery store this afternoon. The food chain was a major sponsor for the Redrocks. Canned goods came in fairly regularly, but the fresh stuff was always a blessing. Jane was in the office, texting some of the regulars on their government-issued cells about the apples and bananas so they would know to come in before the fruit was gone. Clover hummed along to the love song playing over the speakers. They kept the station tuned to a local oldies favorite. Music was subjective, but no one objected to Buddy Holly and Elvis Presley. The door whooshed open, and Dustin charged in, his arms stiff. Clover found herself smiling at him. He looked so good in his uniform last night, even better than on television. He stopped on the other side of the produce and folded his arms over his chest. His arms bulged in the tight workout shirt, and she swallowed. Clover jerked herself out of admiring his physique. She wasn't that shallow. Dustin was a fine specimen of manhood. Usually, she felt threatened around a guy that big. That was part of her mother's training: stay away from men who are bigger than you. Dustin didn't give her that sense of danger. Even though he was glaring at her and acting like a bear protecting his cave, she still felt safe. Her eyes didn't get much past combing over his arms when he snapped, "Do you even know how to catch a ball?" Clover's defenses sped from 0 to 100 at his tone. She planted a hand on her hip. "No." No, he asked incredulously. Like it was impossible for a person to not know how to catch a ball. He needed to get out more. No, she said firmly. His arms fell to his sides and his anger melted into disappointment. She wasn't sure what was worse. You never played t-ball or volleyball or anything? Nope. She bent down and pulled a head of lettuce out of the box and set it on the display. Baseball is the all-American pastime. It's everywhere. Kids should learn how to play catch. Clover shrugged. She wasn't about to tell him they never stayed in a town long enough for her to have an address, let alone play a full season of t-ball. We moved around a lot. That's not an excuse. He picked up lettuce with both hands and threw it at her. Catch. Uh-huh. She fumbled, and the lettuce ended up in the box. Hey, you can't waste food like that. There are people counting on this for dinner tonight. He grabbed another. Then catch it. This time he smiled before he threw. She managed to clutch this one to her chest. Are you insane? He scratched his chin. You know, when a player throws you a ball during a game, you're supposed to catch it. Her shoulder suddenly ached. She'd forgotten that he'd hit her with a baseball last night. That was rude. Why? Why? Because it's part of the game. She rubbed her shoulder. That's stupid. He scowled. I can't talk to you if you're going to disrespect baseball. He stormed through the door. Jane cleared her throat. She was standing in the doorway to her office. Clover had no idea how long she'd been there, but the disappointment on her face was clear as day. I know. I'm supposed to play nice with the rich guy. You're supposed to play nice. I think you owe him an apology. Clover nodded at the same time she sighed. He attacked me. He threw lettuce. She tossed her hands in the air. He is the most unlikable man on the planet. And yet, you were drooling. Was not. Jane lifted one eyebrow. Eavesdropping is as big of a sin as drooling. Clover pointed at her in an effort to move the spotlight. Jane pushed off from the door. Fine. I'll jump in next time and keep him from throwing produce if you'll tell him you're sorry for calling what he does for a living stupid. Clover flipped around and leaned against the display. That's just it, baseball isn't stupid. In fact, I think I'm in love with baseball. But Dustin makes me so mad I say things I don't mean. Maybe it's time you two start over. She pinned Clover with a look. An apology would go a long ways to making that happen. Remember, a nice word for a not nice one. Well, I can't run faster than a Camaro, so the apology will have to wait. Inside, she was relieved. Talking to Dustin was hard enough. Eating crow in front of him would be awful. The Redrocks are playing at home tonight. I'm sure you could track him down. I'm working. The game doesn't start until 9. You'll be fine going over after your shift. Sure. What's one more sleepless night? Jane hesitated. You know, I don't think he came in here to throw vegetables at you. Well, he did. Clover opted to keep her snarky comment to herself. Then why did he come in? I think, and this is just a vibe I'm getting, but I think he came in to play. Clover had no idea what that meant. Play? To play. He's looking for a friend. Jane lifted her shoulders. It's just a feeling. She headed back to the office. Clover rubbed her sore shoulder again. When the ball hit her arm, she thought Dustin was throwing it at her, but now she wondered if he'd been throwing to her. The second time he tossed a ball to the crowd, he looked right at her. She hadn't been sure because his face was partially in shadow from his hat, but she'd felt his eyes connect with hers. Catching Braden's ball had been fun, like she was part of the game that happened on the field. Come to think of it, the people around her had reached for those fan balls. Had Dustin been trying to include her in baseball? If so, then she did owe him an apology. She probably owed one to Braden too, considering she'd handed the ball to a little kid on their way out of the stadium. Sheesh. For someone who wanted to join the baseball family, she wasn't doing a very good job of being a good sport. Dustin must think she was a baseball idiot. Or an idiot in general, because she couldn't play a game of catch. Her stomach sank. There was a good chance that the majority of the problems between them, the reasons they couldn't get along, started and ended with her. Well, that was going to change. She'd march herself right on down to the stadium and do what needed to be done as soon as she was off work. Never let it be said that Clover Maes couldn't admit when she was wrong. Chapter 15. Clover ended up staying an extra hour at the hotel to cover for the guy who worked graveyards. His son was sick and had to go to an all-night urgent care facility. It wasn't like Clover could argue that apologizing to Dustin was more important than a child's health. Turned out he had a bad case of strep and needed a couple shots and some major antibiotics. The poor little guy. Maddie stayed with her, sitting on the couch in the lobby and watching the game unfold. The Redrocks weren't doing well tonight. They were down by 5. I like Brock. He's got a swagger to his walk that's kind of sexy, admitted Maddie. Clover nodded. Zach is pitching well tonight, but the team isn't giving him much support. She'd heard one of the announcers say something like that a few nights ago after Travis Dads dropped a high fly ball. Just then, Oakland's left fielder hit a grounder past the third baseman and brought in another run. 6-0. Jeff finally arrived for his shift, looking haggard and worn. His shirt was untucked, wrinkled, and buttoned incorrectly. Clover politely pointed it out to him and then offered to stick around for 15 more minutes so he could use the iron in the laundry room. He told her thanks and made his way down the hall. Maddie got up and shut off the television. That's it, game over. Clover watched the minutes tick by on the digital clock on the wall. The numbers were in green, but nothing about the situation said go, go, go. Pulling her hair out of the too-tight ponytail, she scrubbed at her scalp. Maddie tipped her head to the side. How are you going to find him if the game's over? At the beginning of her shift, Clover had filled her in on the whole new level of understanding about her subconscious mind and how she was making an honest effort to overcome her antisocial behavior. Maddie nodded along, not contradicting Jane's statement about her keeping people at arm's length and also not judging her for being that way. Maddie was literally the world's best friend. I'm not sure. Clover chewed her lip. Don't laugh, okay? Okay. I read this blog by a guy who used to be in the majors, and he said that when the team is at home, most of the guys eat in the clubhouse after the game and then go right home. You're reading baseball blogs now? You said you wouldn't laugh. I'm not laughing. I'm impressed that you've done your homework. Yeah, well. Clover cringed. Her research about baseball had made her more interested in Dustin. She wondered what his daily life was like, his routine. She shouldn't have read the blog post, because it also detailed what a player ate to stay in shape, and now she wondered stupid things like if Dustin liked his eggs over easy or scrambled, and if he had gone to organic produce or ate the regular stuff. Each time a question was answered about the sport, she had 5 more about Dustin. Well, in my research, I found out that a lot of the players live in the new development by the stadium. Maddie nodded. It's secluded out there, not a lot of shopping to bring random people through the neighborhood, and the houses are nice. Right, so I was thinking that he might live in that neighborhood. Clover chewed her lip. Is it weird if I drive around and look for his car? Maddie nodded. Yes, it is. Clover groaned and dropped her face in her hands. Maddie rubbed her back. Sweetie, you're cute enough to pull off weird. I say go for it. Clover's muffled laugh was interrupted by Jeff's return. Maddie and Clover gathered their things and quickly left. I'm not waiting up for you, but I want a full report, Maddie called as she unlocked her car. I shouldn't be long. Unless it goes well. Maddie pumped her eyebrows. Clover's face heated. For once she was thankful for the dim lighting in the parking lot. It won't. Uh-huh. Maddie waved goodbye and ducked into her car. Clover did the same. She stared at the steering wheel, gathering her courage and trying to find the right words to say when she found Dustin. If she found Dustin. Maddie honked as she pulled away. Okay. Clover started the car. She made her way onto I-15. Traffic was heavy going the other direction because of the game, but her lane was clear. St. George wasn't that big of a city. They had a lot of suburbs that wrapped around bluffs and beautiful Redrock statues carved by wind and time. There were still places a cell signal couldn't be found. St. George had a 4-year college and shopping districts and the Redrocks. It was a good place to live. A happy place with loads of families and singles. The closer she got to the stadium, the more jittery she became. To calm herself, she practiced what she would say to Dustin. I'm sorry I didn't play catch with the lettuce. No, that wasn't the real issue. Dustin, she began again, I think we got off to a rocky start. Duh. Figured that one all out on your own, did ya? Think nice thoughts, she admonished herself. He'll be too surprised to see me to be rude. She took the stadium exit and hung a left in the roundabout. In a few minutes, she was meandering down the street, admiring the houses. The beautiful French-inspired homes rimmed a golf course. Golf courses abounded in St. George, so she wasn't surprised to see one in this posh neighborhood. What did surprise her was that there weren't any cars in the driveways. All the houses were shut up tight with the garage doors down and the shutters drawn. Several had lights on, and she guessed those belonged to Redrocks players or fans getting home from the game. She looped the area twice. Parked at the top of the street, she contemplated turning her lights off and waiting for a while. With a shake of her head, she pressed the gas. She might be cute enough to pull off weird, but she wasn't sure she could make Stalker look good. She sat at the ornamental gate into the neighborhood, waiting for an opening in traffic. Did being willing to apologize count in the world of self-improvement? She'd made a huge effort to make amends tonight. It wasn't her fault Dustin was a no-show. She slumped into the steering wheel. That wasn't how life worked. Unless she actually spoke to Dustin, none of this counted. She scrubbed her face and checked the clock on the dashboard. 12:23. Bright lights filled the cab as a flashy car turned the corner. She blinked to save her corneas from certain death. When she opened her eyes, she saw the back end of a red Camaro flash by the window. Desperate to have the night of semi-stalking pay off, Clover slammed on the horn to get his attention and flipped around in her seat to watch his car. Dustin tapped on the brakes and kept going, completely ignoring her. Growling, slamming the car in reverse, she managed a 5-point turn in 2 points, scraping her tire against the curb in the process, and took off after the Camaro. The garage door cranked up on a 2-story red brick home with black shutters and a cobblestone driveway. Dustin slowed down to wait for the door to go all the way up before pulling into the 3-car garage. Feeling panicked that she was losing her chance again, Clover threw her car in park on the curb, yanked out the keys, and dashed across the driveway as the door started to go down. With each inch, it lowered her adrenaline shot up. In an act of total craziness, she threw herself under the waist-high door, triggering the sensor and sending it back up. Triumph filled her, and she threw her arms in the air. Yes, she laughed. What in the Dustin had spread his legs apart and hunched down, ready to attack. Clover's smile faded right along with the sense of urgency. Hey. She brushed her hands down the front of her shirt. She'd been so caught up in catching Dustin that she didn't stop to think things through all the way. I guess I could have used the doorbell. Dustin continued to stare at her like he wasn't sure what to do. His hair was still wet from the after-game shower, and she knew if she got closer that he'd smell like zingy soap. The awkwardness lengthened like a long fly ball to right field. I wanted to apologize for not catching that ball the other night. I didn't know it was a thing. And I didn't mean to diss baseball. I like baseball. Love it, really. And you're good at what you do, and I can see that it's more than a bunch of guys playing a game. She swiped at the moisture beading at her hairline. Dustin dropped his defensive stance, but he was still looking at her like she was a stray cat in his garage or something, and he wasn't sure what to do with her. So I just dropped by to say that I was sorry and I'll be nicer when you come to the pantry, and the door is open now, so I know the way out. She spun, ready to make a run for the not embarrassing interior of her car. Wait. Dustin's voice was soft, but she had no trouble hearing him. Okay. She spun back around and bounced her hands off her sides like a 5-year-old waiting in line. Dustin pointed at the door into the house. Do you want to stay? He gave her a friendly smile while his eyes twinkled with mischief. The air in the garage began to tornado. That was the only explanation as to why Clover couldn't drag oxygen into her lungs when Dustin looked at her like that. His jaw had a fine layer of stubble over it, the kind that would scratch her cheek if he kissed her. And his hair, oh my gosh, his hair was all silky and clean and begging to have her fingers comb through it. In there, she squeaked, pointing to the door. He couldn't possibly want to be alone with her in his house. She could count on one hand the number of guys she'd allowed herself to be alone with since her mom left. And she could count on her pinky fingers the number of guys she'd enjoyed being alone with. Her mouth dried out just thinking of being alone with Dustin. Not because she was afraid of what he would do, but because she was afraid of what she would do. Dustin had a way of creating oh-so-strong feelings inside of her. If the good feelings were as strong as the bad ones, she was in a heap of trouble with this guy. Chapter 16. Dustin waited as Clover struggled with an internal debate. He could see her sway back and forth between wanting to stay and wanting to run. He wanted her to stay. Her popping into his garage had taken him off guard. Once the shock wore off, the only thing he could think about was how much he wanted her to walk through his home. He wanted to walk into his kitchen and picture Clover at the counter with a bowl of cereal, her hair falling forward like a curtain and a good morning smile on her lips. He didn't have any cereal. Curse the team trainer and his infatuation with eggs. He needed to buy cereal. Clover continued to hesitate, and he realized he was losing her. Suddenly, her accusation that he had thrown his money in her face came back to him. Perhaps taking her into his house wasn't the best idea. Walking slowly so as not to startle her, he reached for 2 mitts on the shelf in the garage. Unlike his buddy Blake RYGS's garage, which was full of gearhead tools and several sets of tires, Dustin's garage was lined with baseball gear. He had years of baseball in here, from his old aluminum bats to a tee and a net set up for practice. He kept his wooden bats and best mitts in the climate-controlled house. The St. George heat could be brutal on gear. At least he wasn't playing in Arizona. Those guys had to deal with real heat. Picking up the mitts, he held one out to Clover. "Let's hit the backyard. I'll teach you to throw, no vegetables involved." The mitt hung between them like an olive branch. Clover's lips formed a small O as she exhaled. "I guess, since I'm obviously missing an essential life skill." She took his old fielder's mitt and hugged it to her body. Dustin tried not to admire her curves and headed to the door that led from the garage to the back patio. "It's like you don't even know how to tie your shoes," he teased. He turned on the floodlights and snagged a ball from the bucket by the door. That's what Velcro is for. Man, he loved how quick she was, how sharp her mind. She followed him out to the golf course. He had a small patch of grass that came with the house, but to play a proper game of catch, they would need more space. He stopped and pointed to the ground. "You start here." She watched intently as he slipped on his mitt. He'd done the action more times than there were thin blades of grass on the putting green, but if her wide golden eyes were any indication, it was all new to her. She managed to get her hand inside the leather and opened and closed the mitt a couple times. He nodded. "Good. Why are they different?" She pointed between the 2 mitts. "Mine's a pitcher's glove and yours is a fielder's glove." Her eyebrows lowered. "Okay, why does the pitcher need a different glove from a fielder?" He grinned, enjoying her curiosity. Clover had a hard candy shell, but inside she was sweet, and he suspected delicious. Pulling his thoughts away from leaning down and sampling her full lips, he held up his mitt. A pitcher's glove is a solid color, so he doesn't distract the hitter. He turned his wrist over. It has a solid web, so the hitter can't see what grip the pitcher is using. Because the grip would indicate what he's about to throw? She had the right answer, but phrased it as a question, which told him she was allowing herself to be vulnerable with him. A sense of protectiveness swelled in his chest like a lion getting to his feet ready to roar. Clover had always seemed larger than life with her "don't mess with me" attitude, but standing this close, staring down into her eyes, he couldn't help but notice she was delicate. "That's right," he whispered. She glanced down. "But you're not a pitcher." Dustin laughed because he was happy, like caught the pop fly to end the game happy. "I pitched in high school and a year of college before I was drafted." "Do you miss it?" "Sometimes." He took 5 big steps backward. "Okay, the glove should be an extension of your arm. Don't think of it as separate." "Got it." Her lips pursed in concentration. Dustin thought about jogging the 5 steps back and tugging on her chin with his thumb to loosen them. "And you want to keep your mitt between you and the ball." He moved his mitt in front of his face, palm forward, and then his chest. She mirrored his movements. "Okay, I'm going to toss this one real easy. When it hits your glove, squeeze to keep it in there." He'd given her his old mitt, the one that was out of shape and flat as a pancake. He had to work harder to keep it open than to close it because the leather was worn out. "I'm ready." She spread her feet slightly and poked her behind out in the sexiest ready stance he'd ever seen. Grinning, he tossed the ball. It flew through the air in slow motion, smacking the leather with hardly a sound. Clover jumped back as if he'd thrown a line drive, but she managed to hang on to the ball. I caught it. She turned the glove over to verify that the ball was still in there. Okay, send it back. Dustin hunkered down like he was a catcher. He didn't need to, there was no way she would kill him with a throw, but he liked the way her eyes lit up when she noticed what he was doing. They went back and forth for a few minutes, throwing easy tosses. Dustin took a couple steps back every few throws until they were a respectable distance apart. Even though they weren't standing together, he felt close to Clover. I haven't thrown a ball with anyone outside of the Redrocks in ages. Clover smacked her fist into the mitt. No one. He shrugged as he threw, aiming for her right hip so she would have to adjust to catch. She did fine, and he nodded his approval. My nieces and nephews think soccer is the world's only sport. My brother stopped playing when he didn't make the high school team, and my dad thought baseball was a waste of time. Try to step as you throw, it will save your elbow. What does he think now? She thought about the movement as she threw. Dustin had to jump to catch the ball. The same. But you made it. She tipped her head. You are one of the top 5% to get drafted. Dustin twisted the ball around in his fingers, feeling the laces bump against his palm. Someone has to be the black sheep in the family. Maybe there was a spin of resentment on the ball as he threw, because it sailed past Clover and hit Braden's back door. Dustin jogged forward to retrieve the ball. Clover headed that way too. Braden's floodlights came on and his back door slid open. You trying to break my window? She should have had that one. He tapped Clover's back with his mitt. He threw too hard, Clover shot back. He doesn't throw hard enough, Braden teased as he stepped out onto the patio. Clover glanced at him, concerned. Dustin hurried to belay her worries. Braden has a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. No one throws hard enough for him. Braden was followed out by Tilly, the rock climbing instructor he'd been dating for a couple months. Oh, hey, it's you. Braden reached out his hand. Clover, right? Yeah. Clover shook his hand and gave a small wave to Tilly. We met at the club in Vegas, Braden continued, as if that night hadn't been one of Dustin's biggest mistakes. This is my girlfriend, Tilly. Tilly returned Clover's wave before threading her fingers through Braden's. They exchanged pleasantries and chatted about the game. Clover didn't say much. Instead, she soaked in the verbiage and slang. Her enthusiasm was like a puff in Dustin's baseball balloon. He loved the game. Loved it more than anything on this earth, with the grand exception of his family. Having the two things he loved the most at odds had taken a toll on him, dragged him down to where he wasn't playing his best. Clover had given him back that drive, the desire to prove them and especially her wrong. He had, or so it seemed. She no longer treated him like a Peter Pan and had a sincere interest in his sport. That was major progress. He glanced down at her hand, wondering what she would do if he threaded his fingers through hers. Babe, I have a climb tomorrow. Tilly tugged on Braden's hand, gently reminding him that it was after 1 in the morning. I'll drive you home. They said goodbye, and Dustin was once again alone with Clover. She turned to face him, just as Braden's lights shut off. They were left with the half moon and the lights from his place a few doors down to light their way. Emboldened in the dark, Dustin reached for Clover's hand. She grabbed onto him, and his pulse matched Braden's pitch speed. Thanks for the lesson. She squeezed his hand. Now I'll be able to stop produce attacks. Do they happen often? More than you'd think. She laughed lightly. Dustin's heart grew warm at the sound. They turned and headed back to his place. We have one more game against Oakland tomorrow. Will you come? He brushed his thumb over the back of her hand. She shivered, and he instinctively drew her closer. Instead of going back into the garage, he walked her to her car, parked at a crazy angle on the curb. I can come for part of the game, but I'll have to leave early. I'll take whatever time you've got. They stopped by the driver's side door. He released her hand and ran his fingers up and down her bare arms, loving the soft feel of her skin. Clover searched his eyes. He got the feeling she was looking for evidence that she could trust him. That lion sat up in his chest, and he wanted to be a man worthy of her trust. Because of that, he stepped back, letting her hands slide through his fingers. I'll have the tickets that we'll call. He smiled and headed for the house, though every part of him wanted to hold Clover's face in his hands and kiss her goodnight. Chapter 17. People streamed down the stairs and found their place in the red plastic seats. Dustin wanted to call them fans and not spectators, but he couldn't deny the number of Oakland shirts. Harper Wolf had a dream she broadcast to the whole Redrocks organization. One day, Redrocks fans would fill the seats, and fans would pay money to see them in other cities. It was a great dream, one Dustin found himself longing to be a part of. His batting had been average during this series. A couple base hits and grounders too short. Santa Cruz had hinted at moving him up in the batting order. That wouldn't happen unless he picked up his game. He shook off thoughts of contracts and batting averages and pressure. He had a philosophy: practice like your stats were on the line and play the game like you love it. Because that was the key. He'd seen too many guys burn out in the majors because they played a game like they had to increase their on-base percentage. Dustin preferred to play like he wanted to win. Because when you forced baseball, you got trippy. Your swing came up short. You threw wild. And you began to resent the players, the field, and the game. Needing to win was poison. Especially because the guys he watched fade out needed to win for themselves. They began thinking things like, if I hit it out tonight, then that means I'll stay in the game. Baseball didn't work like that. There weren't baseball gods on the baselines waiting to bestow the worthy with extra bases or faster pitch speed. Baseball was complex, like an amazing woman. Once you thought you had it figured out, it threw you a curveball, and you struck out looking. Grabbing a handful of dirt, he rubbed it between his palms. He poured the stats and commentators' thoughts and projections about the show into the grains scraping his palms, and let them dribble into the dirt as the sand fell like water to the ground. Tipping his head up, he checked the two seats behind the dugout. He must have looked there 100 times during batting practice. The smell of popcorn wafted down from the top of the bleachers, a signal that game time was close. The cold-cut sandwich he'd had an hour ago sat heavy in his stomach as the reality of the empty seat sank in. "You got somewhere else you'd rather be, Colt?" called Coach Wolf. The implied threat was a hollow one. Coach Wolf was a good guy. He'd handled tough situations, like Jackson Kimber's major league temper tantrum, with calm intensity. They were past the trade deadline, so Dustin was on the Redrocks for the rest of the season. A month ago, he would have groaned at the prospect of ending the season on the second-worst team in the division. Funny how a little time and a little Clover had changed his outlook. "No, sir," Coach signaled to Rex Barnes, the catcher. At 40, he was ready to retire. Dustin couldn't blame him. He had to be in constant pain. A man's knees weren't meant to squat for 20-plus years. Rex spent more time than the rest of them with the PTs. He sat in ice tubs and applied salve and had a family worth saving some of his health and energy for. Then again, for some guys, baseball was like breathing, and Barnes might suffocate without the opportunity to rub infield dirt into his palms. "Hey!" Coach Wolf jerked his chin in greeting as he meandered Dustin's way. Dustin responded in kind. "What's up, Coach? You seem distracted." Dustin's eyes flicked to the seats, and he bit back a smile. Clover and Jane were settling into their seats. Jane carried a foil-wrapped hot dog, and Clover had an iced lemonade. He brought his attention right back to Coach Wolf. "I'm good, Coach." He dropped a cocky grin. Coach glanced over his shoulder. There was enough movement in the stands that he couldn't possibly zero in on Clover as the reason for Dustin's stray attention. His eyes lingered on the section behind the dugout, taking in each face, before he turned back. "I need your head on the field." He pointed out to the grass. "Not in the stands." Now that Clover was here, the tightness around Dustin's chest released. He could focus. He smacked Coach on the shoulder. "Let's play some ball." Coach smacked him back before heading into the dugout. Dustin smiled all through the local high school a cappella group singing the national anthem and the Vietnam veteran throwing the first pitch. He put his hat back on his head and touched the brim while looking at Clover. She didn't wave back. Maybe she wasn't looking right at him. It was hard to tell from where he stood. He jogged into the dugout to grab his mitt and then made his way out to his position. Time to play ball. The first inning went quickly. 3 up, 3 down for both sides. The second took a little longer, with Oakland scoring 1 run and the Redrocks getting a big old goose egg. Dustin finally had a chance at bat. The series was only 3 games, so Dustin faced a different pitcher each game. Tonight they had a lefty on the mound. He had a changeup that could make Dustin's mama swear. Dustin strode to the plate. He scooped up some dirt and rubbed it between his gloves, beginning his pre-batting routine. He gripped the top of his bat, gathering pine tar on his gloves for grip, and then dug his right cleat into the dirt, at the top, right of the plate. He brought his left foot into position and loaded his swing. "Huh, Dustin." Clover's voice floated over the backstop and splashed around him. She was cheering for him. He gripped the bat tighter, wanting so hard to make contact. The ball hit the catcher's mitt and the umpire called strike. Dustin stepped out of the box and shook it off. The only pitch that mattered was the next one. He repositioned his feet and stared down the pitcher. The next pitch was low and inside, nearly shaving the hair off Dustin's shins. "Come on," Clover yelled at the pitcher. Dustin tugged on his batting helmet while a smile tugged at his lips. Normally, he didn't hear anyone during at bat. He focused in on what he had to do, and he followed through with his swing. Clover giving the pitcher a hard time on his behalf was pretty great, though. He lifted an eyebrow at the pitcher, daring him to put the ball over the plate. The pitcher started his windup, and Dustin saw the flick of his ring finger. Curveball. Outside corner. He made a minuscule adjustment, and the bat caught the edge of the ball. He pulled in trying to avoid a foul ball. The ball dribbled to the third baseman while Dustin sprinted for first, trying to outrun a throw. He didn't make it and was called out. He hated being thrown out at first. Hated handing the ball to the third baseman like that. If he'd gotten a little more loft, it would have gone behind the plate and into no man's land in the corner pocket. He glanced up before jogging down the stairs to see Clover give him a sympathetic frown. He tossed his helmet against the wall. Chapter 18. Clover kept one eye on the clock and one eye on the field. Dustin had ground out and wasn't doing much better on the field. He'd missed a dive ball, face planting in the dirt, and took an extra second to pop up from where he lay. His jaw was tight and his nostrils flared as he sucked in air. He was hurt but walked as if he wasn't. Maybe he'd had the air knocked out of him. Jane pried Clover's hand off the armrest. "Relax." Clover shook out her fingers and laughed. The crowd noise sounded fake in her ears, maniacal even. She clamped her lips shut, cutting off the sound as quickly as it had burst out. She shook her hands again in an effort to get all this crazy bubbling energy out. What she wouldn't give for a chance to run her nerves out by running the bases. Jane eyed her warily. "You take this game pretty seriously." "Yep." Clover began pushing her cuticles back, focusing on something small to block all the big feelings building inside of her. Baseball was this force inside of her that pushed her heart to the limits and seduced her into yelling at umpires and holding her breath before a pitch. "I take it the apology went well." Clover thought of the way Dustin's hands had brushed her arms, and she shivered. This reaction was different from what baseball did to her. Her reaction to him was warm and syrupy and involved butterflies. Although both Dustin and baseball had a way of making her behave in ways she wouldn't have before. Yep. She'd thought he might kiss her last night. And she thought she might let him. And then he hadn't. And she had driven home on a cloud. "You'll be happy to know we left as friends." Maddie hadn't been too happy about their newfound friendship when Clover updated her the next morning over Lucky Charms. She'd thrown her arms over her head and said, "Why didn't you kiss him?" At the time, it seemed perfectly reasonable to drive away. Now, watching Dustin step forward in a low crouch between second and third base, wearing a uniform that made him look oh so delectable, she wondered the same thing as Maddie. Why hadn't she kissed him goodnight? The batter took his stance. He had a loose hold on the bat and wobbled it behind his head. Clover leaned forward with her elbows on her knees. She was dressed in a floor-length black maxi skirt and a white tee. A black blazer waited in the car. She'd throw that on before getting to the hotel. Wearing her work clothes to the game meant she could soak up the last drop of baseball before she had to start her shift. She had 3 minutes, tops. The batter popped one up. Dustin waved off those around him, put his mitt between the ball and his face, and made the catch. Clover released the breath she'd been holding. As Dustin jogged in, He looked her direction and touched the brim of his hat. This might be the last chance she had to communicate with him before she had to leave, so she pointed to her phone and gave him a small wave goodbye. He held up a finger, telling her to wait, and then disappeared into the dugout. The big guy in front of her turned around to see who Dustin was talking to. A glob of mustard fell out the end of his Redrocks dog and landed on his bright red Redrocks shirt. He didn't notice. "Who are you?" he barked. Clover lifted her shoulders. His loud mouth had drawn more attention her direction than Dustin's little exchange. Her face was quickly turning the color of his shirt. "Nobody." He turned around with a grunt. Clover fanned her suddenly warm face. She glanced at the jumbotron to make sure her embarrassment wasn't caught on screen. There was a couple dancing, wearing silly hats and shirts that said 35 years and counting. Clover envied them. What a way to celebrate an anniversary, dancing like no one was watching and loving for the whole world to see. She wanted that kind of love, the kind she could count on forever. Dustin appeared on the top step of the dugout, only his head and shoulders visible from where she sat. He pointed at her with his left hand and held a baseball in his right. She stood up, her hands outstretched, ready to put the skills she'd learned to practice. He grinned and tossed the ball. Her heart thrummed as she tracked the white leather with such concentration she could count the laces. She caught it, laughing as she did so. A few people clapped for her. She smiled at Jane. "See? Friends now." Jane patted her knee. "I think the whole stadium can see that." She pointed to the jumbotron. Clover slowly turned, afraid of having a stadium full of people see her mooning over Dustin Colt's ball. What she saw surprised her. She saw a woman who looked put together in her long black skirt and white tee with her hair draped over one shoulder. She might even say that she looked pretty, which was a surprise, because she'd never thought of herself as pretty before. She held the ball in the air and waved before quickly sitting down. Her whole face was on fire from the attention, but she wasn't embarrassed about what they'd seen, because all traces of the malnourished, homeless child she'd been only a few short years ago were gone. Relief flooded her system, making her arms feel weightless. Jane had once told her that she could be anything she wanted to be, and for Clover, that was like telling a hippopotamus it could be a ballerina. Really, all she'd ever wanted to be was normal and average. From what she could see on the screen, she fit right in with the people around her, and that was amazing. The camera switched to someone else. Clover leaned over and drew in deep breaths. She'd been told her whole life to be invisible, which made her feel invisible. Well, she hadn't been invisible today, and it felt good. Dustin had seen her, he'd picked her out of the crowd. And a whole stadium of people had seen her, and no one looked away, embarrassed by her dirty clothing or pleading eyes. No one had frowned with sympathy. But more importantly, Clover felt no shame. Instead, she'd felt pride in being herself. She gripped the ball tighter, feeling the laces under her fingers. Baseball. Baseball was magic and romance and a gift she didn't know she wanted. And Dustin? She began to turn the ball over and over in her hands. If the whole stadium was empty, she would stay because Dustin was on the field. She liked watching him play more than watching the game itself. The revelation was almost as scary as being on the big screen. "What's that?" Jane grabbed her wrist to hold the ball still. Clover glanced down at the ball and saw a blue pen. Turning it slowly, she read out loud, "Text me when you get off work." Dustin's phone number was written inside the laces. Clover gasped. Jane laughed. "Friends, huh?" "Yeah, right." She put her arm around Clover, who was so shocked she hadn't been able to close her mouth. "Well," Jane asked, "are you going to text him?" Clover pulled the ball to her chest and held it there with both hands. "I have to." Jane's eyebrows shot up. "Have to?" "Yeah." Clover stood, gathering her purse from under the seat. "When someone throws you a ball, you catch it." She said goodbye to a confused and bemused Jane before hurrying up the stairs toward the concession stands and gift shops filled to the brim with Redrocks gear. She'd have to come early to the next game and buy herself a shirt or hat. A hat would be great for keeping the sun off her face. Once through the shopping area, she negotiated another set of stairs to the large, slowly turning to sticky tar parking lot. Her car was hotter than the inside of a bread oven, but the engine groaned to life as if it had been sitting in a frozen tundra. She made it to the hotel with 30 seconds to spare before her shift started. "Hey, how was the game?" asked Maddie. She held a dust rag and a can of Pledge. They were supposed to dust the lobby daily. It was awesome. In her rush to get to the computer and sign in, Clover set her purse on the edge of the counter and it tipped over, the ball spilling onto the floor on the opposite side of the desk, along with the blush pink lipstick she'd bought that morning to wear to the game. Maddie picked them both up for her. Clover bit her lip and set all her attention on the screen. She'd planned on telling Maddie about the phone number ball, but she was going to lead into it since Maddie was already emotionally invested in Clover and Dustin. "There's something on here." Maddie gasped and then gave an under-the-breath squeal that was totally appropriate for the lobby of a mid-scale hotel. She reached across the counter and grabbed Clover's arm, giving her an excited shake. "Are you kidding me?" Clover pressed her hands to her chest and grinned. She still hadn't wrapped her head around the idea that Dustin had effectively picked her up at a baseball game he was playing in. This was uncharted territory. Like the dark side of the moon uncharted. "What do I do?" She hugged herself. Maddie rolled her sweet brown eyes like she couldn't believe she was about to ask this question. "Do you like him?" Clover was getting closer and closer to having a panic attack. While being on the Jumbotron was fun and had given her a new way to see herself, she wondered if she'd be able to handle that kind of microscope on a daily basis. Did Dustin? All she had to do was glance at the big screen television, where the 8th inning played out, to answer her own question. He was a professional athlete, he'd chosen that course and knew what he was getting himself into. Then there was the way they met. His money and overconfidence needed to be taken into consideration when deciding if she liked him. "Most days he drives me insane." "So you don't want to see him again?" asked Maddie, her adorable heart-shaped face scrunching up. Clover tugged at her hair. He'd taught her to play catch, at 1 a.m, in his backyard. Maybe even more important than the fact that he was willing to give up sleep for her was the way he'd introduced her to his friends, like she was one of them. She'd been a fringe person her entire life. That didn't mean that's who she was inside. She got why people had kept her out of their circles. A dirty face and unwashed clothes didn't exactly lay a welcome mat to her life. Under the direction of Pastor Paul and Jane, she'd changed those things, valued them. Maybe that's why Dustin's soapy clean smell woke up the butterflies in her stomach. "I want to see him again." "Then text him." Maddie shoved the ball at Clover. Clover pushed it back with all the strength of her insecurities. "And say what?" "Hi, this is Clover." "How was the game?" Clover groaned. "They're down by 3 in the bottom of the 8th. "Ouch!" Maddie cringed. "Maybe don't mention the game. Right?" Clover threw her arms in the air as if the fact that she couldn't talk baseball was proof enough of her dilemma. "Just be cool." Her hopes crashed as low as the Redrocks winning percentage. "I am the least cool person I know." "I'm the least cool person you know." "That is a problem." Maddie leaned against the desk, deep in thought. Clover scowled. "Why are we friends again?" Maddie tipped her head. "Because I'm good with your crazy, and you're good with my weird eating habits." Clover snorted. "Right, like celiac puts you on the same level of weird as the girl raised by a gypsy." "You make that sound so exotic." Maddie threw her hair over her shoulder. "I'm trying to decide if you want me to talk you into texting him or talk you out of it." "Both," Clover ventured. "Let's flip a coin." She patted her hips as if checking her pockets, not that her skirt had any pockets, but it was a cute gesture. Everything about Maddie was cute. Arg. Why did her friend have to be so effortlessly fun and adorable? It only made Clover feel more like a hippopotamus in the dating pool. Clover turned in time to take in Dustin's last at-bat. He struck out swinging at an outside pitch. He was inconsistent with the outside balls. Inside pitches, he could read like a billboard. She groaned. "How is it possible for a man to drive me crazy and keep me wanting more?" "Chemistry. We are not chemical." Although the way he looked at her last night, with his fingers brushing her skin, that had some definite sparks going. "How does he smell?" asked Maddie as she emptied the contents of her purse on the counter, apparently still looking for a coin. "Through his nose," quipped Clover. "No," Maddie laughed. "Does he smell good?" "Like soap and something. Sport manly." She breathed out a sigh, thinking about being close enough to Dustin to know that. Maddie grinned, incredibly pleased Clover's description. He's drawing you in with his sport manly pheromones. That is totally chemistry. And you can't resist. I can too. But you don't want to. Clover bit her tongue to keep from telling the truth. She didn't want to fight the draw she felt for Dustin. It was unlike anything she'd felt before, and it made her do crazy things like run into his garage in the middle of the night. Not that she was going to do that again. That was borderline crazy fan mania and definitely outside of the average girl's rules of etiquette. The game ended with the Redrocks slumping into the dugout and the fans trudging up the stairs. Her heart dropped 2 floors in disappointment. She'd wanted them to win this one. Maddie broke through her baseball trance. Look, if your pheromones have the same effect on him, then it doesn't matter what you text, he'll be happy to get an emoji. Clover considered Maddie's words of wisdom. She made some sense. Clover wouldn't care if Dustin asked what the weather was. She'd bounce off the walls to discuss the wind. Have I ever told you what a good friend you are? Maddie laughed. She set a quarter on the desk, heads up. I don't think we need that anymore. Clover laughed. Fine. I'll text him after work. From the blog post she'd read, she'd learned that Dustin would have a full buffet dinner with the team after the game, and the option to get in a workout and a rub-down. She wondered how long he planned to stay, and then decided she'd send the text and find out. Chapter 19. Dustin shoveled in the fresh sushi, grateful for the protein boost. The clubhouse manager could bring in any type of food he wanted. In the minor leagues, that usually meant a roast beef sandwich with chips and a veggie tray. In the majors, the managers went all out. Tonight, Bobby had brought in a chef to make sushi and another to make on-order stir-fry. There were large platters of rice and steamed veggies and orange chicken and beef kept warm over low flames. As good as the food tasted, the loss sat heavy in his mind. They needed to find a way to start winning games. His error at short hadn't done them any good, and he wasn't much help at the plate this game either. He did his best not to look at the man who would take his spot in a heartbeat, sitting 2 tables over with the pitchers. The guy was a constant reminder that Dustin's time in the MLB could be over in one batting slump. Clover had said something about him being in the top 5% of players who are drafted and an even smaller percentage of those who are called up. Sure, beating those odds was great, but staying on top was just as much of a struggle. He kept his phone in his back pocket on vibrate so he wouldn't miss Clover's text. The whole phone number thing on a ball was a stroke of pure genius, if he did say so himself. The simple reminder of the time they'd spent the night before on the golf course was definitely flirting. He'd crossed that line knowing full well he couldn't retreat. Didn't want to. Clover was different from the other women he'd dated semi-seriously, not that there were many. She had a way of looking at things with big, bright eyes as if she were taking them in for the first time, and it was attractive in a way that the sultry, sophisticated women he met at the clubs or parties couldn't match even if they tried. He touched his back pocket to make sure his phone was still there. Having the phone wasn't a big deal after the game. Before the game, a guy would get chewed out for keeping his phone on him. Baseball was serious business. Hey, he nodded as Braden and Blake took seats. How's it going, Blake? Blake was dating the new PT, a redhead with a deep knowledge of the game. Their romance had been quite the scandal considering the team's no dating staff policy. Coach Wolf had suspended the rule after Blake hit a triple for Elise that won the game. He'd proven Elise wasn't a distraction but a motivation for him. Wolf was probably waiting for Dustin to figure things out and prove Clover wasn't a distraction to his game. He didn't want her to be, had played better for a while when they first met. That was before things turned playful between them, and tonight his performance was dismal. Blake broke apart the disposable chopsticks. Fan-stinking-tastic. He grinned before popping a sunshine roll in his mouth and chewing fast. Elise got clearance to go on the road with us this weekend. I am stoked. Juan sat down, his plate piled high with orange chicken and rice. This meal was a favorite for the whole team, but Juan especially. Bobby was going to get some big tips tonight. You going to take her out while we're there? Asked Juan. The team had more downtime when they were on the road because they weren't trying to spend every spare minute with their families or girlfriends. They rarely did the tourist stuff, mostly sticking to the hotel and nearby restaurants and movie theaters. She's never been to DC. We're going to hit all the sites, replied Blake. You are so whipped. Juan guffawed. Dustin and Braden exchanged an amused glance. Juan was a big personality, even if he was one of the smallest guys on the team. He was literally always smiling and had bright white teeth that stood out against his darker skin. He'd been through some hard times when his wife broke his heart and left him with 3 little girls to take care of on his own. He kept pushing on, doting on his daughters and playing ball. You were so jealous, countered Blake. When Elise had first started, Juan had flirted with her to spur Blake into a bit of jealousy, enough to light a fire under the guy and make him ask Elise out. The guys knew it was for show, but Blake had taken it personally. Hey, she had her chance at all this. He motioned his hand down his body. And she picked you, there's no accounting for taste. Blake glared at Juan, who laughed. I'm messing with you, man. Elise was yours from day one. Don't you forget it. Blake speared a piece of orange chicken. They continued to give each other a hard time. Braden laughed, pushing a few buttons when he got the chance. Dustin's phone vibrated in his pocket. He whipped it out like a gunslinger had yelled, drawl. Hi, it's Clover. He grinned down at his phone until he noticed the good-natured ribbing had gone silent. He reluctantly brought his chin up and looked around the table. All 3 guys stared at him, their faces full of expectation. Is that the ball girl? Asked Juan. She was tight, man. Blake shoved Juan. Will you find your own woman? Hey, I got 3 beautiful ladies to take care of. I don't need the drama of another one. Juan was talking about his daughters. He was a family man through and through. But that doesn't mean my satellite turned off, you know? He tossed sushi in the air, tipped his head back, and caught it in his mouth. Tada, he said around the seaweed, rice, and crab. Dustin scratched his head. He tuned out the guys and went back to his text, trying to figure out the best way to play this. Who? He teased. The 3 dots waved, indicating Clover was typing back. She sent him a picture of the ball. I caught the ball. Just call me coach. What's next, coach? Batting cages? Dustin would love to take her to the cages. What a great opportunity to wrap his arms around a beautiful woman as he showed her how to hold a bat. He couldn't take her to the cages where he and the guys practiced. She'd come out broken. But St. George was a baseball town. There had to be soft toss machines somewhere. As soon as I get back in town. When do you leave? Tomorrow morning. Blake's phone alarm sounded and he jumped up. It's my turn with Elise. He grinned, dumping his half-empty plate in the trash on the way to the physical therapy room. Elise gave excellent massages, but she saved her best work for Blake. He didn't even pitch tonight, complained Braden. Juan made the sound of a whip cracking, and they all chuckled. Dustin looked down to find a frowny face emoji staring back at him. A thrill skated through his body knowing Clover would be sad he was gone. How long? She asked. 6 days. 3 in DC and 3 in Texas. Then it's the All-Star break? Someone has been reading up on baseball. Slow night at work. Hey. Juan snapped his fingers between Dustin and his phone. What? Dustin scowled. Bring her to the home run derby party. I want to meet this chica. Juan's dimples deepened. Dustin chewed the inside of his lip. Bringing a woman to a team function was a big deal. Are you going? He asked Braden. He nodded, noodles hanging out of his mouth for a second before he slurped them up. Me and Tilly. No one from the Redrocks team was invited to play in the All-Star game this year, but they had their favorites, guys they'd played with in the minors or played against. Clover would eat it up. She was a baseball innocent. Who knew which team she would follow if she'd grown up on a steady diet of Little League? He felt lucky to have been the one to find her before she was corrupted by a Yankees fan. "'Kay, but you'd better be on your best behavior." He pointed at Juan before sending the text and getting up to dump his plate. The late hour and the lost game were getting to him. Clover wasn't the only one who'd stayed up playing catch the night before. After she left, it took some time for him to settle down. He kept picturing her in his kitchen, and he almost ran out to buy cereal so he'd have something to offer her next time she ran into his garage at midnight. Maybe she'd fallen asleep. Clover hadn't responded to his invitation, and it had been a full 15 minutes. He grabbed his bag from his locker and headed through the halls to the players' parking lot. They'd had a late night, and then she'd been up for work at the pantry before coming to the game and then going to the hotel. He liked that she was a hard worker, making her way in the world. His family would like that too. Before his thoughts moseyed any further down that road, a text came in. "Okay, I figured out what a home run derby is, and I'm in." He laughed out loud in the parking lot, not caring if anyone thought he was nuts. Great. It's a date. The three little dots were still, and he wondered if he'd pushed too far by labeling their time together as an official date. She didn't back out, but she didn't respond. No, great, or I can't wait, or even a smiley-faced emoji. He hadn't meant to, but he'd shifted things between them. After a half-hour of debate, he decided it was a good thing. They were either going to move forward or fizzle out. He'd like to do the former, and just like when he stepped up to bat, he expected to hit a home run. Unfortunately, dating was like stepping up to the plate. No matter how bad you wanted the home run, sometimes you were caught looking. Chapter 20. Clover put on the parking brake and looked out the passenger window to the park across the street. It wasn't a particularly nice park. Patches of yellow dotted the grass, and the playground equipment was in desperate need of a paint job. The faded navy blue and mustard yellow showed signs of rust. What this park did have going for it was trees. Real trees that provided shade for someone in need of a nap or shelter and a place to spend the night. The thought process wasn't a new one. If you didn't have a friend to watch your back, put your back up against a tree. Reaching into the back seat, she retrieved 4 essentials bags and bottles of water. The crinkling noise reminded her of when she'd given one of the bags to Dustin, and she smiled thinking about him. Maddie said he'd called the night before but had declined to leave a message. She and Clover debated for 40 minutes about calling him back. In the end, they decided that since he hadn't left a message, that meant he wasn't expecting her to return the call, which was a bigger disappointment than Clover cared to think about. To get her mind off of Dustin, she decided to spend the morning handing out essentials bags. She took a deep breath before tucking her keys in her front pants pocket and heading across the street. A man sat under a large oak. He had on olive green pants and a black shirt. Not exactly hot weather-friendly clothing. She held out a water bottle. "Would you like a drink?" He eyed her. Clover had purposely worn her oldest pair of jean shorts and a misshapen green tee with a pair of flip-flops. Her clothing was clean, but she was far from pressed and dressed. "Don't got no money." He turned away. "It's on the house." She took a few more steps, bringing herself within arm's length and holding out the water. "I'm Clover. I used to sleep under this tree when my mom brought me through town. We didn't stay long, though. It was a stopover on our way to California." He still wouldn't look at her. She liked the beach in the summer, but it always took a few days to find someone willing to drive us across the desert. She paused, waiting for him to say something. When he didn't, she sat cross-legged, being sure not to get too close and frighten him. "This is my tree now," he grumbled. Clover nodded. "I can see that. I'm not going to take your tree. Promise." She crossed her heart. She set the water bottle halfway between the two of them and placed the plastic bag next to it. "I need my tree." He swiped the bottle off the ground and twisted off the cap. Clover's soul smiled widely. "You planning to stick around?" He downed half the bottle. "Maybe." "Good." She smiled. "If you want a good meal, I cook for the pantry and you're always welcome. The information is on the card." She pointed toward the bag. "I'll think about it." He lifted the bottle to his lips and drained it. Clover glanced away and then back, catching the bottom of a navy tattoo. "Were you in the service?" There were dozens of programs to help vets. If she could just get him to agree, she'd be able to have him in an apartment in no time. He squished the empty water bottle and put the lid back on. 8 years. She leaned forward and patted his arm. His skin was smooth, making her think he was younger than his emotional burden made him appear. "Thank you for your service to our country." A sense of pride filled his eyes, and he nodded solemnly, his eyes holding steady on the deformed water bottle. "Coming home was hard, but they don't want me anymore. I figured I'd be away from life for a while." Clover dropped her gaze to the bags in her lap. I wonder if that's what my mom needed too. She had me at 14, didn't have a family that I know of, and life was hard. He lifted his gaze, and she met him straight on, noting the bright blue color of his eyes, the keen intelligence there, and the memories that haunted him. She did good by you. Do you have any kids? She asked tentatively. No, thank the good Lord. I don't want to mess up anyone else's life. Clover chewed the inside of her cheek. I had a friend tell me that if I could imagine myself being something, then I had the power to be that thing. If you can imagine yourself being a father, then you can be one and a good one. That's something to think about. He tipped his chin up, staring through the leaves. Clover patted his hand, gathered up the remaining water and bags, and stood. I don't know when I can come by again, but I'll watch for you at the pantry. He didn't answer, just kept staring up at the sunlight coming through the leaves. Clover didn't mind. The lines on his face were peaceful. Sometimes that was all she could give, but it was enough for the moment. Her phone chirped, and she juggled the bags and bottles of water to get it out of her pocket. How's your day? Asked Dustin. She managed to type out a quick good before dropping what was in her arms. She wanted to sit down with him and tell him all about the man under the tree, how he looked hopeful and was even friendly by the time she left. She could explain how much she wanted him to come to the pantry so she could talk to him about some of the programs available for vets. At the least, he could have regular meals. At the most, he could have a place to stay and counseling. Then, maybe one day, he could be the dad he wanted to be. She tucked her phone back into her pocket. There was too much to put into a text, and she was here to help people. She took the walkway around the tree to a picnic table. Two boys sat at the table, rolling a ball back and forth to one another. She walked right up to them and placed the waters on the table. The smell of sweat and improper bathroom hygiene hit her nose like a battering ram. You guys thirsty? She smiled, though her stomach rolled at the stench. Kids were much easier to talk to than adults. They may be shy, but they usually came out of their shell if food was involved. She wished she'd brought a couple cupcakes or zingers with her, but these two needed the soap and toothpaste more than a sugar high. There was a shelter with showers not far from here. Get away. A woman with long gray hair and wild gray eyes charged at Clover, her arms waving. Mine, 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 she screamed. Clover recognized the woman's mental instability and backed away from the children. As she did, she dropped two of the bags and waters on the ground. They watched with dull eyes and little interest, but she had to try. They are yours. I was only inviting them to a meal. The woman clawed her hands down her face and screeched like an injured eagle. She didn't have any fingernails to speak of, so her face was undamaged. Clover backed off a few more steps. Leave. I'm going. Clover kept her hands out in front of her as she backed up. The woman scooped down, grabbing a rock and throwing it at Clover. Okay, time to run. Clover picked up speed, glancing over her shoulder to make sure she didn't run into anything. When she was out of sight behind a pine tree, the screaming stopped as quickly as if she'd flipped a switch. Clover sighed. At least the children had the bags and water. She bowed her head to offer a prayer on behalf of the children and their guardian. She couldn't exactly say the woman was their mother because she appeared much too old to have children that young, but then, living on the streets could age a person. Clover. Someone grabbed her arm, startling her out of her prayer. Clover jumped. Demarius jumped too. Her brain registered the little brown-eyed boy, and she bent down to scoop him into a hug. He pushed against her and kicked his feet, but she was too happy to see him healthy to let it bother her. You're bigger. She laughed as she set him down. He scowled at her. Serena scrambled out from under the branches of the pine tree. She had needles stuck to her pants and in her hair. Clover knew better than to ask questions. Serena's sense of safety was in knowing that no one knew where they were hiding. I'm sorry. He ran out before I could stop him. It's no trouble. He's one of my favorites. Clover mused Demarius's hair, noting the grainy feeling. This time, he smiled up at her. You look good, Serena. And Demarius is obviously growing. Demarius crouched down, collecting rocks. Serena watched him for a moment before saying, I feel like a failure. She tugged at her dirty shirt. Chad called. He wants to meet me somewhere neutral, just to talk. Clover wanted to scream at her to throw her phone away and run from the abusive man. You're not a failure. You're courageous in protecting yourself and your child. Hiding feels more like the cowardly thing. Clover shook her head so hard her bun tugged at her hair. Be strong. She remembered well the problem being dirty caused with her self-esteem and the way she'd felt at the ball game when she saw herself on the big screen. She glanced around at the few businesses within sight. She pressed the essentials bag into Serena's arms. Here. You could take Demarius to the gas station over there and wash your hair in the sink. They have a family bathroom, so you can lock the door and have a few minutes of privacy. She hugged the bag to her chest. They'll chase us out. Walk in there with your head held high and they won't even think about it. They won't. If they knock, tell them your son has a stomachache and you'll make sure the place is clean before you go. She shuffled her feet. Maybe. Clover wanted to march her right across the street and into the gas station. She wanted to secure a place for Serena and her son and make life all better. Can I? No, Serena's response was as fast as it was persuasive. Clover forcefully swallowed her argument. Offering help was one thing, forcing it upon someone showed a lack of respect. Respect was the least she could give Serena, but it was what Serena wanted the most. Clover hugged her. Okay. I'll see you next time you come into the pantry. Thank you. Her voice was full of deep gratitude. Clover tightened her embrace before letting go. Her phone chirped again, and she said goodbye to Serena and Demarius before taking it out. What's your schedule today? She skipped 3 steps, happy to see he was thinking about her. I'm going to the pantry now and then hotel. Working late. Me too. She giggled. Play hard. Always. She unlocked her car and dropped behind the steering wheel, staring at her screen while she waited with the door hanging open for the heat wave to dissipate. St. George was awfully hot in the summer. So hot it melted the thoughts right out of her head. Why couldn't she think of anything fun and flirty to say to him? She ran her hands around the steering wheel, testing the temperature. Think. 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 The wheel was fine, so she started up the car, shut the door, and pulled into traffic. I saw the game last night, she muttered, trying to get the old wheels turning. That wouldn't do. They'd lost by a lot. Better luck next time. Bleck. It looked like the other team throws really hard. Brainless. Your uniform was spotless. What detergent do you use? Dimwit. Okay, I give up. She flicked her hand at her phone as if dismissing it. Apparently I am text defective. She stopped at a light and dropped her head to the wheel. This is so not good. Dustin was out of town for half the year. How was she ever going to date a man she couldn't text/talk to for half the year? He might as well know how inept she was so he could make an informed decision. Her heart crimped at the thought of watching him run into the dugout without looking her way. With a sigh, she pulled over and picked up her phone. Good luck in the game tonight. I'll be cheering for you. There. She hit send and gulped. Thanks. Heading out for BP. Bye. Bye. That was the worst flirting job ever. Thankfully, I have 4 more days of this before he comes home. Even her sarcasm couldn't wrap up a protective layer around her heart. Strange, sarcasm had never failed her before. She might just have to admit that Dustin was more important to her than she wanted to acknowledge. For more days of denial. She could work with that. Chapter 21. The Sunday after the long road trip, Dustin walked up the stained concrete steps of his parents' home for a family dinner. He paused outside the door to paint on a smile. The Nationals were brutal, beating them by double digits 3 games straight. Dustin couldn't connect with the ball to save his life. That wasn't entirely true. He'd connected fly balls aplenty, but hadn't been able to put the ball in play. On the bright side, the rest of the team didn't do much better, ensuring his poor performance didn't stand out. On the dark side, the rest of the team didn't do much better. To top it off, he wasn't making any progress with Clover. He'd text and she'd answer, but there was no real back and forth. It was like pulling apart the laces in a glove with his teeth to get her to talk. He'd tried calling once, but her roommate answered and said she was in the shower. He didn't leave a message. All the while he was fumbling his way through trying to talk to Clover, Blake RYGS paraded his red-headed girlfriend all over DC, flaunting their stupid relationship bliss in front of everyone. They took selfies in front of the White House and the Washington Monument, posting them on Instagram like lovesick fools. Dustin took a little satisfaction knowing they were staying in separate rooms and had to at least say goodnight before they could sleep. Coach and Harper Wolf hadn't been married that long, and they managed to keep things professional in front of the team. Blake was a doof. Dustin had hardly said 2 words to the cheesy couple all week. Stupid happy people. All in all, it had been a week of battles and disappointments, and Dustin could use a day to gather his wits. Instead, he was headed onto another battlefield, family dinner. The sound of children's laughter and a dog running on the hardwood floors came through the front door and brought a small smile to his lips. His nieces and nephew were the best part of any family gathering, and he hadn't seen them in weeks. They were probably taller. Kids grew so fast. Dustin squared his shoulders. He couldn't afford to show weakness in front of his parents when it came to baseball. Mr. Positive was his alter ego. They could say, "You struck out 12 times this week," and he would grin and say, "I'll get M next time," because the minute he let his guard down, they would pounce. He opened the door and was tackled by everyone under the age of 10 all at once. Laughing as he tried to keep them from injuring one another in the dog pile, he hugged and kissed and exclaimed over pronouncements about one's fall off a bicycle, the flavor of popcorn another had tried, and where still another's dog had chosen to go the bathroom that made mommy ground him to the backyard forever. They peppered him with questions about where he'd been and what he ate on the airplane. Ginger, at 6 years old, was especially enthralled with the idea of eating while flying. She had dark brown hair that flipped up at the ends. "Did your fork float away?" He tickled her side. "I didn't go to space." She giggled. "I want to go to space." "Then do it. You'd make a great space woman." "More like Space Monkey," quipped her older brother, Ty. "Hey." Ginger shoved him. "Hey, both of you. Quit arguing and let Dustin get in here." Aurora, his sister-in-law, waved him into the kitchen. "He's probably starving." Dustin smiled because he was hungry. His mom made the best dry rub in the state, and she put it on chicken, beef, and pork, and then had Dad slow cook it on the barbecue. The back sliding glass door was open and the screen door shut, allowing him to smell the smoky, slightly tangy flavors from here. He rubbed his empty stomach and reached for a pickle on the relish tray. His mom, moving back and forth between the stove and the counter, where a spread worthy of Bobby, the clubhouse manager, was coming together, blew him a kiss. "It's good to have my boy home." "What about me?" asked Xander, Dustin's younger brother. "I'm the one who fixed your railing this week." He winked at Aurora, who rolled her eyes, knowing he was trying to get under his mom's skin. The two were a match made in heaven, Xander loving to pester those around him, and Aurora having the patience of a saint to put up with him. Mom huffed. "Yes, Xander, you are the apple of my eye," she said, deadpan as she leveled him with a look that would discourage any player in the MLB from stealing a base. A timer dinged, and Mom whipped around to pull the rolls out of the oven. Their yeasty smell added another layer of anticipation to the fragrances swirling through the kitchen. Dustin's stomach growled. "You have this week off, right?" asked Xander. He grabbed a handful of olives and popped one in his mouth. Aurora smacked his backside. "Wait for the blessing." He gave her a wicked grin and popped another olive in his mouth. She shook her head and turned away with a smile on her face. Dustin gave her props for sticking with Xander for 8 years and some change. Dustin put the pickle on a paper plate. Xander's question chased away his appetite because he knew what was coming and didn't like it. "We've still got workouts." Xander cuffed him on the shoulder. "Come on, man. I could really use you to run a crew." Running a crew is an off-season thing. Even then, he was pushing his luck. Most guys took the 3-month off-season to let their bodies rest. They did minimal workouts so as not to cause overuse injuries. Hanging sheetrock, hauling sheetrock, mudding, and taping sheetrock were physically demanding jobs that did not allow him time to rebuild. "Come on. Tara needs braces." "Do you have any idea how much braces cost?" Aurora nodded her head as she mashed the potatoes. "Dustin, help your brother," added Mom in the same tone she used to tell Xander to catch for Dustin when he needed to practice in high school. At that point, he was throwing hard enough that Dad had to ice his hand after catching. Dad came in through the back door with a platter of meat. He looked like Fred Flintstone with a dino steak. He even had the black hair and thick build. Dustin couldn't count the times Dad had sat in the car with a newspaper, waiting for practice to get over. Nor could he number the games his parents had attended, even though they had no love for baseball. But they loved Dustin. Of that he was sure. And when you love someone, you make sacrifices for them. Dustin shrugged. I've got afternoon workouts. If you can swing an early shift, I'll make it work. I'll line it up and text you tonight. Xander snagged a roll. He took a large bite and hid the roll behind his back when Aurora glanced his way. A piece of the roll stuck out the side of his mouth. He was begging to get caught. Aurora ignored it. Saint. Dad set the platter on the table and dusted off his hands. Glad you could make it. Me too. Although Dustin wasn't so sure. If he'd stayed home, he'd be able to sleep in this week instead of getting up before the sun to go to work. What's the latest, Dad? Not much here. But I have a question. The grandkids ran through the room, chasing Roberta, the dog. Carter, the youngest, toddled after the crew. He'd wanted to be a part of the pack from day one and refused to be left out, even though his little legs had to work twice as hard to keep up. Shoot. Dustin motioned for Dad to ask away. When I see MLB players on television, they have a beautiful woman on their arm. He craned his neck to look around the room. Where are these women? Mom threw a dish towel at Dad. It covered his face before dropping to the floor. Dad swiped it up. I'm just saying. All these women out there and my son comes to dinner alone. Dustin thought of Clover. His family would scare her to death. If you think I'm going to let you all meet a woman before she promises to marry me, then you're crazy. So you're dating? Dad pressed. How can he have time to date? He eats, sleeps, and breathes baseball. Mom gave Dad the I've got this look. He dreams of playing in Boston, not giving us more grandchildren. She set out a pitcher of raspberry lemonade, her displeasure with Dustin's life goals evident in the parentheses around her mouth. Dustin, please tell your mother she's wrong, said Dad. Dustin shook his head. Telling Mom she was wrong or overreacting or being dramatic or too sensitive was never a good idea. Mom had trigger words, and when one of them came out of her kids' mouths, she let loose. Dustin turned to Xander and Aurora, who were setting the table, silently begging for their help. Xander mouthed, sorry. I have a few cute friends, Aurora offered. Dustin was on his own. Thanks, but I'm focusing on baseball right now. Mom waved her wooden spoon. There has to be someone. You're handsome and young. What's wrong with women these days? Dustin had asked himself that same question when he'd first met Clover. She was combative and defensive and yet beautiful and so kind. She gave herself to a cause, and she believed in helping people who didn't believe in themselves. There are a few good ones left. A few good ones or one good one, pestered Xander. Dustin gave up trying to keep anything from his family. Maybe there is one that's interesting. If only she'd text. It was having to teach her to catch a ball all over again. She drives me nuts, he muttered. Mom pounded the spoon on the side of the pan. That's good. Your father bugs the heck out of me, and I love him more than homemade churros. What's her name? Clover, he said quietly, like saying her name was a special treat. All movement stopped. Dustin's eyes flicked from face to face. Dad was thoughtful. Mom was ecstatic. Aurora had her hand over her heart. Have you taken her out? He lifted one shoulder. We played catch a week ago, behind my house. No. She tossed her hands in the air. Ask her to dinner. Make her feel special, like she wants to paint her toenails before you pick her up. Dustin considered her advice. Texting wasn't working. He needed to up his game. Heck, that was his theme in life lately. Up his game on the field, up his game with Clover. He was constantly falling short. Xander's jaw scraped the floor. You're into her. It's not like that. Dustin waved their enthusiasm off and backpedaled. We argue all the time. And yet you say her name with reverence, said Aurora. She fanned her face. I do not. Xander kissed Aurora's cheek. I'm going to agree with my wife on this one. Punk. Dustin glared. Whatever, lover boy. Xander. Mom looked to Dad for help. It's like they never grow up. Dad wagged his finger at Dustin. Don't keep her from us. We aren't dating, I don't have time. Remember? Dad's finger stopped wagging and started pointing. You make time. You see all this. His arms made a circle that took in the children running, their happy laughter, and the whole family gathered together. This is worth the time. This is what it's all about. I know you love baseball more than you love food, but baseball should be number 3. He ticked off his fingers. God, family, baseball. When you figure that out, you'll start hitting the ball again. Dad. His words hit too close to Dustin's wounded pride and his fears of being benched, sent back to the minors, or worse, cut. He had no idea his dad had even followed his at-bats. Game stats? Yes, but at-bats was another level of support and expectations from his father. Another layer of pressure beaded across his forehead. I'm not going to get better at hitting by spending less time on the skill and chasing some woman. That's not how things work. Dad shook his head sadly. His eyes filled with something Dustin hoped never to see there, disappointment. His body sagged. Dad didn't get it. No one had any idea what kind of pressure Dustin was under to perform. Mom brought out the Jell-O salad, the Snickers salad, which wasn't a salad at all, but an excuse to eat candy at dinner, and a fruit platter. No more business talk. It's Sunday, make it a day of rest. Dustin tossed her a thankful smile. She winked and called for the grandkids. They scampered in all smiles and giggles. For a moment, Dustin wished he could be a kid again, where his biggest worry was if there was a popsicle in the freezer. Just because he played a game for a living didn't mean his life was all fun and games. His family didn't seem to get that. Clover hadn't either, not at first. She was coming around. He couldn't believe she had to look up the definition of a home run derby. That was charming. The family found their seats, Dustin between his niece and nephew, where he could help control their serving sizes of the Snickers salad and make sure they ate some protein. Dad said grace, and they dug in. With his hunger satiated, Dustin looked back on his week, removing himself emotionally from all that had happened. From this end of the calendar, he could see that he'd been in a funk, growling about Blake and Elise and their perpetual smiles. After a few moments, he finally realized why he'd been in such a dark cloud. Longing. All week he longed to see Clover again, to connect with her. Texts didn't work and the phone call was a bust. Tomorrow night, he was taking her to the home run derby party. He'd finally get his chance to be near her, to hear her melodic voice and watch her eyes light up when she took her first step onto the infield grass, and he couldn't wait. Chapter 22. Clover glanced down at her khaki shorts and a white t-shirt with the Redrocks logo on the front. She'd found the shirt at a department store and paid full price, breaking 2 of her rules. The first rule she'd broken was to never pay full price for a piece of clothing that was a waste of money. Tons of cute clothing ended up on the sale racks or at the secondhand shop, and frequenting those locations had kept her budget in check. The second rule was that she didn't own anything white. She preferred darker colors that hid stains and washed well. In her head, only rich people wore white because they could afford to replace their clothing often. She'd gone right ahead and broken the rule because she wanted a Redrocks shirt so much her belly ached at the thought of walking away without it. Her team pride grew in direct proportion to the games she'd attended last week, which was silly considering they lost. However, the losses fueled her respect for the team. They didn't give up. They didn't go home with their tails between their legs. They ran onto the field at the beginning of all 9 innings and did their best. For that, she would cheer for them until the last out. If the players believed they could do it, then the fans needed to stand behind them. The other reason she'd bought the shirt, the reason she wasn't willing to broadcast, was that it reminded her of Dustin. The moment her hand brushed the logo, his soft smile and penetrating green eyes filled her with warmth. It was all she could do not to wear the shirt every day he was out of town. Saving it for their date was like saving a piece of chocolate cream pie for a treat after work. Nice shirt. Dustin smiled at her as he parked in the players' lot at the stadium. Thanks. She grinned, looking down. Her nerves were bouncing into one another. For the last 4 days, she'd ignored all the flutterings in her stomach when her phone chirped, indicating a text from him. Of course, she'd answered the texts, but she had no idea what she was doing or how to flirt electronically, so she kept it simple. which, she reasoned, was better than making a fool of herself. See? Denial. She chose to focus instead on what to wear to a home run derby party. Dustin said it would be in the stadium, so she dressed for a warm night. Maddie insisted on loaning her a pair of red wedges with a cork heel. They were kind of sassy and made Clover's legs look long and lean, dressing up the simple shorts and tee. Dustin came around and opened her door for her. He'd done the same thing when he picked her up at her apartment. She could hardly believe she'd given him the address, considering the fact that she was the queen of caution when it came to the men she dated. Clover blushed both times he opened her door for her, because his act of service meant something to her. She had two perfectly good arms and could open the door herself. But Dustin's desire to do something for her, even a small something like opening her door, made her feel special. They made their way into the building through a small, nondescript door. The hallway was painted cream, and the concrete floor was stained dark. Their footsteps echoed, his louder than hers. "Since you're such a big fan," he tugged on the hem of her t-shirt, causing butterflies to flap in her tummy. "I thought you'd get a kick out of this." He pushed open two metal doors painted green and stepped to the side to allow her to go first. Clover fisted his sleeve. "This is the locker room?" She covered her mouth with her free hand and bounced up and down. He laughed. "The one and only." He cupped her elbow and brought her inside. "Go ahead, check it out." She grinned as she took in the nameplates, the uniforms hanging with their numbers facing out, the gear so neatly arranged on the shelves. Some guys had body spray or batting gloves in their space. Cleats were tucked neatly in the bottom of the lockers. She sniffed, expecting to smell sweat and dirt, but all she got was cleaner and a lingering fresh paint smell. Bouncing, she handed Dustin her phone. "Take my picture." She ran over to the huge Redrocks logo on the wall and struck a pose. Dustin snapped the picture and then came over. "Selfie too." He put his cheek next to hers, his skin all smooth and intoxicating. Her eyes fluttered shut out of the pleasure of having him close. He smelled clean and manly, and she had to concentrate to keep her eyes from drooping shut out of the sheer pleasure his nearness stirred inside. This was the closest he'd gotten today. They were sort of starting fresh since her texts had been so sloppy. She'd even asked Maddie for help. Her roommate took one look at the phone and tossed her hands in the air. "You're the worst texter ever." Clover didn't argue. That was probably why Dustin was holding himself back today. She could feel the void between them and wanted it to go away. The phone made the pretend noise of a camera lens. The sound echoed in the large, empty room. Her eyes popped open. "Can we do that again?" "I think my eyes were closed." "Sure." Dustin held up the phone, and this time Clover held her breath so she didn't float away on his soapy, sporty, manly smell. The picture turned out much better. She smiled down at the screen. No matter what happened between her and Dustin, she would treasure this photo. Baseball had given her a gift, the chance to see herself in a new light. For that reason, the sport had won her heart forever, and even if Dustin drove her to insanity, the chance to see the inside of the Redrocks locker room was a gift she would never wish away. He tugged at her pocket. "Come on, party's this way." She tripped after his cocky half-smile. In a way, she envied him the chance to be part of a team, to have a jersey with his name and number on the back that matched 24 other jerseys. They headed for another green door, this one only big enough for one person to go through at a time. Clover bit her lip as they emerged into the shaded daylight in the dugout. The red plastic bench stretched out to her right, and an empty bat organizer was on her left. She wondered where they kept the bats when there wasn't a game. The thought was there, and then it was gone as her eyes took in the wonder that was an MLB field. The whole field, in all its green grass, red dirt, and white baseline wonder, lay before them. A small gasp escaped her lips. Dustin grinned. "Welcome to Redrocks Field. It's smaller than it looks on television." Though she'd seen the field from the stands, being on the edge of it, the slightly sweet, earthy smell of the grass filling her senses was a whole different experience. He laughed and took her hand, sending funny feelings to her lower belly. They felt like the sound of water bubbling in a mountain stream. Wide-angle lenses. She stood there, not quite daring to go up the 3 steps. It was like stepping into a stranger's home. Blankets and specialty chairs with rounded legs dotted the grass. Players and their families mingled. Two little boys' friends, not brothers, blew bubbles and laughed as they floated away. Their parents talked, glancing at the two of them periodically. The team owner, Harper Wolf, was stunning in her white pants and red blouse. She could wear white pants to a party on a lawn and probably come away stain-free. Coach Wolf sat with his arm behind her, his attention on his teenage son, sharing their blanket and talking with both his hands. The Home Run Derby pre-show was on the big screen, the sound coming over the announcer's speakers. It wasn't so loud that people couldn't talk over it, but it was loud enough that she didn't have to strain to hear. Clover recognized the faces and sometimes the build of the players, but there were so many more people she didn't know. A general unease gurgled up, and she tightened her hold on Dustin's hand, needing something solid to keep her anchored. The blood drained from her face, leaving her cheeks cold. Dustin glanced down at her and did a double take. Whoa. He guided her to the bench where the players sat during the game. Her hands brushed lightly against the smooth surface. If she wasn't already about to faint, she would have swooned. Dustin squatted in front of her. Are you okay? He brushed the hair off her forehead and tucked it behind her ear. His touch was so gentle, it was all Clover could do not to lean into him. He smiled. Are you going to faint? I don't think so. She took in a big breath. Man, you're a fan. He continued to run his fingers down her cheek and caress her face. It's not that. Clover swallowed. I have a hard time with social things. She laughed at herself. It sounds so stupid. Dustin's hands paused for a brief moment. You were fine at the club. She rubbed her lips together, thinking of that long-ago night in Vegas. The longer they sat here, with his hands on her face, the more heated she became and the faster the blood pumped through her system. If he kept this up, she'd be able to sprint to center field and back without breaking a sweat. No pressure. She groped for the right words. No one expected me to be charming or even pretty. I was a face in the crowd. But here, she waved her arm towards the field. People are going to know my name, and they'll look at me with you. She motioned to him. Dustin dropped his hands to either side of her on the bench. Do you want to leave? The lines in his face spoke to his sincerity. For her, he would walk out that door and not even worry about leaving. Clover shoved his chest. Stop being so nice. It makes me feel bad. She clasped her hands in her lap. Dustin's chest was firm and well-shaped, and she wanted to explore those shapes. Now was neither the time nor the place. Maybe she should sit on her hands. Dustin's smile sparked with mischief. Would you feel better if I threw a head of lettuce at you? Or ordered you one of everything on the menu? Clover nodded in mock seriousness. Yes, I think that would help. Dustin dipped his chin to make her look into his eyes. I can't say that they're all good people. I don't know them all personally, but I can promise not to leave your side. Clover searched for the truth of his words in his gaze. She wanted to believe him, wanted so much to have someone promise he wouldn't leave her. The words were like forbidden wishes. Pastor Paul once said, during a funeral, no less, that no one can promise to never leave us. Even if we pledge our lives, one day, we will die, and that's not in our hands. The key is to trust in the Lord. What we need to do in this life is to love people while they are here, and then love them even when they move on, it didn't matter in what way, and allow others to do the same. It was the one statement she had disagreed with him about. Saying those words and vowing to be with someone should be a promise you keep. Yes, the Lord had the corner on separation and death, but people have the ability to choose to love the person they are with. Her mom could have made that choice and didn't. Her father might not have ever had a choice, who knew if Rainbow even told him she was pregnant. But to hear Dustin say he wouldn't leave her side, even if it was for an evening, was like cool aloe gel on her blistering nerves. She tugged at the front of his shirt. Promise? Dustin captured her hand and slowly threaded his fingers with hers. I won't let go unless you do. She nodded and got to her feet, feeling stronger with her hand in his. They walked onto the field, and she took a deep breath of fresh air. The game night smells of popcorn and sticky drinks were absent. In their place was the sweet desert air and Dustin. He tugged her toward the buffet tables. I'm starving. Clover managed to keep up with his long strides even as she stuffed her insecurities down deep. She'd come to spend time with Dustin, and if he was the only person she spoke to that whole night, then she'd be happy. Chapter 23. Dustin handed Clover a paper plate and motioned for her to go through the line first. He masked his worry over her with a smile. He had no idea she had some sort of social anxiety, but the truth was written right there on her white cheeks when she almost passed out. Leaving was an easy option if it would make her feel better. He was DVRing the Derby anyway, and the idea of watching it on his couch with Clover tucked into his side wasn't a bad one. She'd rallied well, and the color had come back into her cheeks. He would be lying if he said holding her face in his hands hadn't affected him. Thoughts of kissing her pummeled him at regular intervals like a pitching machine set on high speed. He was still thinking about her mouth as they loaded their plates. All the while, he did his best to maintain some form of physical contact, even if it was just their hips touching as they loaded up on fresh watermelon balls. He snagged 2 cans of iced lemonade and nodded to a blanket in the corner. The red blankets with the team logo on them were a nice touch. Clover stayed close, and they leaned shoulder to shoulder as they ate. They weren't sitting there long when Braden and Tilly joined them. They were holding hands and carrying plates. "There's Braden." He nodded their direction. She squinted into the setting sun. "He's the one who lives by you, right?" "Right." He took a swig of lemonade. "He's probably the nicest guy on the team. But don't tell him I said that." She pretended to lock her lips with a key and toss it over her shoulder. He pretended he didn't want to kiss the lock open. Clover smiled shyly at Tilly, who sat across from her on the blanket. Tilly was probably used to interacting with strangers as a climbing guide. Her arms were ripped and her calves super-toned. Tilly grinned back at Clover. "Nice shoes." Clover glanced down. "Thanks. I borrowed them from my roommate." Dustin hooked his pinky with Clover's and gave her a look, silently asking if she was okay. She nodded discreetly, and Dustin gave Braden his attention while the women talked about shoes. "How do you think the rookie will do?" Braden asked. "There's so much hype over Judge." "It's a lot to swing on the end of a bat," replied Dustin. "My man." Juan called from 10 feet away where he'd been talking to Brian Tuttle. Tuttle was in the middle of a divorce. It was a sad thing. He hadn't seen it coming and was devastated. Dustin masked his cringe at the way Juan rubbed his hands together. Juan was a lot to take in for an average person. He'd terrify Clover. He mentally kicked himself for not warning her or warning Juan off. Juan offered Dustin a fist bump, which he returned. "This is your pretty lady?" His eyes roamed Clover, all eager beaver. Dustin tensed. Clover linked all their fingers together. "Hello, beautiful." Juan sank to his knees in front of her. "Why are you with him?" "Huh?" Clover exchanged a look with Tilly, who rolled her eyes. "Knock it off, Juan." Tilly shoved him. "You'll scare her away." Clover's eyes brightened a little, and she gave Tilly a grateful smile. "You cannot be jealous, Rocky." Juan adjusted his ball cap. He'd called Tilly Rocky since she eagerly encouraged him off the side of a cliff during a lesson. He'd hung there, petrified for 10 minutes, before his legs worked again. "Why would I be jealous when I have this guy?" Tilly wrapped her arms around Braden's middle and snuggled close. Juan huffed. "Right." Just then, Juan's daughters approached, carrying paper plates piled with cookies and brownies and a scoop of ice cream. Juan frowned. "I told you to get dinner." "We did." "We're having cookies for dinner," said the oldest. Her hair was in a French braid that reached all the way to her belt. The other girls didn't look as well put together, but they were all smiling as they stood there with their plates. Clover scooted, bringing her back flush with Dustin's chest. He instinctively placed a hand on her hip, ready to scoop her into his lap for protection. She patted the front of the blanket where she'd been sitting. "Come sit down," she told the girls. "There's lots of room." Dustin put his lips close to Clover's ear. She smelled of coconut shampoo and something floral and feminine. "You doing okay?" She nodded, her hair tickling his neck. "They're adorable," she whispered. And that right there was what he found so dang attractive about Clover. While he'd seen the crooked braids and untucked shirts, she'd seen their smiles and cherubic faces. He pressed his lips to her earlobe. She gasped quietly, a pleasurable sound, to be sure, that ignited a fire in his chest. He chuckled, liking that he got that kind of response out of her. If she gasped when he kissed her there, what would she do when he kissed her proper? Better yet, what would she do when he kissed her improperly? Chapter 24. Clover leaned back in her chair in the stands and rested her feet on the dugout, mirroring Dustin's posture. The big screen had been turned off, and a small army of workers cleared the buffet, folded blankets, and stacked chairs on a dolly that would roll to some storage room. One angry grounds crew member muttered as he combed the outfield, looking for divots in the grass. He didn't need to worry. Most everyone had taken off their shoes and enjoyed the cool grass on a dry and hot evening. Even after the sun disappeared behind the red cliffs, the hot air bounced off Clover's skin. Of course, she took all this in, but what truly grabbed her attention was Dustin. The players and their families had all gone home. Well, not Juan. He and his girls were playing an imaginary game of baseball. Juan was pitching, and when Julia, the 7-year-old, swung a pretend bat, Juan clicked his tongue loudly, and she took off for first base. Clover and Dustin laughed, as Juan was the only defensive player on the field and ran back and forth, tracking a high foul ball that apparently touched the clouds. "Should we help him?" asked Dustin lazily. They'd had a great time in their little corner of the park. Several players had wandered over to say hi, but their group remained relatively small, and Clover found that she enjoyed herself once she quit worrying so much about what everyone thought about her. Nah, let them wear him out. He'll sleep better that way. Clover settled deeper into her seat. Juan was loud and thought himself much too funny for his own good. He joked about Clover ditching Dustin and going home with him. He'd also teased Tilly about getting out of her obviously rocky relationship with Brayden and trying out a stable guy like him. The girls giggled as they circled the bases, scoring 3 runs off 1 hit. Juan charged them, promising the tickle of a lifetime, and they ran, screaming in all directions. Clover wouldn't mind a chance to touch her toes to home plate. For now, the image of the girls, their hair falling out of their braids and their skirts flying behind them as they ran, their giggles and grins full of that joy that children can grab in an instant, was soothing. Front row seats are sweet. She laid her head on his shoulder, enjoying the firmness. "I'll keep my spot on the field, thank you." Dustin lifted one side of his lips in a sultry grin. Clover dropped her lashes. He'd been looking at her like that a lot tonight, all interested. Each time, her stomach did that bubbling brook-happy feeling. She was definitely interested in Dustin. She wasn't sure what to do about it yet. The two of them came from different worlds, but that didn't mean they couldn't be together. They'd held hands most of the night, and she leaned against his firm chest for part of the show. The derby exceeded her expectations. The players on screen made the whole thing look like a party. Under the smiles and the joking, there was a strong level of competition. They all wanted to win something fierce. Balancing friendship and competition was difficult, and yet they made it look like another day at the ballpark. She'd seen that same drive in Dustin and found it incredibly attractive, like a primal need inside of him to come off the conqueror. It was so very alpha male and triggered something primal inside of her to grab onto him and not let go. Before she could let herself sink deeper into this swirling pool of desire, he needed to know what he was getting himself into. She turned her attention back to the girls spinning circles around the pitcher's mound. "They remind me of me." She nodded to the field. Dustin pulled his eyes off of her. Funny how she could feel his gaze as easily as she could feel his thumb stroke her hand. The sensation was pleasant and exciting at times, especially when he pulled out that devilish grin. "How so?" he asked. He moved his thumb back and forth slowly. Clover had to think hard to get past the sensations his touch created inside of her. "My mom was unconventional. She didn't care if my hair was done. Or hers, for that matter." Rainbow's wavy blonde hair hung all the way down her back, ending in a V. Brushing it was a chore, and washing it was worse unless she kept it braided. "My mom was like that too, depending on the day." Sounds like our moms would get along. Clover closed her eyes, feeling the sting of being different. It would be so easy to agree with him and drop the conversation. To let him believe she had come from a middle-class neighborhood with a white fence around the yard and stories about recess and a dog she loved. But then what? What if all the feelings that were growing within her led to a relationship where he wanted to meet her parents? After all, that's what normal couples did. They dated for a while and then, to take it to the next level, they met the family. The level after that involved a ring. It could take months or even years to arrive at that point, but suppose they got there and he thought her mom was going to be at the wedding? Eventually she'd have to tell him. "I don't know where my mom is." "What?" Dustin's thumb stilled. "My mom's a gypsy. She raised me on the streets." His hand gripped hers. "I don't. We were homeless." The words weren't a confession, nor were they a plea for understanding. Clover couldn't change the past any more than she could flick her fingers to extinguish the stadium lights. Dustin's eyes softened. They were so green under the bright lights, green as the infield grass. "That actually explains a lot about you." "In a good way?" He squeezed her leg. "In the best ways." She let out a sigh. "I'm sorry I freaked out earlier in the dugout." It seems silly now. Yes, there had been a lot of people here, but they were all kind, at least the ones she'd met. And Juan's girls were adorable with their cocoa-colored eyes and round cheeks, the picture of a happy childhood. And their smiles could talk their daddy into anything. They waved as they disappeared through the dugout. Clover and Dustin waved back. "Does it?" Clover put her free hand over his. "All my life I've been treated as if I was invisible or told to act as if I was. I revert to that when I feel uncomfortable." Dustin reached out and ran his fingers down her cheek. "I can't seem to look away." "I don't want you to," she rasped, her voice abandoning her in a pool of desire. Dustin lightly traced her lips with his thumb, turning on every one of her nerves and stirring desire in her lower belly. She barely stopped a whimper from escaping her throat. His eyes dropped to her lips as he leaned forward. Clover had been kissed before, but never had she wanted a kiss as badly as she wanted Dustin's. His warm, brownie-tinted breath brushed her face, and her eyes fell shut, heavy with the need for him. His lips met hers, warm, sweet, and then he smiled, breaking contact. Cupping the back of her neck gently, he didn't let her move away. Not that she wanted to. Her breaths came deeper but also faster, her chest lifting and falling. Heaven help her, her chest was heaving while Dustin's cheek brushed hers once, twice. A whimper came from deep inside her throat. Dustin's smile melted against her lips and he kissed her again, more insistent this time. She wrapped her fingers in his shirt and held on for the ride, because she was flying, soaring through this moment. Chapter 25. Clover covered her yawn. "How come you're so tired?" asked Maddie. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor with a bowl of cereal in front of her on the coffee table. They really needed to get some real furniture in this place, maybe a few wall decorations. The sparseness had never bothered Clover before, but she felt this urge to nest, to put down some roots, to make leaving St. George difficult if she ever decided to go. A secretive grin tugged at the corners of Clover's mouth. "Because I'm running on 4 hours of sleep." "What?" Maddie squinted at the clock over the microwave. The crazy bun on the top of her head flopped to the side. "It's 8 a.m. "I know. I need to call Jane and tell her I'm not coming in today." Maddie's spoon dropped into her bowl. "Okay, what planet are you from, and where have they taken my best friend?" Clover crossed her fingers over her heart and said in a robotic voice, "I swear I'm the human you are looking for." She rolled her eyes. "Says the alien right before they eat you." Clover poured herself a bowl of cereal and sat opposite Maddie at the coffee table. She had the night off at the hotel. Dustin's evenings were free all week, and he'd said he wanted to spend every minute possible with her. She was A-okay with that plan. Arranging her work schedule was going to take an effort, but he only had one all-star break, and then he'd play ball until October, alternating weekends home and weekends away. 3 months never seemed so long. Maddie bounced. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me." Clover laughed, enjoying this part of dating in a whole different way than she'd enjoyed the actual date. When she was a teenager, she'd snuck into a chick flick at the movie theater. There was a slumber party in the movie where the girls all talked about the boys they were interested in. She'd been mesmerized, watching them share their secrets and giggling. The scene was total fiction, and yet here she was, living it with her best friend. Her reality didn't feel real yet, but she was going with it because it was the most fun she'd ever had. We went to the party, then we hung out at the stadium for a while, and then we went back to his house and played catch. He made me French toast at 3 in the morning and brought me home by 4. She shoved a spoonful of sugared corn puffs into her mouth. Maddie twirled her hair. And I supposed your lips are swollen because you got hit with a ball? Clover's fingers flew to her mouth to feel for anything out of shape. We only kissed a couple times. I shouldn't. Maddie snickered. Huh. I knew you kissed him. You're way too happy on way too little sleep. Clover glared for a second before she gave in and smiled. There may have been a little lip action happening. A little. Yes, a little. She wasn't about to divulge those amazing kisses to Maddie. They were shared moments between her and Dustin, and she wanted to keep them that way. She loaded her spoon. He's got some things to do today, and then we're going to an early dinner and mini golf. Mini golf? That's kind of high school, isn't it? Well, since I didn't go to high school. Maddie's hand flew across the table to stop Clover from putting the spoon in her mouth. Wait, did you tell him you didn't go to school? Clover set her spoon in her bowl. She swallowed before nodding. Over the course of their game of catch, she'd told Dustin her life story. Not all her stories, but enough. More than she had told anyone besides Pastor Paul and Jane. Maddie didn't even know parts of her past that Dustin was now aware of. What did he say? Maddie whispered, her eyes round with worry or curiosity. Clover wasn't sure which. He kissed me, she replied shyly. Maddie melted, resting her cheek on the palm of her hand and her elbow on the table. That's so sweet. He is. So you're skipping the pantry to see him? Clover nodded. Half a shift. He's got a light workout this afternoon, and this morning he's helping his brother with his company. I'll run over to the pantry for an hour and stock shelves. Can you maybe come in to help Jane out with serving? Maddie sat up tall. Sure. She'd volunteered before and knew where things were, so Clover didn't feel like she was leaving Jane in a lurch. Maddie was hesitant with some of the rougher-looking regulars, but between Maddie and Jane, stomachs would be filled. Great. Clover got up and dumped her half-eaten bowl of cereal down the disposal. Skipping work didn't feel quite right and had dampened her appetite. Sure, people took days off all the time, but there were people counting on Clover at the pantry. They were most comfortable with her because she understood where they were in life and didn't judge. Her stomach spun the sugar pops like it was trying to make cotton candy out of them. She closed her eyes and leaned against the sink. Are you okay? Asked Maddie as she came around the bar, her empty bowl in hand. I hate letting people down. She took a deep breath in through her nose. Curse that Dustin. This was twice in as many days that he'd put her out of her comfort zone. Who are you letting down? Maddie asked. Jane, the regulars, you. Maddie grabbed her arm. Clover. It's one afternoon. The whole world isn't going to end because you decided to play mini golf with your new boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend, she protested weakly. Maddie took her by the shoulders. Go. Have fun. You're not flaking on anyone. You're telling Jane, and you got your shift covered. You're allowed to enjoy life a little, you know. That's the problem. I'm enjoying this far too much for it to be real. I've been flying since the stadium last night. At some point, I'm going to crash. I know this. I know it as deeply as I want to be with Dustin today, and it scares the heck out of me. Maddie tipped her head in sympathy. What's the point of flying if you can't enjoy it? But the crash. Feel it when it comes, if it comes. You don't know for sure you're going to crash. Clover bit back the argument that she could feel the crash on the horizon. There was no logical explanation for her feelings, just the sense of impending doom if she stopped to think about breaking her regular schedule. Yeah, okay. She checked the clock. I'm going to shower and get ready. That's the spirit. Want to borrow my slip-ons? Can I? They'd look great with the skirt I was thinking of wearing. The navy one? Maddie's eyes lit up. You know it. Maddie clapped her hands. Yes, and I get to pull your hair up in a faux bob I saw on YouTube. Clover rolled her eyes. Have at it. Go. 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 Maddie shoved her toward the bathroom. The warm water was comforting, and as Clover worked the shampoo into her hair, she repeated Maddie's advice over and over again. She was not being a flake. Vacation days were a normal part of life, and she was now a normal woman living a normal life and doing something normal like dating an MLB player. The fate of the world didn't rest on her shoulders. But even after the conditioner rinsed down the drain, the feeling that she was missing something important held on. Chapter 26. Admit it, you miss me. Dustin cradled the phone between his jaw and shoulder as he gathered his clothes from where he dropped them around the hotel room in St. Louis. The All-Star break was the best week of his life. He helped Xander in the morning, which didn't feel like a burden because Xander worked right alongside him. It was like old times. He had workouts and practice in the afternoon with the team, which meant he got to play baseball every day. And his evenings were filled with Clover, which made leaving town difficult. Clover laughed. More like I'm relieved you're gone. I can finally catch up on the important things in my life. You are so high maintenance. He grinned, almost dropping the phone in the process. High maintenance, my foot. They'd fallen in love with a crepe place and ate there at least 3 times in 6 days. He'd watched a movie on her lumpy couch, not even caring that a spring jabbed him in the thigh, because Clover was in his arms. What's so important that you had to kick me out of town? He joked. Knowing Clover would be in St. George when he got back made being here seem almost futile. Almost, because he was playing ball, and next to playing at home, playing ball anywhere was awesome. My jobs. Laundry. The dishes you left in my sink. He snorted. Both times they'd shared a massive banana split at her apartment, he'd washed the bowl. The lean cuisine in the freezer isn't going to microwave itself, she added. One demanding moment after another. He scanned the bathroom to check for his wallet before he headed down to the bus that would take the team to the field. Well, she sighed into the phone, and he was reminded of the other types of sighs she made, the kind that came out when he kissed her slow. Someone has to live my life, and I am the most qualified. Did you notice how I didn't take a swing at that sinker you threw out there about me being high maintenance? I thought for sure you'd chase that ball. Nah, I saw that one coming. The truth is easy to spot. He grabbed his wallet off the counter, tucked it into his back pocket, and headed for the door. I'm still waiting to hear how much you miss me. Aren't you late for your bus? You miss me and you know it. I know no such thing. I do know that you have 4 games in St. Louis and your first one starts in 3 hours. His grin could have stretched from St. Louis to St. George, it was so wide. He loved that she kept track of him. Yes, I do. And when I get back, I'm planning on taking you on a real date. He wanted a reason to see her in that address again, and his sister-in-law's advice on wooing a woman wasn't too bad. Have we been pretend dating so far? I'm talking about a paint-your-toenails kind of date. Will you wear red or pink? He shook his head. She was on one today, giving him a hard time and being all sassy. He made sure the hotel door shut behind him and headed for the stairs. You're going to paint your toenails, and I'm going to admire them. And your legs, Anne. That doesn't sound like a very exciting date. He laughed. You worry about your toes, and I'll worry about the rest. Maybe we should reconsider this idea if there's so much worrying involved. Are you always this difficult to ask out? Pretty much. I like to think of myself as an intriguing challenge. You're a pill. He borrowed a phrase from his mother's playbook. That too. He could see the satisfied grin on her face. Gotta go. I just pulled into work. Me too. Have fun being 8 years old today, she teased. Always. #blessed. There was a pause. What? He asked, wondering if they'd been disconnected. The staircase wasn't exactly cell-friendly, but he hadn't lost a signal before. His steps slowed. When I'm with you, I feel overly blessed. Like it's almost too much, he finished for her. Yeah, she breathed. He knew exactly how she felt, like what they had between them was fragile. One wrong move, and it would shatter around them. Clover, life isn't always like this. The feeling will run out eventually. I want to hold on to it as long as we can. Me too. He shoved the door open and raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun. Call me when you get off work? Yep. The sound of automatic doors opening whooshed through the phone, and he knew she had to go. They said goodbye and hung up. Disconnecting the phone was as much a physical experience as it was an emotional one. Pre-game went fine. St. Louis had decent facilities for visiting teams. They didn't get batting practice in today, which meant they'd hit after the game. That put a damper on answering Clover's call. Hopefully she'd still be awake when he dragged himself into the hotel room. Funny that all the late nights he'd spent with her, sharing French toast after midnight, hadn't worn on him like the idea of staying at the stadium until all hours did. The stadium filled to 3/4 capacity. Not bad for a weekday evening. They needed a fan base like this in St. George. Walking up to the plate for his first at-bat, Dustin couldn't help but wonder if Clover was watching. He wanted her to see him do well, wanted to share this moment with her. He rubbed his gloves together, gripped the bat, then regripped it. The first 2 pitches were balls, outside and laughable. The pitcher squinted at the catcher to get the sign and laid one low, right over the plate. Dustin watched it fly by and stepped out of the box with a curse. Caught looking. That sucked. He stepped his right foot in the box. Man, that was his pitch. He wasn't going to see another one of those at bat, and he'd missed it. He dragged his left foot into place, signaling to the ump that he was ready to bat and loading his swing. The next pitch was on the outside edge of the plate, and he fouled it off. So, 2 balls way outside, the golden pitch that he missed, and then shaving the outside edge. The next one would be inside. A ball. He loaded and waited for the pitch. The pitcher walked around the mound before scraping his foot against the wood. He executed his windup in record time and sent a fastball right down the middle. "Strike 3, called the ump. Dustin barely resisted throwing his bat against the fence. There was no excuse for a miscalculation like that. He decided not to swing before he'd even seen the pitch. The bat boy took his bat and he stripped off his gloves, throwing them against the wall. Braden looked at him out of the corner of his eye but wisely chose not to comment. The only thing that kept Dustin from losing it was the thought of Clover seeing him throw a tantrum. Cameras were all over the field and the dugout. She teased him about being a kid good-naturedly now that they were no longer at one another's throats. He didn't want to give her any ammunition, nor did he want her to think less of him. He settled onto the bench, as far away from Gary Betts, his backup, as he could. He didn't need the reminder that he could be the one warming the bench during every game. The word slump followed him around like toilet paper stuck to his cleat that he couldn't shake off. Everyone could see it there, and he hated it. Chapter 27. The next day, Clover hurried into the pantry, still feeling the rush of Dustin. This was her first day back since her week off. She'd had to swap her evening shifts with the day workers to make it all work out, which meant she hadn't been in the pantry for 5 days straight. As much fun as she had during her time off, she missed being a part of things. She'd tried to call Dustin after work, but he didn't pick up. Sometime in the middle of her REM cycle, he'd texted that they had stayed late for batting practice, and he'd call if he got the chance today. She patted her phone in her back pocket, ready to answer at any moment, even if she was in the middle of work. Jane had never been a hard nose about personal phone calls. Not that Clover had given her a reason to be. She'd have to watch herself to make sure she wasn't taking advantage of Jane's kindnesses. She'd teased Dustin pretty hard when he'd asked her out. He gave as good as he got, though. Had he been in town, he would have tickled her side, she would have squealed, and they'd end up kissing for hours. Man, she missed him. The way she felt about Dustin inspired her for the weekly pep talk with Serena, which was sure to happen today because she hadn't seen her for a while. Serena was smart and beautiful. She deserved a man who made her feel fascinating. Clover grabbed an apron and checked the calendar for tonight's menu. Sloppy Joes, she could make those with her eyes shut, which was great because it freed up her brain to think about Dustin. Quietly humming as she worked, she lost herself in the tasks of chopping onions and green peppers. She didn't look up until Jane breezed through the door. "So, how was your time off?" Jane asked. "Bliss." Clover felt her cheeks heat and knew that it had nothing to do with the slowly bubbling mixture on the stove. She glanced at the clock on the wall and noted it was after 5. "Hey, where's Serena?" "She's usually here by now. And Demarius has usually eaten 3 sandwiches." Jane's face clouded with worry. "I haven't seen her since last Wednesday." "At all." Clover stirred the mixture vigorously. "That's not like her." Serena's visits weren't regular, but they could usually count on seeing her within 5 days. Paul and I have been praying for her, and we asked the ladies in the quilting circle to add her to their prayers too. Clover swallowed her worry. She needed to trust the Lord and hoped that her conversation with Serena in the park was enough to hold her over. A cold chill crept down Clover's spine like the hairy legs of a spider as she thought of Serena's husband finding the pair under that pine tree. I'll keep praying for her too. Jane smiled, her eyes bright pools of worry. They talked about the items that needed to be stocked for a few minutes. I'll call our supplier and see if they can switch us to earlier in their route. That would help. If not, we'll have to handle. A blur of black hair and a torn red shirt darted into the kitchen and latched his arms around Clover. She stumbled back from the force of his hug. Demarius. I was wondering where you were. Where's your mom? His brown eyes were as big as the hamburger buns. With Dad. Clover cupped the back of his head and hugged him close so he wouldn't see her lips move as she talked to Jane. Can you call her? She asked. If Demarius was here alone, then something must have happened. Jane already had her phone out and was on her way out of the room to conduct the call far away from tender little ears. Instead of asking Demarius what had happened to his shirt, she walked him over to the cupboard where they kept a few special treats. She opened it and waved her hand in front of the packages. What do you want? He pointed to the Oreos. Oh, good choice. But they're no good without milk to dip them in. She crossed to the fridge and removed a gallon. For a moment, she wondered when he'd had milk last. Her mom rarely bought milk for the two of them. They didn't have a way to keep it cold. Demarius gave her a small smile, even as his eyes darted to the doorway like he expected someone to come through at any moment, or hoped they would. Clover's heart pulled in all directions. She set Demarius up on a stool with a tall glass of milk and the entire package of Oreos. He could eat himself full on the cookies for all she cared, as long as they kept his mind off whatever it was he had run away from. He methodically worked his way through a stack, dunking each one until it was soft before shoving the whole thing in his mouth. Clover smiled at him, hoping her concern wasn't as evident on her face as it was in her racing pulse. With each moment that slipped by, her fear for Serena increased. Jane came back in a couple minutes later and motioned for Clover to come out. I have to check on something, I'll be right back. Demarius said okay, his cheeks as full as a chipmunk's the day before he goes into hibernation. He had a streak of black up his arm where he'd wiped his mouth. She carefully shut the door behind her and pressed her back to it as if she could shield Demarius from what was to come. What is it? Serena answered. She's in bad shape. She was weak and had a hard time getting a full breath. I've sent officers and a paramedic to her house. They're sending someone for Demarius. Her voice broke and her eyes filled with thick tears. Clover pressed her fist to her lips to hold in all the nasty words she wanted to call Chad. How did he find her? Jane swiped a tear off her cheek. Serena met him at a fast food place with Demarius, and he talked her into going home with him. Demarius ran off, refusing to get in the car. Chad grabbed him, but he managed to get away. That explains the tear in his shirt. Clover's stomach soured. Chad's been after her to meet and talk. The topic had been a main part of their conversations at the park. Oh my gosh, it's my fault. Clover's lunch threatened to make a reappearance. If I'd been here last week to talk to Serena, this wouldn't have happened. I can't believe I wasn't here. She'd been off feeling precious and fascinating with Dustin when she should have been here helping her friend. Clover. Jane shook her arm. This isn't your fault. We've seen this cycle with other women. They leave their abusive husbands and a couple months later go back. I know, but she was doing so well. Clover groaned and wrapped her arms around her middle. We help those we can, those who want help. I hope she comes back, and I'll make sure she knows we are here for her and Demarius. Her gaze traveled to the swinging door. I've got to talk to him, prep him for when the officer comes. That's not going to be easy. Can you serve dinner on your own? Clover nodded numbly. I'll do whatever I can to help. Make sure the officer has my name and number to call if Demarius needs anything. She was such a failure. Serena depended on her for support, and she'd let her down. Of course. I'll have them take him out the back door so the other children don't become alarmed. Clover threw herself into serving dinner. She handed napkins to people with food in their beard, picked forks up off the ground and brought new ones, dished sloppy joes onto buns, and gave her cardigan to a teen with skinny arms who hunched over like the world was on her back. Her phone rang, and she knew with all her heart that it was Dustin calling. She glanced around at the room, seeing all that needed to be done, all the places she could fill in these people's lives, and let it go to voicemail. She offered comfort and encouragement and a smile to all those who needed them. And by the time she fell into bed, not even bothering to take off her shoes, she'd given everything she had. It wasn't until she was on the verge of sleep that she realized she hadn't called Dustin back. Feeling as though she didn't deserve that much happiness in her life, not when she'd let her friend down, she pulled the blanket over her head and went to sleep. Chapter 28. Dustin paced the cracked walkway in front of Clover's apartment. It was late and the stars were out, but her car wasn't in its usual spot. She was probably at work. The team had flown into Vegas earlier that evening, and those who didn't have a wife or girlfriend to pick them up from the airport had to take the bus back to the stadium. A wicked rainstorm in the canyon had slowed them down considerably. Heavy winds buffeted the side of the bus, turning the driver's knuckles white as she gripped the steering wheel. Dustin wasn't afraid of the weather. He was afraid of what he'd find waiting for him in St. George. Clover hadn't returned any of his calls or texts since their conversation 2 days ago, which had gone well, in his opinion. So the sudden cold shoulder was uncalled for and disturbing. He wanted to ask her what was going on, but he couldn't do that if she didn't come home. He stumbled over a raised section of concrete. What if she'd stopped to help a homeless guy and gotten attacked? They'd met because she'd jumped out of her car in an effort to help him. Had he been less than a gentleman, he could have easily carted her off and done horrible things to her. She was so small and delicate physically. He yanked off his ball cap and scrubbed his hands through his hair in worry. A yellowed streetlight cast an eerie glow on the grass as the sprinklers kicked on. He jumped out of the way to avoid getting wet just as a pair of headlights turned into the small parking lot. The engine made a light ticking noise that he recognized right away. Clover barely had the engine off before he yanked the door open and hugged her. She screamed and pushed against him, her efforts not strong enough to stop him, but her intent was. He jumped back. "Clover, it's me." Her hand was over her heart, and she panted. "You scared the living snot out of me." Dustin approached again, this time much slower. "I scared you? You haven't returned my calls or texts for days. I thought you were in a ditch somewhere. So you decided to attack me in a dark parking lot?" She ripped off her seat belt and scrambled out of the car. Dustin gave her plenty of room. "I was worried out of my mind." "You're out of your mind, all right." She pressed a hand to her head. Her beautiful hair was gathered into a messy bun at the back of her neck. She wore a long black skirt and a blush pink blouse that made her skin look rosy, even in the ugly overhead light. They both stopped their restless moving and locked eyes. Whatever they'd been arguing about melted away, and Dustin reached for her. "I missed you." He wasn't afraid to say it to her, although she'd struggled to say it to him. Maybe he should have taken that as a sign. "Dustin." She said his name with so much regret that it built a wall of brick between them before he blinked. He dropped his arms to his sides. "What's going on, Clover?" She looked up as if trying to read the answer in the stars. "Nothing. I have all these thoughts." He lifted his eyebrows, but waited silently, hating the sense of dread that seeped out of the shadows. She shifted, kicking a pebble off into the grass. "We come from 2 different worlds." So, he challenged. She'd once thought he threw his money around and lived an extravagant lifestyle, but after the time they'd spent together, she should know better. Did she still see a spoiled child who refused to grow up? He thought they'd moved past that. Geez, what was it going to take? "So, I have people who need me. I can't take a week off to play." His head spun. "Is this about the All-Star break?" "It wasn't all play for me. You know that. I still had workouts and—" The shake of her head was hardly there, but he caught it and knew that it meant she wasn't listening to him. Not really. She'd already made up her mind. Like the pitch he'd watched fly by in St. Louis, she was going to watch him leave and be caught looking. He could read it all right there on her face, the words spelled out in her dropped gaze, the small line between her eyes, and the way she curled in on herself. "I don't think we should see each other anymore." Her words were cold and breathy. Dustin's heart stopped beating altogether, and he didn't breathe for a count of 20. When he finally sucked in air, it was quick and jabbed at his insides. He pulled his keys out of his pocket. Yeah, he drove a nice car. That didn't make him a bad person. He'd been himself with Clover, not once pretending to be smarter or better than he was, and it backfired. He took 2 steps back even though his body fought him. His arms knew she fit inside them just right, and they hung heavy at his sides. "I'll leave your name on the tickets if you want to catch a game." The offer was as real as it was stupid, a lobbed ball begging her to swing. She stayed quiet. Her shoulders bounced, and he hated walking away while she cried. There wasn't anything he could do about it, though. If she wouldn't swing at the pitch, then they'd have to take the out. Chapter 29. Several days had gone by since Clover said goodbye to Dustin by the light of a half moon. She'd stumbled into her apartment and dropped her purse by the door without even turning on a light. The next morning, she woke up on the couch with a wet throw pillow, stained by her tears, under her cheek. Life didn't get better after that. She hoped it would. Hoped the pain in her chest would subside, that the gaping hole in each day that was once filled with Dustin would stop gnawing at her. She seriously considered running away. The anonymity of living on the street, of once again being invisible, was tempting. The only things holding her in town were the pantry regulars and Jane and Maddie. Every morning, on her way to the pantry, Clover visited Serena in the hospital, taking her little treats and encouraging her to get better soon. Not only was Serena reeling from what Chad had done to her, she ached for her son. Demarius hadn't been allowed to visit her, but she hoped once she was released she could see him at his foster home. They speculated on how long it would be before Serena's bruises faded and the swelling on her face went down enough that Demarius wouldn't see the horror she'd experienced. Clover wasn't allowed to visit him either, and she prayed daily for his emotional and physical well-being. Chad was in jail. Serena had filed charges against him, and he wasn't able to post bail. It would be a couple months before his case went to trial. She hoped they locked him away for a good long time. Clover applauded Serena's newfound determination to get Chad out of her life once and for all. If anything good came from all this, it would be that Serena and Demarius could start fresh without the threat of Chad finding them hanging over their heads. Despite the good she saw in the world and the silver linings even around the darkest clouds, Clover couldn't shake the blues. Her life, which had been so colorful and bright with Dustin, was now painted in shades of navy, cobalt, salt, and pepper. With a heavy sigh, she entered the hotel lobby. "Hey, Jeff." She set her purse on the counter without making a sound. That was life these days, too, like she was a ghost of her former self and therefore didn't make the same impression on the world around her. Her footsteps were slower, quieter, her voice barely sounded above a mumble in her ears, and doors shut behind her with a muted click. Jeff hustled about, shoving his wallet and phone in his pockets. The big screen was off. Clover had taken to leaving it dark instead of watching her team. She wasn't ready to see Dustin yet and was, therefore, avoiding baseball altogether. "Thanks for coming in a little early. Tonight's the city championships, and David left his bat in my car." He clicked through the screens to log out for the night. "He's called 3 times to see if I'm going to make it." Baseball. Her soul yearned to be in the stands. If she closed her eyes, she could smell the crisp air and feel the humidity coming off the grass. In a place as dry as St. George, moisture rippled in the outfield. The Redrocks were out of town, so she wasn't tempted to use the tickets Dustin had promised her. "You'd better get going." "I am." He rounded the desk. "Room 204 has called for a blanket, and 119 says the pool is out of towels." Clover held back her sigh. "I'm on it." Jeff left, and she clocked in. Besides the short to-do list, the lobby was quiet. She decided to deliver the blanket first. Room 204 was a woman and her elderly mother. The mother was apparently chilly, so Clover took an extra minute to show them how to adjust the thermostat. They said thank you, and she headed back to the front desk. 2 men had come in while she was gone and turned on the television. They had sodas and bags of chips open on the coffee table and were discussing the Redrocks lineup. Clover stopped in her tracks and stared, soaking in the commentator's easy way of talking about everything and anything that had to do with the sport. From the clips of the mascot teasing some guy about drinking his beer to the kids in ball caps sipping frozen lemonade. I'd like to go to a game there one day. The park looks huge. Wide-angle lens, said Clover before she thought better of interrupting these two. They flipped around. What? Demanded the one with a large potbelly. Clover lifted one side of her mouth. Even that much of a smile was a major effort. The parks all look big on television, but that's just a trick of the wide-angle lens. I'll bet you could sit in outfield seats and still feel like you were on the grass. The men exchanged a "can you believe this chick" look. Clover shrugged. You should go. Being at a game is, her voice caught, and she had to clear the lump from her throat before she could continue. It's a real treat. She ducked behind the desk to check the phones, keeping her head down to hide the tears that threatened to fall. She missed baseball. She missed feeling like she was part of a huge family of fans. Baseball had given her the ability to break out of her shell and talk to strangers, like the men on the couch arguing with the ump behind the plate over a strike. She hadn't hesitated to share her knowledge, and she was confident in what she knew. Surely, watching some of the game would help ease the vice around her chest. A dose of baseball was just what the doctor ordered. There were forms to fill out and things to do, but none of it was too distracting as the game unfolded. Truly, her heartache eased as the first 2 innings unfolded, and she took a deep, satisfying breath for the first time in days. Crap. Colt's up next. The guy with the belly flung himself back into the cushions. Clover slammed her eyes closed. She couldn't watch, couldn't bear to see him look dashing in his uniform, because it would dash her to pieces. Instead, she listened to the announcers. Dustin Colt has had an on-again, off-again year. That's right, Carl. When he's on point, he hits it out of the park, but he's been in a slump for a while now. There's no way to explain what happens in a player's head when he's at the plate. Here's the windup. The pitch is low and inside. Dustin steps out and adjusts his grip on the bat. Clover squeezed her eyes tighter to fight off the urge to peek. One glimpse of him could be her undoing. Strike 1. That was a wicked sinker. He's pulled a strike out of 3 guys with that pitch tonight. Colt didn't fall for it, though. Clover clasped her hands in front of her chest. 2 balls, no strikes, he has a swing to give. Come on, Dustin, she pleaded. Colt is locked and loaded. He swings and misses the curve. Now, I don't know why he reached for that one, Carl. Clover's fingers began to turn white and tingle with loss of blood, but she couldn't pry them apart. He swings at the same pitch. The announcer sounded horrified. If I'm the pitcher, I know what I'm throwing next. Come on, Dustin. A base hit, that's all we need. It was all he needed, too, a chance to get on base and get some confidence back. She clearly remembered the look of devastation that crossed his face when she'd broken things off with him. In that moment, he'd questioned if he was good enough, and she was too cowardly to give him the old "it's not you, it's me" speech. If he could get a hit, she wouldn't feel like she destroyed him, and maybe the guilt and anguish would lessen enough that she might survive losing him. Strike 3. And that's another disappointing at-bat for Dustin Colt. Clover dropped her head to the desk. She'd ruined everything. Chapter 30. Dustin sat on the bench, letting the heat bake his skin. He'd been at the field for hours of pregame work. Sweat trickled from his neck all the way between his shoulder blades. He'd have to shower before putting on his uniform, or maybe he wouldn't. What did it matter anyway? Hey, you just gonna sit there, called Braden. He and the other pitchers had shagged balls during batting practice. They were as sweaty as the rest of them. Dustin lifted a hand in acknowledgement. Maybe in a while. The heat made him drowsy, which made it harder to think in a straight line, which made it easier for his thoughts to drift away from Clover. Braden took the spot next to Dustin. He downed half a bottle of a yellow sports drink. Why were you such a Debbie Downer? Dustin turned away from him. He wasn't in the mood for brotherly love today, not the way Braden dished it out. I stunk it up in Texas. He gave the obvious answer. You've stunk up other states. Why is this one bothering you so much? Dustin's jaw hurt from clenching it so hard. Maybe I should quit now. If my stats sink any lower, they're going to cancel my contract. At the rate I'm going, I'll be remembered on blooper reels and strikeout recaps. He suddenly wished he had a bat in his hands and 1,000 balls in a pitching machine. He'd love to have something to hit. The anger that coursed through him was almost as strong as the lethargy had been. Whoa. Braden read his face and put up both hands. Where's this coming from? You're Mr. Baseball. I was. His anger deflated. Clover would have liked that nickname, Mr. Baseball. Baseball deserves better than me. Braden shook his head. Dude, you're baseball. You live it, you love it, you'd marry it if you could. Dustin rolled his eyes. Do not swing at me, I'm starting tonight, and I don't need your crap. But I gotta ask, is this about Clover? Dustin shifted in his seat. That didn't exactly work out. Did she get jealous of your job? The image of Clover's face lighting up when they walked into the locker room shook Dustin to his core. The opposite. She loves baseball. Braden's mouth fell open, and then he jumped to his feet and pulled on Dustin's arm. Don't be an idiot. Get up. Go get her. And bring her right back here. I'll call the preacher. Dustin shook off Braden's hold. What are you talking about? If you found a woman who loves baseball as much as you do, you've got to marry her. We can make this happen in under an hour. Come on. Braden's grin was real. He continued to shove Dustin towards the locker room door. Dustin had had enough. He planted his feet and pushed back, sending Braden stumbling. What am I supposed to do? Tie her up and throw her in the back of my car. If you think that will work. It won't. Try it. You're an idiot. Dustin made for the door on his own. He was done with this conversation. You're a bigger idiot if you let her get away, Braden called after him. Dustin ran his hand down his face. They had a home game tonight, and he prayed that he'd look up in the stands and see Clover in his seats. That was the prayer he carried in his heart. The prayer that carried him through a half-hearted shower and the bitter feeling of sliding into a uniform he might not be allowed to wear much longer. Chapter 31. Clover scanned the parking lot, looking for a certain shiny sports car. She didn't actually expect Dustin to be here, but Jane said his donation check cleared, so she'd hoped he'd show up for one of his annoying photo ops. The stalls were decidedly sports car-less, and a corner of her dried-out heart crumbled away. At this rate, her heart would be completely gone by the time the Redrocks left town again. They were playing at home tonight, and traffic to the game was backed up along I-15. She'd taken the side roads and made it to work right on time. Gathering her strength as if she were about to hike a mountain, she slipped out of the car, gathered the groceries from the back, and slouched into the building. Jane was at the counter, helping a woman with 3 small children. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes started quickly to Clover as she entered, daring Clover to judge her for being there. Clover offered a small smile, the best one she could manage these days, and headed toward the kitchen. The door swung open, and Clover came up short at seeing someone already behind the counter chopping vegetables. Serena. Clover. Serena dropped the knife on the cutting board and skittered around the counter to give her a hug. It's so good to see you up and about. You too. Clover set her groceries on the counter and returned the hug, feeling the delicate outline of Serena's ribs beneath her hands. Living on the streets had been hard on Serena, and she'd bet her car Serena skipped a meal or 2 most days so Demarius could have more to eat. Clover pulled back and covertly inspected Serena as she went back to work. The right side of her face had a green cast where the bruises had been purple and black before. She moved slowly and carefully with the brace around her ribcage. They'd been fractured but not shattered. Her left hand sported a splint that held her pinky and ring fingers still. It didn't stop her from slicing the eggplant. The cabbage might prove to be more of a challenge. Clover would do that one. What are you doing? Clover asked. I'm making dinner. She pointed to the pantry logo on her apron. I am your new coworker. What? Clover's lips cracked when she smiled, like a book that hadn't been off the library shelf in years. She laid out several pieces of bread and began spreading peanut butter on them. When Jane came to visit at the hospital, she offered me a job here. Serena lifted one shoulder. It's not much, but they're letting me stay in the guest room until I can get my feet under me, so I don't have to pay rent yet. I've never worked before, so I need some experience before I can get hired somewhere else. She slowly bobbed her head. She spoke as if she was talking herself through the process and reassuring herself that all would be well. That's great. I did the same thing. And you have your own place now? She thought of the small apartment. I do. She brushed some crumbs onto the floor. It's my first real home. Serena smiled and leaned across the counter. Clover marveled at the brightness in her eyes. Jane said your boyfriend was the one who made it possible for them to hire me. Her knife made tapping noises against the cutting board as she worked. Tap. Tap tap tap. Tap. Oh, we're not. I mean, we broke up. She opened the jam and dropped a dollop in the middle of each piece of bread. I'm so sorry. Did he? Serena pointed to her face. No, nothing like that. Then what happened? Clover let her body sag. She felt like she'd been emotionally propping herself up for days and was exhausted. I kept seeing myself as someone different when I was with him. He was a bad influence? Serena's tone took on a protective mother quality. Clover let her eyes unfocus as she thought back to the times she'd spent with Dustin. He made me feel fascinating, she whispered. It took some time before she noticed the absence of tap-tap-taping. Clover slowly brought herself out of the pleasant reprieve. Serena's eyebrows were low. I don't know what you're playing at, but you're obviously in love with him. Playing at? Why aren't you with him? Serena demanded. Clover's defenses muscled forward. She'd never seen this side of Serena before. The woman was usually polite to a fault. He was a child who plays baseball for a living. There are thousands of children asking their friends to come play, and he figured out a way to make money at a game. She drew in a ragged breath. He dragged me away from my responsibilities. He wasn't good for me. Serena huffed, and Clover thought she heard a curse word in there. So, he wanted to spend time with you, enjoyable time, and you got angry at him for it? No, she paused. Sort of. Did he make you feel like what you did was unimportant? No. Did he belittle you for caring about the pantry? Of course not. Of course not. Clover, she pointed at her chest. You were happier when you were with him. I saw it that day at the park. It was part of the reason I agreed to meet Chad. The room spun. So it was my fault. She'd suspected as much, and now she knew. I remembered feeling that happy when I'd first started dating Chad. I mistakenly thought there might be a sliver of the man I'd fallen in love with left. Her eyes raged like the ocean in a winter storm. I risked my life for a piece of that. You should be willing to take a risk for him. Take it from someone who had to learn when a man was bad for her. You're owning your choices, Serena. Clover was in awe. Not 2 weeks ago, this woman was lying broken in a hospital bed. I have to. I want my son back. Serena's voice shook. I can't stand to tell myself lies any longer, and I can't stand to hear you do it either. It's making me shake. She set the knife aside and took a deep breath. Clover, you are in love, and you should fight for a good man. Take it from me, they're not easy to find. Clover stared at the floor. What if I messed up too badly? Then you'll have to fix it in a big way. Clover's eyes fell on the cabbage, which reminded her of lettuce, which reminded her of the day Dustin came in and tried to teach her to catch with a head of lettuce. She glanced around the kitchen. Do you need me here tonight? Serena's eyes widened. You're going now? A thrill shot through Clover, telling her that this was the right course of action. She was supposed to go after Dustin right now. I'm going now. Jane came through the door. How are things going in here? Clover's leaving, and I'm almost done with the eggplant. Leaving? Jane asked, her white hair falling over her forehead. Where are you going? Clover shoved away from the counter. I'm going to tell Dustin I love him. But he's in the middle of a game. Laughter bubbled up from Clover's heart. The pitiful thing was doing its best to come back together. The thought of seeing Dustin was like a healing salve. I have tickets. She pressed her palm against the door, hesitating. The last time she'd run out on the pantry for Dustin, things didn't turn out so great. But as she watched Serena move about the kitchen, she wondered if this is what the Lord had in mind all along. Not that he wanted Serena to get beat up, but that he wanted her within Jane and Pastor Paul's ministry. And maybe that meant it was time for Clover to move on and make room for someone else. Not that she had to give up her volunteer time, but it was time to gain some independence and put another phase of her life behind her. She burst into the red glow of sunset, not quite the time of new beginnings, but this wasn't a new game. She wasn't starting over with Dustin. This was a new inning, a new at-bat. It was time to throw her pitch and see if Dustin would swing. Chapter 32. It was the top of the 7th inning, and Dustin hunkered into a ready stance. His eyes drifted from the batter to the empty seats he knew were his. Even if she didn't come to see him, he wanted her there because she loved the game. The ball was hit to the third baseman, and the runner called out at first. One more out, and he'd be able to sit in the dugout, where he didn't have a constant reminder that Clover didn't want him staring her in the face. As the next batter walked to the plate, a flash of pink caught Dustin's eye. He heard his name and glanced over to see Clover running down the steps. She wore a pair of black shorts and a pink, flowing shirt with lace. Her hair was pulled up into a high ponytail, and her sunglasses were perched on her head. Her legs were long and tan and graceful as they trotted down the steps. The sound of the ball connecting with the bat jerked his attention back to the game in time for him to put up his glove and catch a line drive at his head. He tossed the ball to Joe at first, who threw it to Devin at second, who threw it back to Braden on the mound. "Dustin!" Clover yelled. He couldn't help but look, and when he did, his breath caught. She had her arm cocked back like she was about to throw something to him, or at him. Though he doubted it was the latter, because she didn't look angry. She looked happy, glowing, and beautifully happy. She pulled her arm forward, and a ball soared onto the field. It landed in front of Braden. What happened next was a comedy of errors. The umpire called time. Braden bent to pick up the ball and turned it over in his hands. Security arrived and took Clover by the arms to escort her up the stairs. It all happened so fast that Dustin was in shock. Braden waved the infield into the mound. They all jogged in, and he lifted his mitt to his face to cover his mouth. Coach Wolf stalked out. He stood in the circle, his arms folded. "What's going on?" Braden's eyes laughed over the tip of his glove. "You aren't going to believe this." He held up the ball towards Dustin. Dustin squinted to read the flowery handwriting. "Dustin, call me when your game is over. I love you. Clover." Joe, the first baseman, shoved his shoulder. "You dog." He grinned. The other guys hooted. Coach Wolf glared. "Do you know this woman?" Dustin nodded. "I'm in love with her." Coach huffed. For the love, but he didn't try to break up the powwow. Dustin reached for the ball and said absently, "Security took her." "I'm on it." Ricky, the third baseman, bolted towards the bat boy to give him a message, which would then be given to someone who would pass it to someone else who would get it to the head of security. "What are you going to do about it?" Braden slapped the ball in his hand. "Are we winning?" Dustin asked. He couldn't believe he didn't even know the score, and he didn't dare make eye contact with Coach after asking such a stupid question. "Down by 2. Devin spit a wad of seeds at their feet. Dustin ran his thumb over the writing. He stared down at it, his whole chest expanding. Clover loved him. She'd almost come on the field to tell him. He needed to speak to her. "Guys, I need this game to be over." Devin smacked him on the back. "Done." He trotted to his place at second. Joe nodded. "Let's do this." Braden cocked his arm. "I've got a few fastballs left in this thing." Dustin turned to Coach. "No offense, Coach, but can you get a move on? I've got a game to win." Coach's lips twitched. He held out his hand. "I'll take that." Dustin pulled the ball closer to him. "Come on, you can't have it out here, and I'll keep it safe." Dustin groaned and slapped the ball into his palm. "I'm coming for that ball, Coach." Coach nodded before he turned on his heel and headed back to the dugout. Dustin jogged to his spot and got ready. "Come on, Braden, let him pop one up." The fastest out would be a caught fly ball on the first pitch. Braden didn't give Dustin the luxury of an easy catch. He did, however, throw 3 strikes in a row and gave them the inning. Dustin smacked mitts with him on the way in. "Let's get some runs, boys," Dustin hooted as he made his way down the steps. Word spread fast through the dugout, and the guys smacked him on the back or rubbed his head playfully. One picked up a bat and headed to the plate. "I'm hitting this one for Clover, Dustin. Just so you know it's for your girl." Dustin waved off his teasing and grinned. His girl. He liked the sound of that. Chapter 33. What has gotten into the Redrocks tonight? I don't know, Carl. They blew through those last 2 innings looking like a completely different team. Clover jumped out of her seat with excitement. The Redrocks won. She'd been hauled up the stairs like some sort of criminal. But I didn't know I couldn't throw things on the field. She'd protested when they explained the reason she had to leave. The players throw balls in the stands all the time. The older, but somehow hardened man didn't reply. He simply put her in this waiting room and left. At least they had a television, and she could watch the last of the game. The team was on fire. She'd never seen the Redrocks play with such precision. It was so beautiful it stole her breath away. And Dustin was at the top of his game. He had 2 hits, one of them a walk-off home run to win the game. The team jumped around home plate, and the fans went nuts. Loud footsteps thundered in the hall, and she brought her arms down and straightened her shirt. The door flew open, and Dustin bounded in. He wrapped his arms around her and lifted her into the air. "You won," she yelled, cupping his cheeks. "That was the best game I've ever seen." He loosened his hold, and she slid down the front of him until her feet landed on solid ground. He pressed his warm forehead against hers. "Honestly, woman, you couldn't be more perfect." He kissed her once, quickly, and then again, deeply. Clover slid her hands around his neck with no intention of letting him loose anytime soon. Each moment they were together relieved the tension and dispelled the gloom that had clung to her since the night she told him goodbye. "Yeah." Clover and Dustin broke apart to find the infield players hooting at them through the open door. She ducked her head into Dustin's chest in embarrassment. Dustin rubbed her back. "Don't you all have something better to do?" Coach Wolf pushed and shoved his way through the crowded doorway. "Hit the showers," he barked. Clover exchanged a worried look with Dustin. The security guard had explained what a bad idea it was to throw something on the field during a game with painstaking detail. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the game." She turned to face the coach, and Dustin's arms wrapped around her from behind. She wished he wouldn't. She didn't want him to take any of the blame for this. The coach smiled. "Well," he stared up at the ceiling. "Since we won, I'll let it slide. But I need to know if this is all settled." He waved his hand over the 2 of them. "I need Dustin without distractions. He's a darn fine ballplayer when he puts his mind to it." Clover reached up and back and laid her hand on Dustin's smooth cheek. "I like it when he wins." "I'll win all day long for you," Dustin said right next to her ear. His warm breath sent goosebumps over her skin. Coach laughed and held up both hands. "I'm good with that." He threw his hands at them and shook his head as he left. Clover bit her lip and leaned back against Dustin's solid chest. He pressed a kiss to her temple. "Are we settled? Is this what you want?" Clover turned in his embrace. "I want you." He brushed her hair over her shoulder. "What about being from different places and all that?" She dropped her gaze to his chest, where the team name was spelled out. "I said that because I was scared of the changes I saw in myself, afraid that I'd never be good enough or feel good enough for you." He opened his mouth to argue, and she pressed a finger to his lips. "I finally realized that you weren't the one to make me feel that way, and I needed to own my insecurities. You're a good man, Dustin Colt." She gave him a saucy grin. "And a darn fine boyfriend when you put your mind to it." Dustin laughed. "Oh, I've got some boyfriend things to put my mind to." He kissed her cheek, and then her jaw, and then her neck. Clover leaned into him, relishing the feel of his lips on her skin and the tingle they created. They were definitely starting a new inning together, and she looked forward to every play. Thank you for joining us today. You've been listening to Caught Looking, written by Lucy McConnell, and read by an AI-generated voice, Ava. If you enjoyed the story, hit the like button and subscribe so you don't miss a single audiobook.